Chapter 1. A Long Trip. Nathan twisted the key to his apartment and felt the heavy bolt clunk back. He took 3 steps into the darkened single-room studio, swinging the door closed and shucking his backpack into the center of the bright carpet that took up most of the open floor space. Then, he flopped into the overstuffed armchair that was the largest piece of furniture in the place, aside from the bed. It had been a nightmare getting the chair up the stairs and into the apartment, but Nathan's friends had earned their pizza for helping him move out of the graduate student dorms a few years ago. Besides, he'd found the comfortable chair marked "Up for Grabs" on the street. On a graduate student's stipend, it was hard to turn down comfortable furniture for the low price of free. Sighing, Nathan twisted in the chair to fish his phone from underneath his wallet and keys, pulling up the meditation app. He'd started doing mindfulness meditation almost a year ago to help deal with the anxiety of graduate school. To his surprise, it had helped. "I'm definitely better about not just sitting in this chair and feeling bad about everything I should be doing. Instead, I can meditate and feel productive about not doing anything." Nathan started the session, listening to the soothing voice through his earbuds as he relaxed deeper into the cushions. He let his mind go still, silencing his inner voice and focusing on the sensations of breathing, of gravity pulling his body into the chair. Time passed, and Nathan didn't focus on anything. He didn't make plans, and he especially didn't worry about the fellowship application due soon, or tomorrow's experiment that would cap off the last 2 months of work. If that experiment worked, it would be a big step forward towards his doctorate. If it didn't, well, it depended on how it didn't work. Nathan realized he was spiraling, and with a moment of attention, the worries dissipated like smoke. Some more time passed, and another thought intruded on Nathan's mind. "Akinar avi, nukol ad kayikshoko, dlan avail chalark da dak." He was confused. The words had emerged clearly in his consciousness in a deep, booming voice, but he didn't understand where they'd come from, or the language itself. They hadn't come from the earbuds. The words had seemed to inject themselves directly into his brain. He was about to stop meditating early and start making dinner when it happened again. The words more forceful this time. They pressed against the inside of his head, grinding and overwhelming. "Akinar avi, danno jail roav udlak dochak. Akinar avi." Nathan's eyes snapped open, and he tore off his earbuds, exhaling with frustration. "I don't need this now. Can't it wait until after the cytometry experiment? Just give me a 24-hour rain check." He started to stand, but the voice crashed into his skull for a 3rd time. It wiped out all thought. "Danno. Nathan didn't feel the chair under him anymore, or the clothes on his skin. His eyes were open and saw nothing but black. Air tore itself from his open mouth, and his ears spiked in pain. This must be what being in vacuum feels like. Why aren't there any stars? Nathan flailed, accomplishing nothing but feeling the vacuum pulling on his lungs and eyes and the spit in his mouth boiling away. He tumbled in absolute darkness, with no reference point and no sense of anything other than himself. After what must have been mere seconds but felt much longer, he tumbled into brightness, landing on his butt on smooth stone. With vision tunneling, he heaved deep breaths, paying attention to nothing but pumping air in and out of his abused lungs. After a minute of slowing breaths, he looked around the room. Why am I naked? He was sitting in a shallow bowl of cold stone in the center of a large room. The entire place was made of the same smooth, pale stone that was under his butt, all lit evenly by a grid of bright lights in the ceiling. It looked like a clean room done in tan marble. The bowl was only a foot deep and several feet wide, so he could see out easily. The room around him was decorated with several pedestals capped with orbs shining in muted purples, yellows, and blues. They were linked together by a complex grid of glowing metal that looked like multiple overlapping circuit boards. The metal dimmed in color before his eyes, losing some of its blinding radiance. The formation wasn't centered on Nathan, but rather right behind him. He scooted around, sitting on his hands to protect his butt from the cold stone. There was a metal filigree arch supporting a horizontal disc of exquisitely carved stone 8 feet across. Multicolored lights emanated from a series of enormous gemstones inlaid into the arch and the stone. Over the disc hovered a horizontal portal into darkness. The portal rapidly shrank until it vanished with a tiny pop. Nathan stared blankly at the disc, losing himself in the fractal-like carvings for a moment. Whatever that is, it's beautiful. It's like an arcane language or art, all carved with mathematical precision. Magic? Nathan's attention was drawn by something moving beyond the arch. There was a man on a low dais at the edge of the room, and it looked like he was concluding a victory dance. The man pumped his fists and bounced on his feet like somebody who had just won the lottery, his orange robe flapping. Just behind him were a pair of humanoid statues with eerie levels of detail, flanking the door out of the room. The orange-robed man saw Nathan looking at him and held out his palm, the semi-universal gesture for stop, as he mouthed a word that didn't look like stop at all. He busied himself at a wide control panel, complete with flashing lights. The grid of equipment surrounding Nathan dimmed even faster, quickly turning into a mix of shiny metal in steel, copper, and gold tones. The shining orbs lost their glow, many of them cracking apart with a faint tinkling sound that sounded expensive. The man hopped down from the dais, nearly skipping over to Nathan's bowl. He kept his attention fixed on Nathan, not sparing a second glance at the complicated apparatus that he threaded his bulk through with a deftness born of familiarity. Nathan found the man's single-minded focus unnerving and looked around for anything to cover himself with. He settled for simply putting a hand in front of his genitals before looking up to observe the man who was approaching Nathan's bowl. He looked to be a man of average height, in late middle age, fairly pudgy, with a full head of black hair and a wide, stubbly face. His eyes glowed orange. What? And his face was full of excitement as he stopped in front of Nathan. He clapped his hands together and spoke in a low, fast voice. Tak ak ka odadark. It sounded like the same deep voice Nathan had heard in his head earlier, and Nathan looked up at him dumbly and spoke with a raw throat. Excuse me, sorry, but what? The man slapped one hand across each eye in a gesture of self-admonishment, before stepping forward and laying a hand on Nathan's forehead. Ankiko rur kiuko. Orange light emitted from the man's mouth with the words, and from the hand on Nathan's forehead. Nathan's head spiked in pain, a pressure and tightness squeezing down behind both temples, like a concussion combined with the worst migraine Nathan had ever had. His eyes slammed shut, and Nathan collapsed sideways. Both hands flew to his head, modesty forgotten. After a brief moment, he heard the man's voice again, and Nathan felt the language was more familiar than before. Cold and unyielding hands slid underneath him, lifting Nathan gently off the floor as he tried to curl into a ball around the pain in his head. Whatever held him felt more like a statue than a person. Nathan felt its steps carry him across the room, down a staircase and through a hallway. The pain in his head receded rapidly, and he blinked teary eyes open. He was being carried by a humanoid statue made of the same sand-colored marble as the walls. A multicolored opalescence shone from its eyes. Then, A blue box flashed in Nathan's vision, front and center. Welcome to Davrar. Davrar will help you survive, adapting you to the local biosystem. Davrar is calibrating to your understanding and determining your capabilities. Please be patient. This will not take long. What? Nathan desperately wanted to figure out what any of that meant, but the box vanished as soon as he parsed what it said. The man in orange hovered next to him, and when he saw Nathan open his eyes, he heaved a relieved sigh and started to talk quickly. Hail the giant! You must be so confused. Be patient for just a moment, and all will be explained. Each word caused another pulse of pain, but they were just faint wisps compared to the earlier migraine. Hang on, that wasn't English or Spanish, and neither was the text in the box. How did I understand that? Was that magic? I'm being carried by a statue? The man had distinctly spoken in the same language as before, but this time Nathan understood all the words and the grammar. His head was sore, his breathing uncertain, and too many questions and observations swirled in his mind. So he let the statue carry him down another flight of stairs and to a metal door. Beyond the door was a small stone room in the same seamless pale marble, complete with a bed, table, and 2 chairs in light wood. In one corner of the room, a trough of water smoothly ran underneath a hollowed-out seat. The statue, or golem, animated object, gently set Nathan down in one of the chairs on one side of the table. The orange-robed man smoothly slid into the seat across the table, and his orange eyes focused on Nathan's face like 2 searchlights. Given that they were faintly glowing, it wasn't too bad of a comparison. I will explain. I am Grand Dimension Archmage Teol Dodroxol, 7th Finger and 3rd Researcher of the Ascendant Academy of Giants' Rest. I have summoned you here in a grand quest for insights and power. I scryed across dimensions to find... He was interrupted by Nathan loudly coughing into his elbow, his lungs scraped raw. Teol's eyes widened briefly, and he took in Nathan's teary eyes and naked body. Oh, a gauntlet of apologies. You have had a long journey. His lips curved into a self-satisfied smile. A very long journey. Teol sized up Nathan, then gestured to the golem. Fetch an extra-large apprentice robe, a bowl of porridge, and 1 spoon. The mobile statue immediately turned and left the room, closing the door gently behind it. Teol leaned across the table, catching Nathan's left hand in his right, even as Nathan flinched away. He spoke again in that resonant voice that Nathan had heard before Teol had taught him a language with a touch. Moderate curing. Nathan's residual headache lessened dramatically, his breathing evened out, and the ringing in his ears reduced to background noise. He shook his head out, amazed at how good he felt all of a sudden. As if by magic. Actually by magic. He used magic on me, and called himself an archmage. There's magic here, and I can probably learn it. Excitement quickly replaced the pain. Nathan knew he should probably be scared. He should probably ask what the hell had just happened to bring him here. But instead, his mouth spoke the words at the forefront of his mind. Can I learn magic? Teol smiled again, teeth white and eyes glittering. Yes, my boy. You will give me the secrets of your world, and I will teach you magic. Together, we will grasp Davrar and bring it to our breast. Chapter 2. New Systems. Nathan shared a grin with Teol, excitement flooding through him. He'd wanted to do magic ever since he was little, when his parents had read fantasy stories to him in bed. The wish had only grown stronger as he grew older and started reading on his own. Every birthday when he blew out the candles, his wish had been the same. I wish I could do magic. Then, nothing fantastic had ever happened to him. No magic had appeared. So Nathan had turned to the closest thing available: science. If you couldn't discover arcane secrets and bend reality around you with magic spells, then at least you could discover secrets of the natural world and bend reality with normal tools. That motivation had gotten harder to rely on over the years. It could be hard to convince yourself that understanding the signaling pathways of stem cell differentiation was plumbing the deep secrets of reality, especially if your last few experiments failed to even let you know if you were on the right track. But none of that matters now. Wherever I am, magic is real, and I can learn it. Tail leaned back in his chair, adjusting his bulk and steepling his fingers. I am glad you are a willing helper in this. It is easier than if you were unwilling, and presents fewer knots to slice. But here, food and clothes have arrived. I will allow you some time to dress and eat. Soon I shall return to discuss what you will tell me. As he spoke, the door opened, and the golem of pale stone walked through, holding a steaming bowl. It placed the bowl in front of Nathan, then put a spoon next to it, and laid a folded robe of grey cloth and a pair of slippers on the bed. Tail pushed himself up from the table and followed the golem out of the door. There came the thud of a bar being placed across the door. Should I be concerned about that? Hard to know. Nathan sat in the chair for a moment, too many thoughts crowding his mind. His excitement warred with his worry and anxiety about everything that had just happened. What are my priorities? Clothes first, I'm cold. He picked up the robe and put it on with only a bit of fumbling. It consisted of a t-shirt-like undershirt that fell past Nathan's hips. Draped over and attached to that garment was an enveloping robe that touched the floor, flowing around Nathan's legs like a bathrobe. There was a separate pair of underwear, like thick boxers with a drawstring. All of the material was soft and warm against his bare skin. Had his body changed at all? Nothing obvious. Pale, tall, a little bit more fat than he'd prefer. He eyed a lock of lanky blonde hair. Wish I'd gotten that cut last week. Hard to plan for portal shenanigans. He put on the slippers and looked at the bowl. He'd been about to eat back on Earth, but food was at the bottom of his list after the events of the last hour? Half hour? Nathan had no idea. It's possible to eat and think. You don't want to be distracted by hunger when it's time to learn magic, or learn more about what's going on here. Nathan sat and started to mechanically eat. It was bland, but that was okay. He was excited about magic, obviously, but he couldn't let that overwhelm everything else. And he was being overwhelmed. Nathan took a minute to just sit, close his eyes, and breathe, clearing his mind for a moment so he could focus on one thing at a time. What had happened, and what did it mean? Tail had summoned him here intentionally. What had he said? He wanted knowledge, science, and technology? But where was here? Another reality? A parallel dimension, or universe? Another world in the same universe as Earth, but far away and magical? It probably didn't matter. Likely, the only way to get back would be magic, the same way he'd arrived. Something to think about. I'm not raring to go back immediately. There's magic here. Magic was an opportunity he'd only dreamed of. Nathan didn't have people waiting for him that trumped that. He definitely didn't want to see his ex-girlfriend again. His parents were distant and divorced, and he'd drifted apart from most of his friends over the last few years of intensive research. Nathan wondered if his lab mates would notice he had stopped coming into work, before his few friends noticed he hadn't scheduled their next D&D session. I don't want to forget about the idea of going home, but I definitely want to learn more about this place. Is the world called Davrar? That's how the box thing identified it, and Tail said it too. Why were the people here humans? Tail certainly looked human. That suggested either a parallel universe or something else going on. Magic or something that made everybody look like what he expected, to put him at ease. Nathan had read a sci-fi short story like that. Don't jump to conclusions. What do you know? Nathan grimaced. Tail had mental magic, didn't he? That spell had taught Nathan a language. If you could add something to a brain, you could probably take something away. Would Tail use mental magic on somebody without their consent? He kind of already had, and hadn't made a good first impression on Nathan. Tail reminded Nathan of some really arrogant professors he'd met, the ones who thought their positions and authority made them unquestionable beacons of knowledge, and God help the poor grad student who disagreed with their ideas. He also implied that if I didn't cooperate, it would just make things harder. More knots to slice. I don't like that phrasing at all. Nathan finished the porridge. He looked down at the empty bowl and the metal spoon he was holding. With a flash of inspiration, he looked around the room for somewhere inconspicuous. The corner of the room with a trough of water running underneath a chair looked best. On closer inspection, the chair was almost exactly like a toilet seat, with waste intended to fall into the shallow trough of running water. It also seemed intended as a source of drinking water. There was an empty stone cup next to the seat. Mixing sewage and drinking water was a terrible idea, but maybe they relied on the water to sweep away everything. Maybe cleaning or healing magic makes that a non-issue. I wouldn't want to tempt fate with that. I bet bacteria can evolve magic resistance. They can figure out how to resist just about everything else, after all. Regardless, it was the perfect spot for Nathan's plan. An inconspicuous part of the room that he would often return to, even if someone messed with his mind. Using the base of the metal spoon he'd used to eat, Nathan scratched a symbol into the stone wall next to the toilet. It was something he was confident he'd recognize as coming from himself. Nobody else here should know the chemical structure of caffeine. Then, after another moment of thought, he added a single tick mark next to it. Okay, maybe if he got mind-wiped, this would help him realize what had happened. What was next? That weird blue box? As if summoned by the thought, a larger blue box popped up. Davrar has recognized you, Nathan Lark. You have become fully integrated into Davrar and are ready to begin. As you have no talents, classes, or skills, despite being of mature age, Davrar has deemed you to be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Davrar will provide more explanations than usual. Your class, talent, and skill gain will be accelerated until you are no longer at a disadvantage. Davrar is here to help you survive and prosper. It will offer you talents and utility skills according to your innate talents and abilities, and allow you to choose a class to suit your needs. Talents and utility skills can develop every 10 ranks, but require insight to do so. Each class will grant different and unique class skills according to the theme of the class. To unlock classes, reach level 9 and choose from the presented list. Classes. Develop at levels 27, 81, 243, and so on. There are ways to acquire more than one class. Good luck discovering them. To level up, overcome challenges. The more dire the challenge, the more you will be rewarded. Davrar hopes you will survive and prosper. Nathan read through the box to be certain, but he knew what it said as soon as it appeared. As if he'd always known, and was just now remembering the information. He felt anxiety build in the pit of his stomach as the strangeness of this place mounted. The box knew his full name, and more information had been inserted into his head. those weren't even his biggest concerns. The contents of the box imply that my survival is in question. Davrar, the world and the origin of the boxes, seemed to be offering him an RPG-like progression system. And how was it appearing to him? More mental magic? Nathan turned his head, and the box turned with him. He wished it would move to the corner of his vision, and it did. It's definitely integrated with my thoughts somehow. Don't like not knowing anything about that. He closed the box with another thought and tried to open it up again. It took a second, only opening when Nathan prompted it with the first sentence of the box. I gotta figure out what's going on with these things. Toss it on the pile of stuff to figure out with everything else. Honestly, it seemed like something he should just ask Tail about. Was there any reason to hide it from the mage? Maybe Nathan should ask about it circumspectly. Nathan was mulling it over when another box opened up. Status of Nathan Lark. Talent 1, pending. Talent 2, none. Talent 3, none. Class, none, level 1. Utility skills, none. That was pretty bare bones. The pending talent was listed underneath the status.
Pending talent, high-tier magic resistance.
Your body has no magic inside it, and magic-resistant alchemical ingredients permeate your bones and brain, making you difficult to affect with magic. This talent will turn a temporary quirk into a personal talent. You will be able to resist and interfere with spells, and will have great difficulty casting magic of your own. Less effect on higher-tier spells. Magical items will have less effect on you, and weaker magical items degrade when in prolonged contact with you. Again, Nathan didn't have to read the description to understand what it said. Wait, magic-resistant alchemical ingredients? Earth had no magic, which was probably why he didn't either. But magic-resistant alchemical ingredients didn't sound good. Maybe they were something common on Earth that wasn't common here. And high-tier magic resistance? He read the description again with the eye of an RPG player. It sounded good, but it depended on how common magic was. The talent would do better resisting minor spells than big ones, which was where you would need it most. And it prevented both beneficial spells and personal magic, which made it a big no-no for Nathan. Maybe this was the basic talent, and he could make it better, to the point of not preventing his own magic. Being immune to his own magic would probably let him do all sorts of risky magical experiments. But the name suggested it was already a high-tier talent. The lower-tier versions must be awful. Nathan could feel the talent waiting for his approval and almost declined it on the spot. He wanted to learn magic, and taking the talent would make that impossible. But it didn't seem like there was time pressure, so he held off on making the decision. With another thought, all of the boxes vanished again. What now? Well, I'm locked in a cell. It's not the worst cell, but it's still a windowless box with a door barred from the outside. Nathan's anxiety ratcheted up as he realized how little control he had of his situation. He was being held in captivity by a man who didn't strike him as entirely trustworthy. But Nathan was not as anxious as he probably should be. Either I'm just really excited about learning magic, or... Nathan slapped himself in the forehead and started checking his memories, seeing if he could notice anything weird about his thoughts of the last hour. You know, beyond the boxes, and magic, and being sucked through a portal to somewhere else. Then he searched the rest of the room for other messages he might have left himself. There was nothing, just smooth stone that looked like it had melted and cooled in the shape of a room. The bed was somewhat crudely carved, and the mattress felt like it was stuffed with grass. At least I don't have to worry about that fellowship application. Or my experiments. Though my experiment is totally shot unless this is all a really convincing dream. But that's okay. I can learn magic. Then, if I go home, I'll demonstrate magic and become a celebrity. Maybe get shuffled off to a black site. But hey, then I get to confuse government agents, build up a rapport with the scientists studying me, and save the world or something. It would be a welcome change from the daily grind. None of that seemed likely, but it felt good to think about. Maybe that's why he wasn't feeling very anxious. His standard day-to-day worries of the last few months were gone. No more worrying about research, funding, lab politics, or budgeting to cover the rent on an expensive studio apartment he'd originally planned on splitting with his ex. And while there were definitely new things to worry about, they were exciting things to worry about. The sort of things that came with the territory of hopping between worlds, and learning magic was real. And even if he didn't trust Tale, he could learn it by himself.
Chapter 3. The First Discussion. Nathan didn't have too long to wait before Tale Dodroxel, Grand Dimension Archmage of Giant's Rest, came back. He heard the door being unbarred, heralding Tale waddling in and sliding into the other chair. He wore a new robe, still in orange. It was embroidered with gold thread in patterns that could have been magical, but were certainly decorative. A man-sized stone statue in the same khaki marble as the walls followed the Archmage in, bearing a wooden slab covered in food. The golem set the food down in the middle of the table and withdrew to stand in front of the door. Tale shook his robes back from his hands and dug in, slapping preserved meats onto soft cheeses and dipping them in fragrant sauces. He smacked his lips appreciatively and gestured for Nathan to follow suit. As Nathan tentatively nibbled on the luxurious fare, Tale began lecturing, continuing to eat as he spoke. When I peered upon your world with my dimensional magics, I beheld marvels made common. Buildings taller than the clouds, metal traveling devices that flew faster than any bird, ships the size of islands. A wonder of wonders, all without magic. I could not halt myself from imagining what could be done by clasping such knowledge in the same hand as one holding magic. Tale took a bite from a log of cheese, pointing it at Nathan. I tailored my spell to summon one with expertise in your science. I built my spell to bring me one with the insights necessary to build such wonders. So I know that you know of such things. First, and most importantly, what is your class? He looked at Nathan expectantly and gestured with what resembled a pickled chicken leg to answer his question. There's a lot to digest there. I know a lot about science and technology, but I don't think I can build an airplane for Tale. But let's not rock the boat. I'm sorry, but classes? I don't think those exist where I come from. Tale's jaw dropped, giving Nathan an unfortunate view of the masticated cheese log. He sprayed some of it across the platter as he spoke. Hear me, but you cannot be serious. He gazed in wonder at Nathan. But you are. No classes, and still your world achieves such things. He shook his head with amazement. I expect a vein of gold and find it to be of orichalcum. No matter. Surely you've received some kind of message from Davrar about classes. All people do as soon as they can understand. Just think about your abilities, and Davrar should grant you information in some way that makes sense to you. You have seen such a thing, haven't you? Nathan tentatively nodded, and Tale grinned widely. Excellent. We shall begin by making you my personal apprentice.
I will start with initial training in basic mana shaping to unlock the talent and your mana pool. Then we can speed along the basic leveling process with the Enslavement Mage progression. Enslavement Mage? Tael must have seen the confusion in Nathan's face, and the Archmage looked self-satisfied as he explained further. The Enslavement Mage path is the fastest path to mental magic if you have the resources, and I do. Hear me, but there are mental spells that allow directly imparting knowledge to another, and I would have you master them as soon as possible. He nodded again, eyes gazing into the distance as he planned. Then it will be possible to impart your knowledge to the necessary craftspeople and realize the wonders of your world here on Davrar. I had hoped you would have a teaching class already, so you could effectively explain things. But truly, mages and magic are superior to all other classes in all things. Oh, is it not wonderful that I can design your advancement? Truly perfect. He squirmed in excitement. Tael had continued to shove food into his mouth as he spoke excitedly.
The combination of chewing while speaking and additional food sprayed from Tael's mouth turned Nathan off the platter, but not as much as the rising tide of dread sparked by Tael's words. I do not like where this is going at all. I want to explore magic for myself, thank you very much. Nathan tried to get a word in edgewise to ask for clarification, but Tael plowed right over him. Of course, I must assuage my curiosity before we begin and establish the conditions of our partnership. I will ask you questions as to how your world accomplishes these things, and you will answer. First, what is your full name? Then, how do those metal boxes move along the ground? There is no magic, but they move by themselves. What moves them? I must know. He sure likes to talk. I can't just refuse to answer him, but I need more information. He cast around for a good alternative subject to assuage Tael, speaking as he thought frantically. My name is Nathan Lark, and I apologize for answering a question with a question, but what is Davrar? Is it the name of your world? Is there a person named Davrar granting people power? How do these classes work? Tael eyed Nathan and frowned for a second before responding. It is understandable. I respect curiosity about such things. I would share frustration at being ignorant of something so basic. He leaned back and spread his hands wide. Our world is called Davrar, and it grants us the powers of talents and classes and all the rest. Scholars of renown say that Davrar is the will of the world, ensuring that thinking beings survive against the horrors of monsters and endings. Tael smirked slightly. One could wish it was a little more selective about what qualifies as civilized beings, and excluded some of the barbarians and intelligent monsters from its blessing, but we can fix that oversight on our own. Fearing what he was about to hear, Nathan pushed more on that last point. How will you fix that problem? Tael turned expectant eyes from the remaining food to Nathan. Of course, there is only one permanent solution. We must take control of their lands and either civilize them appropriately or replace them with good stock. How else? So they're not just slavers, but genociders as well. I hate that I'm glad I look like them. But for now, I bet it makes him trust me more. Tael pointed a chicken bone at Nathan. I see what you're doing, boy, and I applaud you for it. You find yourself in an unfamiliar place and wish to learn as much as you can before you make any commitments. It reminds me of myself when I was your age, advancing up the ranks of the Ascendant Academy. He tossed the chicken bone back onto the platter dismissively, locking eyes with Nathan. But I must be clear as flawless gems. Your only path here is giving me what I want. You have no other options. You shall do it willingly, and I will raise you up to stand ascendant in magic, just under me.
Else, I will dominate your mind and force you to tell me your truths. If you prove stubborn, I will transfer your soul to a golem core and extract your knowledge from a screaming husk. Sweat broke out all over Nathan's body, and adrenaline shocked into his veins. Tail seemed entirely serious, and he gazed at Nathan without hesitance or pity. Nathan did the only thing he could think of. He brought back the window for his pending talent, and approved it. This might make it harder for me to learn magic later, but I need all the protection I can get from this archmage who just threatened to rip out my soul. And I need it now. Congratulations, you have accepted the high-tier magic resistance talent. It will become a permanent part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your talent's functions to aid in talent development at rank 10. And it says it's permanent. Well, that's a problem for future Nathan. Current Nathan needs to deal with a genocidal archmage staring at me from across the table, who just demanded to know how cars worked. Nathan reached for a bite of food to give himself some more time to think, picking up a piece of cheese from the edge of the platter that looked to have avoided the worst of Tail's messy eating habits. I could just tell him. It's not like a basic explanation of internal combustion engines will start an industrial revolution. I certainly don't know enough to make one from scratch. There's a lot involved in a car. But on the other hand, not only was this the start of a slippery slope, but maybe the very idea of how to convert expanding gas into rotational energy would interact with some magic Nathan didn't know about. Nathan couldn't be sure he wasn't handing some important secret to Tail if he told him anything. All of a sudden, Nathan found that somebody making direct, personal threats against him to break his principles didn't make him anxious. It made him enormously pissed off. He was not going to teach this genocidal maniac about technology. He would rather die than enable Tail's goals. That conclusion settled into Nathan's mind, and Davrar reacted. Pending talent, moderate tier, resolute mind. You have resolved to refuse to violate your principles in the face of overwhelming power. This talent will make that decision into a personal talent. You will be harder to persuade to change your mind, and be extra resistant to talents and skills that can charm or influence you. You will also have minor resistance to mental magic geared at influencing you, less effective on high-tier talents and spells. Nathan once more found he could understand the box's contents almost instantly. He rejected the talent just as quickly. Harder to persuade to change your mind? That sounds more like a curse than a blessing. It would make me useless at science. Forever. For very little benefit.
Only an arrogant idiot presumes they're always right. The only thing I'm sure about right now is that Tail's an asshole. Tail tapped his fingers on the table impatiently. Nathan took a deep breath and tried to stop quivering with rage. He was playing for time and information now, until he could figure out how to escape. Time to put on an act. Maybe he has a truth spell or something. Try not to directly lie. Nathan gave a faint nod to Tail. It does appear better for us both if I cooperate willingly. I apologize for my reaction, but you must have noticed that my world is generally peaceful. We have wars, but most people never experience violence. The talk of wiping out peoples is shocking to me. Tail pursed his lips at Nathan, then shrugged and, with an offhand wave of his hand, cast a spell. Nathan's eyes saw double for a second. Had he really seen that gesture and heard that spell? Surely his good friend Tail wouldn't do such a thing. He was a nice guy, and he was going to teach Nathan magic. Why was he refusing to talk about combustion engines? They were really neat. It was fun to explain the basics of science. Nathan had spent a lot of volunteer hours in college doing science demos and explaining basic science and technology to younger kids. He even had a cool explanation worked out for how combustion pressure was used to drive motion. Surely he could just explain this basic thing to Tail. And then Tail would teach him magic. Tail, the asshole who threatened me with the worst kind of mental magic. That was pretty goddamn violating. The moment faded, and Nathan felt the effect slide off him. The spell tingled as it disentangled itself from his head and puffed away, leaving Nathan clear-eyed and suffused with cold rage. While Nathan had been struggling with the spell, Tail had been talking, extolling the greatnesses of his culture, it sounded like. And of course the barbarians have none of that. What will they do when the next ending comes? Cower in their hovels and beg their ancestors to save them? No. Giant's Rest brings enlightenment to those we conquer, and we raise them up for it. We are harsh at times, but it is an absolute necessity. Many peoples have strange and ridiculous superstitions and traditions that prevent them from properly fitting into our nation. But the Ascendant Academy is open to all peoples, if they can pass the entrance exam, and our civilizing influence will truly save the world. That is a truth of the fist. Taol's eyes were positively beady as he surveyed Nathan again, gauging the effect of his spell and speech. He apparently decided it wasn't enough. This time, Nathan felt the spell hit, and blinked his eyes closed for a moment against the tingling sensation. He stilled his mind in an instant to focus entirely on the feeling of the spell, trying to dig hooks into his reasoning. The spell slid off once more, like a wave of pins and needles rippling over his skull. High-tier magic resistance rank 2 achieved. Taol had asked Nathan a question. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Taol frowned slightly, then repeated his question. Therefore, with such a glorious cause as ours, don't you think you can satisfy my curiosity? It's a simple question. How do those metal boxes move along the ground? It didn't seem like this was about Taol's curiosity anymore. Nathan not answering the question had angered Taol, and he wanted to establish his authority and get an answer. Nathan didn't see any way to avoid the question. He hoped that Taol wouldn't jump straight to mind control, but he couldn't think of an evasion. He thought about jumping Taol, but there was a table in the way, and the golem still stood by the door. He needed time to think and plan, to rank up his magic resistance before he challenged Taol for real. He should go with a soft refusal. I'm so sorry, Taol, but I'm feeling overwhelmed and confused right now. You have some really good arguments, and I need to think them over. Can you give me some time to try to understand everything that's happened? I also want to hear more about how your culture governs subjects, and how the academy works. It sounds like an amazing place to learn magic. It was weak, and Nathan knew it was weak. But he'd been the target of 2 mind-affecting spells in as many minutes, so it was the best he could do. Tail seemed to agree. He sighed and stood. You're a soft, sentimental boy, but surprisingly resistant to charm spells. It would be so much better to have you cooperate willingly. We will try again. Next time, I won't threaten you, or mention the inferior peoples at all. Nathan's body froze in his chair. He was breathing, but every voluntary muscle had frozen. He couldn't blink, couldn't move his eyes. It nearly caused him to panic until he focused on the adrenaline still coursing through him. He tried to throw off the like he had the charm, but it wasn't working. The tingling of the spell stayed anchored firmly in his muscles, blocking or jamming all the messages sent to them. He focused on his right hand, trying to throw his entire will into twitching a finger. Nothing happened. He pushed harder, and still nothing happened. Tail was slowly walking around the table, coaxing a faint glow along in his hand. He seemed to be muttering under his breath, but Nathan couldn't spare the attention to listen. He focused again on his right hand, this time imagining sucking the energy in his hands into his bones. He felt something moving, like there was another sense in his hand, detecting not pressure or heat, but something wispier. He drew that wispy feeling out of the muscles and into the bones of his hand and arm, naming the bones as the feeling drifted past. Ulna, radius, the big ones, all the phalanges in the hand, then the mess of small bones in the wrist.
They're all sponges, soaking up the magic in the muscles around them. His hand twitched and then came completely under his control once again. Satisfaction bloomed in Nathan's mind, competing with the terror. He focused on doing the same to the rest of his body. It wasn't easy. The paralysis pervaded him and wasn't letting go. But slowly, the spell started to unravel. High-tier magic resistance rank 3 achieved. And he was out of time. Tail's hand came down on his face. Chapter 4. Putting the pieces together. Nathan woke up in an unfamiliar bed, his back itchy against the lumpy mattress. He shifted, and the heavy blanket twisted with him. Much heavier than the blanket he usually slept with. What was going on? He opened his eyes and looked around the room, slowly waking up. He had a bit of a headache, and it felt like he'd had a particularly intense dream that he couldn't quite grasp. The last thing he remembered was dropping his backpack on his carpet in his apartment. And what was up with this room? Seamless stone on all 6 surfaces, like it had been carved out of raw rock and then smoothed until the stone gleamed. All of the corners were slightly rounded. There was a light in the middle of the ceiling, and it looked like a glowing rock. A table with 2 chairs sat in the center of the room, with a bowl of fruit set out on the table. On the other side of the room was a water trough underneath a toilet seat, with an empty cup next to it. That's not hygienic at all. Nathan got up to inspect the strange room in more detail. Nothing was manufactured. All the furniture looked handmade. This seemed like way too much effort for a prank. And who would put in this much effort to prank him? Unless he was on a weird reality TV show. But those required waivers and things, unless they wanted to get sued out of existence. He recognized none of the fruit, not even from that weird Asian fruit box his dad had sent him once. Where was he? Something drifted up from his barely remembered dream. A feeling of certainty. A different world. That must have been some dream he'd had. It still bounced around in his head, but nothing about it was clear beyond an overwhelming sense of fear and anger. But here he was, somewhere he couldn't explain. Maybe I should give the dream more credit. I'm not one to get mystical at all, but this feels different from normal. Maybe I should have kept up with the lucid dreaming stuff. Nathan realized he was parched and looked in vain for another source of water, but there was nothing other than a handy cup near the toilet trough. Damn it. He scooped up a cup of water and sat on the toilet seat to drink it, studying the wall from close up. It was nice rock, well polished, with a moderate grain to it. The sort of rock people paid a lot for in houses. The water was clean and about as cold as you'd get from a tap. Then Nathan blinked. Scratched into the rock in front of him was a familiar 2-ring chemical structure. Caffeine? What the hell? And a single tick mark next to it. For some reason, that drawing filled him with anxiety, a yawning pit opening up in his gut. Nathan stared at the symbol of wakefulness and feared what it meant. Wake up. That's what caffeine does to you. Nathan staggered back to the bed, sitting on the soft surface as his breathing quickened. He pinched himself. He felt a crushing weight on his chest, like it was impossible to take a breath. He cradled his head in his hands, a foggy brain and tight chest threatening to make him pass out. No. Sit up straight. Deep breaths. This is why you learned to meditate. You don't have the app, but you can still clear your mind. Start by focusing on your breath. In through the nose, down the throat, into the lungs. Feel your lungs expand all the way out, the rib cage opening up. Then breathe out, slowly. Again. Now focus on your body. It's a cloud of sensations, and your consciousness fills all of it. You're not asleep because you can feel your body so clearly. Everything is contained within your consciousness, and you control all of it. Minutes passed, and Nathan's mind emptied as his breath came deep and even. Once he felt calmer, Nathan broadened his thoughts past his physical sensations. What now? I have clues. I'm somewhere weird, with all sorts of inexplicable things. A glowing rock, handmade furniture, weird fruit, and a weird toilet. I have a fragment of a dream in my head about being in a different world. And there's a chemical structure I know well, carved into the rock in my cell. That is the sort of message I would leave myself. Did I forget something? Was I made to forget something? Everything pointed back to the dream. He needed to remember what it was about before his sense of it faded entirely. Nathan shifted his entire focus to the hazy memory in the back of his head, and he tried to call it up, to relive the dream. But it was slippery, passing through his fingers of concentration like a wispy cloud. No. It's like there's a thin pane blocking my efforts. The dream's right there, but something's stopping me from remembering it. Nathan captured the sensation in his mind's eye, examining it within this meditative state. It was like an angled piece of glass deflecting his attention to the side. Nathan pictured himself dispersing it, like he did unwanted thoughts. There was a distinctly physical sensation, like a skin-tight net around his head falling apart. And then he remembered. Everything that had happened yesterday. Exposure to vacuum, Tael's summoning room, the messages from Davrar, the subsequent conversation with Tael, and the mind wipe. Tael is a rampaging asshole. He opened his eyes and saw 3 blue boxes waiting for him. High-tier magic resistance, rank 4, achieved. Good. Ranking up that skill was almost certainly his path to survival and freedom. Pending utility skill, low tier. Focused mind. You have used mental exercises to avoid panic and focus on what was necessary. This skill will help you attain a focused and undistracted state more easily when you need it. Requires you to be seated, unmoving, and with eyes closed to use. As far as Nathan could tell, that was only beneficial, and there didn't seem to be a limit on the number of utility skills he could have. Even if there was, being focused and calm was invaluable. He accepted the skill. Congratulations, you have accepted the low-tier Focused Mind utility skill. It will become a part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Then Nathan turned to the 3rd box. You have leveled up to level 3. Congratulations, you have defeated high-tier mental magic with very few resources. It will be harder to level up as you gain a higher level. That was nice. It seemed like he didn't have to kill anything, just overcome difficult challenges to level up. Now what? It was time to plan, time to figure out his next steps. Nathan visitly other there, that we have known formation to two. Nathan forget configurate content with his record loves. You have gone to be caved in factinging the years. This is another question with level up. Nathan turned to the third box. It was time to plan, to figure out his some scratch paper and a pencil to list what he knew and what options he had. It was the same way he planned experiments, and he wanted to use the familiar process to help organize his thoughts. But he hadn't seen anything like that in the room, and he didn't want to leave any evidence for Tail to find next time he knocked Nathan out and erased his memories. If there is a next time. He implied he'd take more drastic measures eventually. What was it? Oh, yeah. Stick your soul in a golem core and extract knowledge from your screaming husk. Charming. Nathan closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He'd never felt anger like this before. Luckily, focused mind helped him stay on track. I need to think clearly. This isn't a situation anger will get me out of. If Tail did decide to go another round with the mind wipe, Nathan needed to put in more insurance. He looked around for an object to mark the wall with. The only metal object in the room, aside from some nails holding the furniture together, was the dish the fruit came in. It wasn't ideal, but it served to make another tick mark next to the caffeine molecule. Nathan sighed, thinking about other ways to help him remember if Tail wiped his memory again. He could just write, "You've been mind-wiped," and so long as he saw it and Tail didn't, he'd have a bit of insurance. Nathan was also pretty sure Tail didn't understand English. But if he can teach me a language with a spell, he might be able to translate it back. Anyway, let's plan on how to get out of here without getting memory purged again. My new skill should help. Nathan closed his eyes and focused again, once more finding it easier than ever to banish extraneous thoughts and focus on how to deal with Tail and escape. Should he try to catch Tail by surprise and attack him as soon as possible? That plan would let Nathan punch Tail in the face, which was certainly appealing. And Tail wouldn't expect an attack right after the mind wipe. The longer Nathan waited, the more chances Tail would have to catch on. That would probably lead him to take drastic measures. On the other hand, Nathan knew nothing about where he was, or anything about Tail's magical defenses. He needed more information to develop a plan beyond punch Tail in the face and try to find an exit. What if he was in the middle of the academy that Tail had mentioned? I also can't help but think that magic resistance is my trump card. I want to wait as long as possible and rank it up as much as I can before it's revealed. Okay, so if attacking Tail was a bad idea, how about sneaking out? Nathan wouldn't have to confront the Archmage, but he still faced all of the same problems, in addition to a bar on the door. It was worth keeping in mind, but there would have to be a good opening. So it seemed that Nathan would have to talk to Tail again, and pretend to know nothing. Nathan knew he wasn't great at being deceptive, but it didn't look like he had a choice. At least all he had to do was play dumb. But how could Nathan get the information he needed? Well, the first step to manipulation was to look at the other person's perspective. Tail believed in his own superiority and the power of his magic. He'd wiped Nathan's memories of their previous conversation and was probably taking time to plan out the perfect series of lies to get Nathan on his side. It would have been smarter for Tail to not give Nathan any time to break the mind magic. But Tail probably thought his magic was flawless, and there was no way for Nathan to break it. Maybe he wanted Nathan to stew in an unfamiliar setting before swinging in to rescue him. Or maybe he simply had other things on his plate than a dimensional abductee with the secrets of industrial revolution. Seems unlikely. He wants me to help him change the world. Well, if he wasn't going to attack Tail, Nathan should conform to the Archmage's expectations as much as possible. He should act confused
and be grateful to Tail for any friendliness or explanation. But that had to have a limit. He had to have a justification for refusing to follow Tail's plans. Should he get Tail to teach him magic? It would be tricky to do without giving up anything, but the possibility was there. On the other hand, Nathan reminded himself there were some really good reasons not to learn magic. His magic resistance skill would interfere with it, and that could clue Tail in on what was happening. Also, there was a chance that if he picked up more skills or talents right now, then his magic resistance skill would not rank up as quickly. I just don't know enough about how this system works to want to rely on it for any part of this plan.
The magic resistance I understand, at least partially. But how that interacts with other talents, classes, and skills is unknown territory. Come to think of it, that would have been a good reason to hold off on accepting Focused Mind. But it was already proving its value, letting him plan without being interrupted by gibbering fear about deciding to oppose an apparently genocidal city/kingdom/empire single-handedly. But I want to learn magic. Come on, it's right there. Just get Tail to teach you. Tough. Nathan wasn't going to jeopardize this plan, to learn what Tail called magic. Magic didn't have to be manipulating mana. Talons seemed like a close approximation, and that would have to be enough, at least for now. Should he try to pick up any other talents or skills immediately? If he could find anything to help with the immediate situation, he should probably take it. But unless he could figure out a talent to burrow through solid rock, the only thing that made sense was getting better at lying to Tail and stringing him along. Nathan opened his eyes to yet another blue box. Low-tier Focused Mind Rank 2 achieved. Nice. Now it was time to try lying to a wall for a while, to see if you could pick up a deception skill. Chapter 5. The Second Discussion. It turned out that Davra did not reward lying to inanimate objects. That was fair. Not long after he'd finished failing to convince the wall that it really was, in fact, made of small particles of silica and was not truly a contiguous solid, the door opened and a golem walked through, carrying a plate of roasted vegetables. Nathan did his best to act like a confused world traveler with no knowledge of how he had gotten there, asking random questions, starting with, "Where am I?" moving on to, "Who are you?" and ending with, "What is this place?" The golem had ignored him, placing the food on the table and removing the now empty bowl of fruit. When Nathan made a half-hearted move toward the door, the golem had sped up, quickly moving to the door before closing and barring it. Nathan inspected the meal and was quite pleased to note that the roasted zucchini had come with a fork. A two-pronged fork, where the prongs were nearly 1.5 inches apart. But still, a metal utensil. Huzzah! He sat down on his side of the table and quickly scratched 3 words in small text into the side that faced him. "You've been neuralized" was pretty close to "you've been mind-wiped," but the extra level of obfuscation through misspelling a pop reference seemed like a good idea. Added to his terrible handwriting and the unknown language, it seemed unlikely Tail could read it, even if he did find it. Unless there was a translate spell that had a spell check and worked on cultural references. Man, magic is bullshit. The kind of bullshit I want to use. But that's looking less and less likely. I pitted my ideals against my childhood dreams, and the ideals won. It wasn't even much of a contest. That makes me pretty proud of myself, actually. Go, Nathan! Just need to deal with the consequences now. Nathan sat down to munch on the plate of grilled green veggies. They weren't bad, cold and a little soggy, but naturally a bit peppery in a way that combined nicely with the crisped edges. Nathan could only hope it didn't contain allergens that would cause his throat to close up.
He was almost done with the plate when he heard the door being unbarred again. Nathan did his best to look up in a hopeful and confused manner when Tail entered the room, the golem striding behind the Archmage. Tail was in another orange robe, this one decorated with shiny stones around the hems and sleeves. As he was sliding into the chair, Nathan politely asked, "Can you please tell me what is going on?" Tail looked gravely at Nathan. "My boy, I do apologize, but I must be clear as flawless gems with you. First, allow me an introduction.
I'm Tail de Droxel, a researcher at the Ascendant Academy. You find yourself in a new world. As much as it twists my thumb to admit it, my understanding of what occurred is limited." Tail sat heavily in the chair, rubbing his forehead as if at his wit's end. "I believe that some cosmic force moved you across dimensions to this world. I was conducting an experiment to probe dimensional quasi-resonance, and my utter harmonic went out of control. Entirely beyond expectation, and much expensive equipment was destroyed. But right where the primary phase resonator had broken, I found you, lying on the secondary tuning rod. Before we continue, may I ask your name?" That sounded like techno-babble intended to confuse him. Magi babble? Regardless, it seemed like Tail was trying to sell Nathan a story where he'd appeared here by chance and destroyed valuable equipment in the process. He had to pretend to believe it and play into the effect that Tail was going for. He wished he could take back telling his name to Tail earlier, in case it gave him some magical advantage, but he'd done it while trying to stall, and couldn't take it back. "Oh, that is a lot to take in." Nathan made a show of taking a deep breath before looking back at Tail earnestly. "My name is Nathan Lark. Thank you for the explanation, but I'm still so confused. I'm sorry to hear that I destroyed some valuable equipment. This is all a big shock for me. I was panicking earlier, trying to figure out what was going on. I have a lot of questions. You must have incredible technology to be working on something like dimensional science." Tail seemed satisfied with the answer and smiled gently. He gestured with a hand, and Nathan saw the spell coming before the word left Tail's mouth. Nathan let his eyes go unfocused for a moment, the same way it had happened the first time.
He blinked slowly, focusing his mind to banish the seductive, foreign thoughts as they flowed into him with a prickling sensation.
Low-tier focused mind rank 3 achieved!
"No, my friend Nathan, we do not use technology. On Devrar, we use magic to bend the world to our will. I take it from your response that your world does not have magic? Would you like to learn magic?" Tail conjured a floating ball of smooth orange light over one hand, and his smile changed into something predatory. He knew what Nathan wanted, and was leveraging it, and his mental magic, to strike right at Nathan's weaknesses. Nathan knew what the right response was. Luckily, it wasn't hard to channel his excitement for magic. He didn't have to try hard to make his eyes bug out at one of the first overt displays of magic he'd ever seen. "Magic? That's incredible! Can I learn it? How does it work? Where does the energy come from? Is that an easy spell to learn? How long will it take before I could cast it?" He pointed to the orb of light, doing his best to act like he'd forgotten his misgivings and was entirely excited about learning magic. Pretty much the same as the first time he'd learned about magic from Tail. Pending utility skill. Low-tier earnestness. You have done a good job conveying seriousness and honesty to a suspicious observer. This skill will help you portray your intense conviction and honesty when you speak to people. Cannot compel actions beyond what natural speech could, and cannot fool truth spells or skills. Not exactly what Nathan had in mind, but beggars couldn't be choosers, and it seemed like it would help here. He accepted the skill.
Congratulations! You have accepted the low-tier earnestness utility skill. It will become a part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Those messages were getting repetitive.
While he'd been considering the skill, Tail had started talking. Forgive that, and I would be sure as a good glove that you can learn magic. I'd like to get you started on a mage class soon. With my enormous guidance, we could have you casting light spells such as this by week's end. But if you have no magic, I would love to hear how your people do things. This technology sounds fascinating, and I would love to hear about it. If your people have no classes, how do you accomplish anything? Nathan nodded, noticing Tail's slip. He hadn't told Tail he didn't have a class yet. I'm sorry, but classes? Do you mean something like educational degrees? Tail flushed a bit in response, so it was probably a mistake and not Tail trying to probe Nathan's memory. The Archmage rushed to explain classes again, this time omitting the mention of less civilized thinking beings that had drawn Nathan's attention the first time. Then he closed by saying, "But talents, classes, and skills are essential to all we do. My civilization, no civilization, could long survive without them against the monsters and endings of this world. Then, I ask you, even if your world has no monsters, no endings, how do you accomplish anything?" Endings. Not actually important right now. For now, Nathan had an opening to convince Tail of his usefulness as a thinking, free agent, and hopefully put off the whole Golem Core thing. He leaned into his earnestness, speaking about something he cared deeply about. I have dedicated my life to furthering our technology, and had nearly attained the highest education my world offers before. He gestured around the room. Knowledge is shared freely in my world. We have a saying among my people. If I see further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. It means that even though I may not be as wise or as smart as my predecessors, I can learn all they discovered and then surpass them in knowledge. Nathan spread his hands, as though laying his secrets upon the table. Low-tier earnestness, rank 2, achieved! Tail clasped his hands tightly together, listening to Nathan with the slightly teary eyes of a man who'd just heard a beautiful sermon. Amazing! When we lose a Titan, their skills and talents die with them. When you lose one, their skills and knowledge are taught to the next generation. What a grand world that must be. He wiped at his eyes, looking rueful. Ah, but can we make it real here? My people hoard insights like dragons, only to be dispensed to their trusted heirs and loyal students, if at all. Only a fist of steel, one armed with advantage and insight beyond all others, could break that culture. Will you give me the strength of your fist in this, Nathan? Together, we could raise the banner of knowledge, take what is best of your world, and use it in this one. He raised his hands dramatically with that, gesturing with one hand in a now familiar gesture. It was a remarkably persuasive argument, Nathan had to admit. But as the spell washed around him and passed by, Nathan reminded himself of Tail's past actions. He was not the beacon of knowledge and truth that he pretended to be. Tail Dodroxel was a scheming man, convinced his own superiority justified any means necessary to assert his dominance. He'd thrown away any chance of Nathan ever willingly cooperating with him the first time he'd cast. Looking up, Nathan saw Tail watching carefully to see his reaction. Then he gestured again, his voice louder, more insistent, and the glow from his mouth stronger. The spell was clearly cast with more strength, meant to overcome any resistance. Nathan allowed his eyes to go unfocused for a moment while he bent his will to overcome the spell. A tingling latched onto his brain, but Nathan siphoned it off into the bones of his skull with precise concentration. The spell faded without effect a moment later.
High-tier magic resistance. Rank 5 achieved! You have leveled up to level 5. Congratulations! You have resisted your opponent's attempts to persuade you. It will be harder to level up as you gain a higher level. Nathan smiled, and Tail smiled with him. Then Nathan gave the only answer that Tail would accept, mimicking Tail's speech patterns as best he could. Of course I will help you. This is a much grander path than I expected to walk in life. But you do me honor by allowing me to walk it with you. He's given me his best shot, and I've pretended to buy it. There's never going to be a better time to probe for information. But please, I have so much to learn about this world. It is unlike my own, and I cannot picture what we could even accomplish here. Can I ask where we are? I want to know about your government and society, to learn my place within it. I don't want to disgrace you if I should meet another prominent member of your academy. Nathan could feel his earnestness skill activating, guiding his voice and face to express honest curiosity and sincerity as he tried to pump Tail for information. Low-tier earnestness. Rank 3 achieved. Tail seemed taken in by Nathan's acting, smiling in a self-satisfied fashion. It is good you are thinking ahead, but you should not have to worry about that for some time. We are currently in my personal research tower, a ways to the west of Giant's Rest, and there are no other living beings in this tower to worry about. Just me, my golems, and my experiments. He waved a hand around, encompassing the room and the building beyond. It was given to me with the title of Researcher, for it is traditional to conduct experiments away from cities and towns. We will not be disturbed, as we are protected by golem, ward, and trap. There will be plenty of time to tutor you in scholarly etiquette before I present you to the Ascendant Academy and the Council of Archmages.
I'm not due back for a month at least, and I look forward to what we can accomplish in that time. The town of Housmet is a short way to the south, and I will take you there next time I visit the brothel to give you an introduction to our culture. Okay then, that's the bare minimum of what I needed to know, and it's better than I could have hoped for. We're in the wilderness, and there's nobody else around. I need to watch out for the golems, but I hope my magic resistance can help me deal with the wards and traps. Nathan still hoped to get more information from Tail, but every exchange increased the risk that Tail would figure him out. It was time to switch priorities toward escape. Nathan nodded to Tail and looked over at the golem, thinking about how to get the golem out of the room and get a jump on Tail. I don't know if my anti-magic will do squat against the golem, and I don't want to risk everything on getting lucky. I probably need to wait for Tail to send it somewhere. Can I ask for something? And then, since Tail needs to speak to cast his spells, I can hopefully punch him in the throat and just run. Tail asked, "How would you like to start our teachings? I have many questions to ask you, but you also must have many questions for me. Of magic?" Nathan nodded absent-mindedly, trying to think of a plan to divert the golem out of the room. "Is there anything you need to have the golem fetch to teach me mana shaping? I'd love to get started on that." Maybe Tail would send the golem away, or, at the very least, Nathan could potentially get more exposure to magic and rank up magic resistance some more. Tail froze, and his eyes narrowed. He stood up and took a few steps towards the door. "I never mentioned mana shaping. Not today." Nathan broke out in a cold sweat on realizing his mistake. Shit, I blew it.
After all my plans, one slip of the tongue throws the game. He stood up and started slowly walking around the table to approach Tail. "No, I meant, you mentioned mana earlier, and it makes sense that you'd need the mana shaping ability to be a mage." Tail wasn't buying it, taking a few more steps backwards.
You've been strangely resistant to my charms. You must have somehow broken my memory spell. You didn't think I would notice. You tried to fool me." Tails snarled in what was probably supposed to be an intimidating manner, but came off more afraid than anything else. That fear showed weakness, and Nathan lunged across the last few feet toward Tail. Maybe he could get in close and hammer the Archmage before he could get off a decisive spell. But Tail could cast spells as quickly as he could speak. Nathan felt his muscles lock up, staggering and falling mid-step as his body fell asleep all at once. He frantically pulled at the feeling of paralysis in his muscles, but his focus was broken by his cheek slamming into the ground in front of Tails' slippers. Nathan's head swam as Tails spoke gloatingly from above. "Magic is superior to all. You have given up a chance many would cut off their thumbs for. And now you will lose all you have, you stupid boy." A heavy fog descended upon Nathan's mind, pushing at his consciousness. His eyes prickled and magically slid closed. Nathan desperately sharpened his attention with focused mind, hanging on to awareness by his fingernails. Tails spoke again, and the words were spikes of meaning that Nathan grabbed a hold of to avoid falling into the beckoning pit of unconsciousness. "Take him to the golem creation room and put him on the table." When the sound faded, Nathan focused on the cold, stone hands that manhandled him into an over-the-shoulder carry. The hard stone of the golem's body dug into his stomach and hips, providing a discomfort Nathan brought to the front of his mind. As he was carried out the door and down the hallway, the suffocating tiredness lessened. Nathan was still paralyzed, but at least he wasn't about to pass out entirely. He could feel the wispy sensation of the slumber more clearly now. It was filling his head like a nasty hangover, itchy and cloying. It wouldn't slide off like the charm spell or sink into his bones like paralysis did. The sleep spell was a sticky net adhering to his thoughts, weighing them down to the point of unconsciousness. So Nathan tried to burst the net. He recalled as much as possible of the manic state he'd found after trying some internet-ordered stimulants. He imagined bright blue skies over the mountains he'd grown up in, dredged up memories of the martial arts he'd practiced in high school, and the beautiful design of optics in super-resolution microscopy. The net tore, swamped by the number of memories pressing at the edges. The spell fell apart in fragments, subsumed by Nathan's mind. He tried to sigh in relief, but he was still paralyzed and draped over the back of a golem. Right, of course. How could I forget? One thing after another. Ain't that just the way? The humor kept the fear at bay. A bit. He knew how to break the paralysis, and concentrated on doing just that. This time it was much easier, and the tingling sensation quickly faded away. Nathan didn't know if that was thanks to his focused mind, the rank-ups in the magic resistance, or just practice feeling the spell and breaking its patterns. Before he was quite finished, the golem smoothly followed Tail into a room and gently lowered him face up onto a large stone table at its center. Low-tier focused mind rank 4 achieved. High-tier magic resistance rank 6 achieved. Before Nathan could do anything, Tail cast another spell, Chains of Restraint. Nathan hastily shut his eyes again as slick magical chains sprung from the base of the table and wrapped around his limbs and across his torso. He surreptitiously flexed his arms and legs to check his paralysis, and the chains tightened to restrict him further. Oh, come on. This guy is so damn paranoid. At least he's using magic and not real chains. I can break these cuffs. He was definitely feeling a bit punch-drunk, but Nathan wasn't sure if it was a response to the mind magic he'd resisted so far, or his impending fate as an animated rock. Breaking the thin but immobilizing chains seemed like an important next step. Nathan tried tugging against the chains but felt absolutely no give in them.
His admittedly limited strength was not the answer here. He needed to use his talent. Once again, he reached out to a new kind of magic, hoping he could resist it somehow. And it's not like I have a plan B. He focused on where the chains dug into his flesh. There was a feeling beyond the merely physical. He visualized the chains, felt them engraved in his consciousness by more than just touch. The feeling wasn't wispy this time, but harder, more structured. Nathan didn't think he could do the same thing he'd done to the mental spells here. The magic didn't flow. But maybe it could break? He tried hitting the structure with his will, imagining using his consciousness as a hammer to shatter the chains. Nothing happened. Teol was busy against the back wall of the space, sounding like he was sorting through a full toolbox. He commanded the golem, "Go get an empty golem core from the second magical storage space. A Grandmaster quality, I think. I want the highest quality imbuing right now. Minimal loss of memory would be best." Nathan heard the door open and close. The golem is gone. Now or never. This may be impossible, but you only win if you play as if it is possible. How might it work? Winning answers only, please. He'd succeeded in resisting magic before by utilizing the inherent magic resistance of his body and whatever magical sense the talent had given him.
To resist charm magic, he'd noticed, and denied the intrusive thoughts, and the spell had evaporated. The paralysis had needed to be drawn out of his muscles and into his bones. The sleep magic had been overwhelmed by frantic thoughts. In each case, he'd found a key element of the spell and subverted it until the whole structure had fallen apart. What was the appropriate key element of these chains? They had a detailed structure, as if each link in the chain was a tightly packed mass of geometric shapes. It reminded him of how DNA was packed into chromosomes, strands of looped coil, each coil composed of a yet smaller string. Except here, the string was made of tightly wrapped but unknotted energy? Force? The analogy fell apart at that level. The strings themselves felt tough, like an extremely thin metal wire. Nathan picked a chain that was tight around his stomach, where he imagined a single loop of wire in a coil. He focused on grabbing a single wire and pulling, yanking with his mental fingers right into his gut. The string responded quickly to Nathan's intention. It flowed into him and stung slightly, like a needle poking skin. But as the magic entered his body, it became less substantial, sliding down an energy gradient from solid to insubstantial to non-existent. The link Nathan had focused on fuzzed out, and the entire structure of the chains loosened slightly. Oh, thank the gods. Whichever ones might exist here. Nathan wasn't paying attention to his surroundings, and he flinched as his head was lifted by fleshy hands. Teol placed some kind of metal disc under his head, folding up flexible metal arms that rested on his temples. Nathan tried to ignore it and pulled on more threads. He could only manage 3 at a time, focusing on his arms first. It only took seconds per chain, but there were a lot of chains. Then, all of a sudden, Nathan could do 4 at a time. Probably a rank up, but he didn't open his eyes to check. Now that he could do something about the chains, he was feeling claustrophobic, and he wanted out. The chains across his chest were suddenly unacceptably tight, and Nathan tried to ignore the rising tide of panic as Teol turned and gathered his tools with the scrape of metal on stone. I don't know what he's doing, and I don't want to find out. The last chain around his arms loosened. It was getting easier now, the entire structure of the spell falling apart. From directly above him, Nathan heard a confused gasp and knew he had run out of time. His eyes snapped open. Low-tier focused, mind rank 5 achieved. High-tier magic resistance, rank 7 achieved. The boxes vanished with a twitch of intention.
They revealed Tails' face, wide-eyed and staring at the snapped chain links. He stood to Nathan's right, holding a spike capped with a green gem in one hand and a small hammer in the other, poised to drive the spike into Nathan's solar plexus. Nathan's left hand came up across his body, his hips and shoulders twisting as he drove a palm into Tails' face with all the force his back and shoulders could generate. It'll be hard for him to concentrate with a broken nose. Nathan's palm skated off a barrier of slick force a few inches in front of Tails' nose. The orange-robed man staggered back a few steps from surprise, though the force of the blow seemed to not affect him at all. Okay, now I have some more options. But they all start with getting free. Nathan sat up, pulling away from jeweled and engraved metal arms folded across his forehead. He tugged at the last few chains around his ankles as Tail took further steps back, pointing at Nathan with the spike and breathing heavily. You? How? What kind of toxic power do you have? Instead of replying, Nathan shut his eyes again, frantically pulling on the strings of the remaining chains. They fell away in moments, and he quickly levered himself off the table and towards Tail.
The mage had backed up until he ran into the workbench against his wall, and his eyes flicked to the door. Nathan sprung at him in the moment of distraction, but Tail cast just as quickly as last time.
Not this time. Nathan had seen the gesture coming and balanced himself so he wouldn't immediately fall. Then he drained the magic out of his muscles nearly as fast as it came in, staggering but not falling. Tail's eyes bugged out further, and he reflexively held his hands out in front of his face. Nathan charged into him a moment later, relying on momentum to get through the defense spell, or at least knock Tail over. The barrier flexed as Nathan hit it, but he bounced off as if he'd shoulder-checked a stone pillar. Tail wasn't pushed back in the slightest. Ow. Magic is bullshit. Conservation of momentum is a core physical law. At least Tail seemed to be panicking. He stared at Nathan like a man with 100 hammers seeing a screw for the first time. Nathan loomed over Tail and started searching for a gap in the barrier a few inches above Tail's skin, wrapping his arms around the man as he failed to find one. The shield flexed under his arms, but didn't break. Time to test some hypotheses. Something will let me crack this shell and get to the gooey center. Nathan dug his fingers into the barrier on either side of Tail's shoulders and pulled as hard as he could, trying to rip the barrier apart. It cracked and tore, a brief blast of force pushing Nathan a few steps back. Tail's lips were moving, and Nathan could feel the mana of the spell he was weaving from several feet away. It was more powerful than anything Nathan had felt Tail cast before. Nathan raised his hands protectively in front of him. Disintegrate! A thin beam of pale green light shot from Tail's pointing finger and hit Nathan's left palm. Tail's face pulled into a satisfied rictus as Nathan's left hand fell apart.
Pain blasted through him as first his wrist, then his forearm turned to black dust. He screamed. High-tier magic resistance, rank 8, achieved! The wave of magic swept down Nathan's arm, and he felt his talent fight the spell as it consumed his inherently magic-resistant flesh. Nathan clutched his left arm with his right hand, unable to do anything but watch his arm slowly disintegrate. The advancing wave of mana felt like a hungry void, a consuming pit that would never be sated. High-tier magic resistance, rank 9, achieved! Nathan pushed back, fighting to arrest the advancing tide of entropy. Not with any clever ideas, just with frantic desperation. And maybe it made a difference. As the spell passed his elbow, it slowed to a crawl. Both Tail and Nathan's eyes were glued to the advancing line of disintegrating flesh. Then, a few inches from his shoulder,
and with one final notification, it stopped. High-tier magic resistance rank 10 achieved. Congratulations! You have maxed out this talent. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this talent to develop it to the next level. As it is high tier, the kind of insight will affect how it develops. Nathan fixed tear-filled eyes on Tail, whose victorious expression paled into terror. Nathan stalked forward. Nathan barely stumbled, overcoming the spell with sheer rage and a rather significant desire to beat Tail's face in. Tail quickly gathered magic for another powerful spell, but Nathan took a long step forward and pivoted his entire body, smashing his right elbow into Tail's nose. Nathan felt cartilage pulping under the blow and continued his turn, stomping on Tail's knee with his right foot. The leg folded with an unpleasant popping sound, and Tail dropped to the ground with a whimper past bloody lips. Nathan's absent left arm hurt, and he tried to cradle the missing limb as he turned to the door, whimpering.
It was hard to think through the haze of pain and loss from his missing arm.
God damn, that hurts. It is time to leave. I've never wanted to get outside more in my life. And that golem is coming back. Nathan stumbled to the door, pushed it open, and was 10 steps down the hall before he paused and turned around. I hurt Tail, but he won't die. I need to kill him. He's tried to do worse to me. He deserves to die. He's a powerful, vengeful mage, and if I don't kill him now, he'll come for me later. He's also a man named Tail Dodroxel, who seeks knowledge. If I kill him, I kill a story, and all of the deeds he could ever do. The potential he represents. Nathan's face hardened, and he walked back to the door into the golem creation room. A potential for great evil. Fucker took my arm. Kill him now, moralize about it later. He turned the corner, and Tail looked up at him from across the room, pulped lips stuttering. And with an orange flash, he was gone. You have leveled up to level 9. Congratulations! You have forced an extremely powerful and deadly opponent to flee. Please choose a class from the following list to continue leveling, as you have unlocked a higher level than 9. Potential classes. Student. You have spent decades learning knowledge from books and teachers. This class will enhance your capability to learn knowledge, offering skills to improve memory, comprehension, and intellect. It may develop into classes focused on discovering new knowledge or teaching, recording, and using already existing knowledge. Scientist. You have spent years engaged in pursuit of knowledge via careful scientific experimentation. This class will focus on discovery through experimentation, offering skills to improve your intellect, precision, and luck. It may develop into classes further focused on discovering new or lost knowledge, or classes focused on using or communicating your discoveries.
Rebel. You have struck a blow against the Giants' Rest Dominion and escaped their custody. This class will make you capable of striking back, offering skills for disguise, sabotage, and combat. It may develop into classes focused on assassination, rabble-rousing, or political subterfuge. Martial Monk. You have trained in hand-to-hand combat techniques, as well as meditation and focusing your mind. This class will focus on mental discipline and using it to enhance hand-to-hand combat prowess, offering skills to improve mental focus, combat capability, and heightened awareness. It may develop into classes further specialized in combat, guiding others or achieving enlightenment. Explorer. You have explored forbidding lands far from home, journeying across continents to see natural wonders and foreign cultures.
This class will focus on travel into new lands, offering skills for increasing travel speed, adapting to new societies, and surviving in the wild. It may develop into classes focused on unearthing lost ruins, information gathering, or trade and diplomacy. Disciple of Magic. You can sense and manipulate flows of mana untrained, even if you have not yet cast a spell. This class will make you better able to sense and direct mana, offering skills for understanding magic as well as sensing and manipulating mana. It may develop into a more powerful spellcasting class, or a class which lets you subvert the magic of others more easily. Conman. You have lied to a prominent member of the Dominion and gotten away with it. This class will enable you to continue deceiving people, offering skills on disguise, deception, and manipulation. It may develop into classes focused on information gathering, assassination, or thievery. Anti-Magic Brawler. You have hand-to-hand combat training and neutralized a powerful mage and his magic with your bare fists. This class will make you tougher in combat, offering skills to improve combat, toughness, and anti-magic capability. It may develop into classes further focused on hand-to-hand combat or suppressing magic. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1, High Tier Magic Resistance 10. Talent 2, None. Talent 3, None. Class, None. Level 9+. Utility Skills. Low Tier Focused Mind, 5. Low Tier Earnestness, 3. Chapter 6. Escape? Nathan stood in the doorway, caught between horror, relief, and a haze of pain. Tael Do Droxel, the man who'd abducted him across dimensions, manipulated his mind, and nearly ripped his soul out, had escaped. That's probably bad. He doesn't strike me as the type to forgive his injuries, or forget the knowledge he wants from me. Nathan was still furious, and if the Archmage reappeared, he would do his best to crush the man's skull. But Nathan was having a hard time feeling bad over failing to kill a human being. Maybe if he ran far enough, fast enough, Tael wouldn't catch up to him. But he needed to start now. As if to emphasize the point, he heard a scrape of stone on stone as the golem rounded the hall to Nathan's right. Nathan turned and ran down the hallway without a second look, awkwardly cradling the stump of his left arm. And I only have one arm now. Seems hard to forget that when it hurts so much. He heard the golem's heavy footsteps chasing him and rushed around a corner to find a wide flight of stairs winding around a huge, square, vertical shaft. A bright light shone down from the top, and the stairs and balustrade were made of the same seamless, pale stone as the rest of the tower. Nathan started running down the staircase, skipping 4 steps at a time in his haste. The golem turned the corner behind him, its stone feet slamming on the steps as it descended. It was fast, but not great at turning corners on the staircase. Nathan continued down, looking over the edge for an exit. Nearly 100 feet down was a grand hall, with statues on the walls and a shallow fountain in the center. I'm not going to make it.
Tael mentioned more golems and traps, and this golem is going to catch up as soon as I get to a straightaway. I need something. Nathan had one more untapped resource, and he quickly reviewed the list of classes he'd been offered earlier as he bounced himself off a wall to turn onto the next flight of stairs. It was a good thing that the knowledge was more or less inserted into his head, since he couldn't exactly ask the golem for a time-out. The pain from his arm was a gnawing, biting thing, and these were terrible circumstances to make a decision. But this decision needed to be made now. Going off first impressions, most of the classes called to different parts of Nathan, except Conman and maybe Explorer. Student and Scientist both aligned extraordinarily well with his adult life goals. However, Disciple of Magic appealed to a younger Nathan, the one wishing for magic over birthday candles. The one who feels betrayed, learning that apparently the primary use of magic is to be a supreme shitlord.
Unfortunately, Davrar seemed to be long on genocidal archmages and short on opportunities for graduate students in biology or magic. Or at least ones that didn't involve giving up the knowledge of the Industrial Revolution to said genocidal archmages. Those were off the table, and would clash with his magic resistance anyway. Rebel called surprisingly strongly to Nathan. If ever there was a place in need of a revolution, Giant's Rest sounded like that place. But when the authorities had mental magic, staging a rebellion seemed like an exercise in futility. Nathan bounced off another wall. He wasn't gaining much over the golem. He needed something to enhance his speed, and something to strengthen his anti-magic to get through the locks and traps Tail had mentioned. I need something that enhances me physically, and maybe does something about this pain. Both Martial Monk and Anti-Magic Brawler appealed to Nathan, and seemed like ways to immediately improve his chances to escape. Both were equally disadvantaged by missing an arm. But that was a problem for future Nathan, who was not running from golems into magical traps and an unknown wilderness. What made the decision easy in the end was that Anti-Magic Brawler mentioned his anti-magic, and Martial Monk didn't. Furthermore, his meditation was a means to an end, not an end to itself. Being a monk was a calling, a purpose in the way being a brawler wasn't, and Nathan didn't like the mention of enlightenment. Ultimately, Nathan didn't want to let Davrar give him a purpose, just a tool to escape this goddamned tower. So, wishing he could have considered the matter more fully, and without the pressures of running down a staircase while missing an arm, Nathan chose to be an anti-magic brawler. More boxes and knowledge unfolded before him. Congratulations! You are now an anti-magic brawler and have unlocked 3 class skills. These skills are tied to your parent class, and their power will increase with your level in that class. Davrar applauds your choice and hopes you will continue to survive and prosper. New class skill. Stamina. You have unlocked the Stamina resource. Stamina will accumulate during periods of rest and can be spent to improve the speed and strength of your movements, or used for other skills or talents that utilize stamina. New class skill. Brawler's Indifference. You will be less likely to flinch and more capable of ignoring pain and wounds to continue fighting. New class skill. Anti-magic blows. Your blows and strikes will enhance your inherent anti-magic, allowing you to break magical barriers and constructs with bare-handed strikes. You have leveled up to level 15. The pain radiating from the stump of Nathan's arm abated. His running became smoother, his gait more even. The pain wasn't gone, but the intensity was muted, and he didn't feel the visceral horror of missing his arm anymore. Allowed him to ignore it. The arm wasn't what mattered right now, and being distracted by his stump would get him killed. That's so much better. I hadn't realized how debilitating it was. Next, Nathan used stamina to run faster, which felt as natural as breathing deeply. Instead of skipping 4 of the shallow steps at a time, he was skipping 6, then 7. The stamina inside of him decreased steadily. It wouldn't last forever, but he was already leaving the golem behind. Once he had a healthy lead on the golem and was approaching the bottom of the staircase, Nathan stopped using his stamina, which now sat steady at about 150 over 250. That felt like hitting the nitro button in a racing game. Amazing. The stairs ended in a grand hall at the bottom of the shaft, the walls tiled with an intricate mosaic showing some dramatic scene that Nathan didn't stop to look at. There were a few doors in the hall, but a large set of double doors large enough to drive a semi through was the obvious winner in the door to outside contest. Nathan sprinted over and threw his body weight against them. He bounced off. There wasn't a handle, bar, or obvious locking mechanism.
Nathan pivoted his body and slammed his palm into the center of the doors as hard as he could, spending stamina throughout the motion. He felt a layer of magic crack at the blow, and his next shove sent one of the doors flying open. A plaza of stone lay in front of him, and beyond it, a road wound through scraggly pine trees. He took off across the plaza, spending stamina again to get away from the tower. Hearing something, Nathan glanced over his shoulder and stumbled. Behind him, flanking the door, were two 20-foot-tall statues of warriors. Well, they had been flanking the door. Now they were charging after Nathan, metal greatswords held ready in stone hands.
The swords were nearly 15 feet long and glowed with a red aura.
Shit, run faster!
Nathan turned his back to them and took off, spending stamina like water and doing his best to emulate Usain Bolt. Pending utility skill, low tier sprinting. You are running very fast. This skill will help you run quickly in the future. It will not allow you to run in circumstances where you couldn't otherwise.
Yes, please.
Congratulations, you have accepted the low-tier sprinting utility skill. It will become a part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Nathan's chest rose and his toes pushed into the ground. It wasn't an enormous difference, but combined with his stamina, Nathan made it across the plaza and into the trees in seconds. Once he was past the second layer of trees, he didn't hear the golems chasing him anymore. He turned around to see one of them throw a fireball at him. It flew at him with the speed of a baseball pitch, coming straight for his chest. Nathan didn't flinch. He didn't have the time or bracing to dodge, so he brought his hand up in a stamina-assisted slap at the fireball, which exploded away from his palm. The fire blasted out, and Nathan was sent stumbling backwards. He wasn't badly burnt, though it felt like he'd held his hand in a campfire for a bit too long, before somebody pointed a very large hairdryer at his entire body. His robe was on fire, so Nathan darted behind a small mound of earth and dropped to the ground, rolling around to extinguish the flames. Low-tier sprinting. Rank 2 achieved. He peeked a quick glance over the small lump of earth, looking toward the golems, ready to take off again at any moment. The tree in front of him was aflame, the blowback from the fireball turning it into an instant torch. Damn, that spell should have made me into BBQ. Magic resistance. Proves its worth yet again. I think anti-magic blows helped me out too. Who says you can't punch a fireball? The giant golems had turned around and were returning to the tower, but Nathan thought getting farther away would be a good idea. He ran further into the forest, careful to avoid a clear line of sight to the golems. He got another 50 feet away and slumped to the ground, checking his injuries. His arm wasn't bleeding, and his palm wasn't badly hurt. The hand was definitely burnt, but not into deep tissue. What is it with me and hand wounds? Hail, may I request a word? Nathan's head snapped around, and he jumped to his feet, shaking with adrenaline. A woman had come out from behind a tree 40 feet away and was looking straight at him. She was short and wide, with dark brown skin and voluminous tied-back dreadlocks. Her armor was scuffed leather, festooned with pockets and a warm-looking fur cloak. Her hands were out wide, palms clearly visible and empty. She approached slowly, voice low and calm. Are you okay? What is your name? Can I just have 5 goddamn minutes? I'm not sure I'd be better at handling this, but at least I'd have a minute to assess my situation. Nathan eyed her, ready to run again if the woman made a threatening move. She looked nothing like Tail, but he remained on edge, and his voice was tense. Sorry, but I don't want to tell you. What do you know about that?
He pointed back toward Tails' tower, hoping her answer would tell him her intentions. He checked his available stamina in case he had to run. Stamina, 36 over 250. That's not much. She turned her head to look at the tower, a grimace across her broad face. She kept her voice even and calm. It's a research tower of Giant's Rest, just taken over a few weeks ago by a newly raised archmage. We're trying to figure out what his research is and kill him if we get the chance. They're here to kill Tail? Well, that's certainly promising.
Nathan relaxed a bit, but kept pushing. We? Who is we? And what is your name? And please stop coming closer. If she was telling the truth, he'd stumbled onto enemies of Giant's Rest. But he had a skill to enhance his earnestness, so it was only prudent to assume people could have skills that made them better at lying. And Nathan didn't like the way she was edging closer to him. The woman stopped about 20 feet away, arms still held wide. My name is Vala, and I lead an adventuring team out of Gamor. Artha, Emerald, come out! Another figure emerged from the brush to Nathan's right, decked in a darkened breastplate, heavy chainmail, and a sturdy helmet that completely blocked their face, leaving only the mouth exposed. Their visible skin was porcelain white, and a fancifully decorated rapier on one hip was balanced by a heavy cleaver on the other. Vala gestured to the figure. This is Emerald. How do they see? Nathan's attention was grabbed by another figure coming up behind Vala. It was a centaur, but instead of a horse, the bottom half had a different profile. Thinner legs and bushier fur clued Nathan in. The bottom half was an elk. The top half was a well-muscled man wearing thin clothing, with skin the texture and color of gray maple bark. He had long hair and a large beard in a deep silver. 2 large multi-pronged antlers sprouted from his head. He spoke in a deep, smooth voice. And I am Artha. With that voice and body, Nathan would have found him hot if it wasn't for the whole elk thing. Fantasy world, fantasy world. These seem like good candidates for tales, barbarians and intelligent monsters, though. I'm in the middle of unfamiliar territory with no supplies, and I know the nearby civilization is hostile to me. I need help and a guide. That thought made him rethink his interaction with these people. He turned back to Vala. Thank you. I apologize for my caution. My name is Nathan Lark. I've had a rough few days. I just escaped from that tower. If you could help me, I would really appreciate it. She looked him over again, eyes lingering on the burnt robe and stump of an arm. Hear me, that appears to be true. Seems sure you're not a giant's agent after that spell, though I'd like to hear how you ate a guardian golem's fireball and came out just a little singed. Stick to my heels. We'll go to our camp and meet Wiam, the last member of my team. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1. High-tier magic resistance 10. Talent 2. None. Talent 3. None. Class. Anti-magic brawler. Level 15. Stamina. 36 over 250. Brawler's indifference. Anti-magic blows. Utility skills. Low-tier focused mind, 5. Low-tier earnestness, 3. Low-tier sprinting, 2. Chapter 7. The Giant Raiders. Nathan followed Vala through the brush, questions boiling in his mind. Should I ask about the politics of Jamor first, to be sure I haven't traded one dystopia for another? Basic knowledge about Devrar? It would be really convenient if I could just tell them my situation and ask what advice they had. But it seems like a bad idea to trust them so far just yet. Let's hold off on that decision for now.
What he really needed was treatment for his wounds. Nathan's body was sending some pretty strong signals of pain now that the fight was over and his brawler's indifference was weakened. What remained of his left arm had started slowly leaking blood through the cauterization of the disintegration spell, and his right palm was burned from the close encounter with a fireball. Vala interrupted Nathan from his introspection, looking back at him and swearing lightly as her eyes traced his injuries. "Hear me, but it seems like you could use a cure. Can I touch you for that?" She was still treating him like a skittish animal, but Nathan felt like a skittish animal, so that was fair. He nodded to her, and the dark woman approached, laying gentle hands on his right arm. His only arm. Minor curing. Nothing happened. Nathan had thought that was likely, but said nothing. Vala frowned at him, then changed the subject. "It'll be dark soon. We'll stay at the same camp for the night." She turned back to the game trail, increasing their pace through the wilderness. Nathan was impressed she could find clear trails in this difficult terrain. He would have quickly been left scrambling through bushes and up slopes. Nathan was also flummoxed by her comment about it getting dark soon. The sun was directly overhead and showed no signs of falling out of the sky. He didn't want to reveal any ignorance, so he examined his companions. Vala was leading the group and had reclaimed the weapons she'd dropped to first approach Nathan. An engraved, unstrung bow made of several composited layers was strapped on her back, and 2 one-handed axes rested on her hips, both also engraved in flowing patterns. Artha, the buff elk centaur dude, was carrying a lot of gear on a harness across his elk parts. He also had a metal-capped staff strapped to his side that was nearly 8 feet long and looked like it could be used as a battering ram in a pinch. Emerald was behind Nathan, but he couldn't see much about them. Their helmet covered all of their head but the mouth. In addition, the rest of their armor was pretty heavy for this terrain, and he hadn't even figured out their gender or if they were human. But despite the heavy gear and visorless helmet, they moved smoothly and silently over the uneven terrain. "I need to internalize that everybody has access to Davrar, with skills, classes, and talents of their own. So I might see a lot of things that appear impractical, but are made possible by Davrar. It also means it'll be easy to underestimate people. An unarmed old lady might be able to punch down a mountain." It wasn't long before they passed over a rise, revealing an empty glade between the trees that was their destination. A faint haze hung over the center of the space, and Vala led them straight towards it. They walked into the area, and a campsite appeared from nowhere. "Illusions and stuff. At least we can see out well enough. And being in a hidden camp makes me feel better about being in hostile territory." As the mismatched party trooped in, a figure leapt from the top of a tree and glided to land in front of Vala. It was a bird person, with a pair of broad wings emerging from their shoulders above a set of humanoid arms ending with clawed fingers. They were covered head to foot with reddish-brown feathers underneath dark robes and had a bird-like face, complete with a viciously hooked beak. The beak was apparently capable of normal speech, as the bird person addressed Vala in a thick accent. "Yo, boss, what's up with the tall gianter? Prisoner?" Vala turned back to Nathan and spoke reassuringly. "Nathan, this is William. He's a mage and an illusionist." She gestured the group into the campsite as she addressed William. "This is Nathan. As far as I can tell, he's an escapee from the new Archmage's experiments. I'm sure we'll hear the whole story soon. First, we'll stay here tonight and head out in the morning. Make sure the spells that hide the camp are in good shape. Then get ready for some healing. Send a 2 about our return." Emerald and Artha set to readying the camp, starting a fire and fetching water from a nearby stream. Meanwhile, Vala gestured Nathan to a log, handing him some jerky,
a water skin, and a rough blanket before she stepped aside for a quiet conversation with William. I know they're talking about me, but that's to be expected. Vala's been good about not pressuring me so far, and this jerky is amazingly flavorful. As Nathan covered himself with the blanket and devoured the jerky, Vala and William came back, asking if William could try healing him.
Nathan acquiesced, but William's moderate curing had no effect, other than slightly slowing the bleeding from Nathan's stump. Vala looked frustrated. She dug into a pouch for some bandages, which she carefully wrapped around the stump of Nathan's arm to stem the bleeding. Then she sat back on a log on the far side of the newly kindled fire. "All righty, I gotta ask you some questions. Y'all get your stinky feet over here. I don't think he'll want to say this twice." After the 4 adventurers had gathered, Vala addressed Nathan again. "It's okay if you can't tell me everything, but we need to know how to help you. There's something weird going on with magic around you, and you escaped from an archmage's research tower. Anything you can tell us will help us help you." Nathan looked down at the remnants of the jerky and chewed them down as he thought. What do I tell them? Vala certainly made a better first impression than Tail, and they fed me and tried to heal my injuries. I want somebody to trust in this crazy new world, but I haven't learned enough about them yet. I need to know more. I suppose I can ask. If they react badly to questions, that'll be an answer in and of itself. But I really shouldn't be too suspicious. Nathan swallowed the last of his jerky, washing it down with a swig of water, before answering a question with a question. Vala, you've been nothing but kind to me. I appreciate it. But please, can you describe to me what's going on between Jamor and Giant's Rest? And what is your part in it? She looked at him with surprise. Really been stuffing your ears, ain't you? We're at war. Have been since Jamor was founded. They're a big damn empire, but they've never been able to take little old Jamor since we broke off. They raid us for slaves, send harassment armies, but it's been at least 50 years since they sent a conquering army. We kill the mages we can, free the slaves we can, but don't push too hard. They could take us, but don't seem to want to pay the cost. And us? This motley band of adventurers? She looked fondly around the fire, at her companions. We call ourselves the Giant Traders. All of us have lost something to Giant's Rest, and so we take these jobs. The ones that involve camping in hostile wilderness for a few weeks, to maybe get a shot at their newest and weakest archmage. We were waiting for him to leave his damned fortress of a tower to get a shot at him. As she finished speaking, Nathan's attention was drawn upwards to the sun. It was still directly overhead and partially hidden by clouds, having not budged at all during their trek to the camp. But it was dimming, eclipsed in front of his eyes as a line of darkness swept across the glowing orb. The mountains and camp were suddenly engulfed in darkness. Night had fallen, the only light a pale blue-green glow from beyond the clouds. Nathan looked down at the rest of the group. Is that how the sun always sets? He got a round of amused grins, and William asked, You ever been outside, or did you get raised in that tower? Screw it. They seem like good people, and I've certainly got something in common with anybody who wants to kill Teol. They have enough hints that anything else would be an obvious deflection, and I need their help. Time to rip the Band-Aid off and take a risk. Nathan looked levelly around the campfire. As might be obvious, I'm not from around here. I'm from a different world entirely. Teol summoned me to Davrar with some crazy magical setup, and tried to get me to tell him about some things from my world. I didn't want to tell him, so he tried to charm me and mess with my memory. Shrugging, Nathan dropped another bombshell. Magic and talents don't exist where I come from.
and I picked up a talent that lets me resist magic. When I resisted his mind fuckery, he tried to shove me into a golem core. So I broke his nose, he teleported out, and I ran away.
The faces around Nathan were expectant, waiting for a grand end to his tale.
And then the big-ass golems outside the door chased me, and I met you. There was a moment of silence. Then William, the bird person, fell off his log, laughing. He picked himself up, still chuckling. That's one zombie of a story, my dude. I want to watch you tell it in the guild hall. What did the Archmage want you to tell him? Vala glared at William. Then she glanced at Nathan. Never mind that. How'd you lose the arm? Near miss on an acid spray? Vala isn't pushing me for the secrets that Teol wanted. That's a good sign. He tagged me with a disintegrate right before I broke his nose. It's what pushed my magic resistance talent up to max rank. If the previous faces were surprised, these were astonished. Emerald pivoted their armored head to Nathan, speaking for the first time. Their voice turned out to be high and raspy, with a strong stutter. You survived a direct hit from a disintegrate? And then broke an archmage's nose with one arm? Everybody else nodded their agreement to the question. Nathan didn't know what to say. Yes? I wish I'd broken his neck before he teleported out. Such an asshole. Low-tier earnestness, rank 4 achieved. Vala spoke up. We'll all throw our shoulders behind that wish. I'd reckon our mission here is done. If you'd like, we'll take you back to Jamor and submit a report on the research the new Archmage was conducting, and its failure. She smirked, indicating Nathan. Or, at least, that the research is out of Giant's Rest's vile fingers. That'll fulfill our contract nice and proper. She frowned at his arm. There's a few high-level healers who can heal your arm, but it'll be expensive. Especially if magic doesn't work right on you. You can't turn your talent off? Nathan shook his head, responding to her question. I'll come back with you to Jamor, if there's a place for me there. Hopefully, with less slavery. Vala gave him a nod. Jamor's home to a lot of exiles and outcasts. We'll help you find something if you want. William made a high-pitched noise, waving his arms around in protest. But the Archmage is gone! We could break into the tower and steal everything, or ambush him when he comes back. This is a great opportunity to get rich and knock his head off. Vala was already shaking her head. The Guardian Golems are still functioning perfectly, and we don't have the skills or tools to knock them off. And there's no way this tale is coming back without reinforcements. We leave. That seemed to settle the issue, though William grumbled in a high-pitched caw. Arthur leaned forward and spoke softly, his deep voice resonating distractingly across the campfire. His big, leaf-green eyes fixed on Nathan. Magic resistance must be a talent of amazing potency. I've heard of the like, but those who attempt such a thing must give up all magic. Even then, none have found the insight to raise it past mid-tier. And giving up magic is... He held his arm up and conjured a small ball of light which gleamed off his beard. Difficult. This seemed like a golden opportunity to learn more about Davrar, and it was a better thing to ask about than healing his arm. Actually, can you explain Davrar to me? We have nothing like it in my world, so I'm a bit lost. What happens when a class develops? What's the difference between talents and utility skills? Arthur's chuckle was low and rumbling. I could see it being confusing. We have lived with Davrar all of our lives, but I will attempt to explain. First, it is important to know that insights are pieces of knowledge necessary to initially acquire a talent, skill, or class, and develop them to more powerful versions. Then, talents let you do something that is otherwise impossible. With the correct talent, I could walk on water. The big elk centaur rumbled a laugh. Or on air, as one famous adventurer can do, but none have yet replicated her insight. He continued, "A utility skill will not do this. Utility skills cannot break the rules of the world, though when you rank them up to unique tiers, this line is blurred. Classes are in the middle, granting skills which are lesser than talents, but more focused than utility skills. Your class will have a focus, a purpose, and will often adapt to your talents. For adventurers like us, our classes will usually focus on combat. Mage class skills will improve mana manipulation and give access to different types of mana." He cocked a silvery eyebrow at Nathan. "Do you have a class?" Nathan nodded once. "Yes, I took Anti-Magic Brawler. Seemed useful while escaping Taol." Arthur's eyebrows raised in surprise. "I apologize for my phrasing. It is not common to tell others your exact class, and you should only do so with those you trust with your secrets. To balance these scales, I will tell you mine in return. I am a heavy hoof charger." The enormous man nodded solemnly, as if a wrong had been redressed. Then he kept going. "You likely unlocked a resource with your class? As it is a brawler class, likely stamina?" Nathan gave an affirmative gesture, and Arthur gestured around the campfire, pointing to Wiam, Emerald, and himself in turn. "There are many resources, such as mana for mage classes, focus for precision classes, and stamina for classes like yours and mine that rely on brute strength. Many variations on those as well. Often, class developments will change a resource, making it more powerful or more specialized." He held up the ball of light in his palm. "All people have innate pools of these resources, and with some training, can learn to utilize them even when not unlocked by a class. Thus, I can cast spells." The ball of light in his hand flared, then went out. "But never as well as a mage class, and never beyond Tier 2 or maybe Tier 3 without dedicated training and a talent. And my mana pool will always be minuscule before that of a true mage." He sighed and closed his hand. "Davrar is straightforward, but with many hidden subtleties. Insight into the world and your own abilities will be rewarded. But above all, Davrar rewards risk, and overcoming deadly challenges to kill deadly foes. At least for those whose classes focus on combat. A good plan for your talents and classes helps too." He shrugged in the firelight and looked to the rest of the group. "Nathan seems of like purpose to ours. We should advise him on the basics of Davrar, as we would a calf. Vala, I would ask you to speak of the utility skills." He nodded at the dark-skinned woman, yielding the floor. "I'm not sure I like being called a calf, but this background on Davrar is exactly what I needed. I'm glad they're not taking advantage of my lack of knowledge to get me to swear a magical oath or something." The heavy-set, dark woman appraised Nathan for a moment, pursing her lips and thinking over what she was about to say. "There's a limit to how many utility skills you can get. It's not set in adamant, but after you've got 7 or 8, they get harder to pick up, and most say 10 is the most. But I know somebody who swears they've got 13, so Davrar's ways are mysterious." She shrugged. "You can get rid of most utility skills if you need to, but it's better to get the ones you want in the first place, since it sucks to retrain, and all of your insights count for nothing. They're mostly for utility. Pick up ones that make life easier. Emerald's got one for cooking, and it's half the reason we bring them along." The last sentence was told with the air of an often repeated joke, before Vala gestured at Emerald. "Emerald, class developments?" Emerald shifted uneasily from where they were preparing a heavy pot, slicing apart a set of vegetables.
C classes develop at levels 27, 81, 243. What C classes you get offered depends on your path and your talents and utility skills.
When you develop a class, you get 3 new class skills, and your old ones can change too. William broke in, interrupting Emerald's hesitant speech. But talents are the real cake, the core of any build. Everything depends off 'em, and they're where you gotta start. Mages all start with some kind of mana shaping, and a lot of other people pick it up for basic spells. The birdfolk mage gestured to Artha demonstratively. Being able to cast basic spells like Cleanin', Curin, and Mendin is pretty feckin' useful. I'm a mage all the way, so I'm working on getting a talent to refill my mana faster, but it's hard. If I really want to fly, I'd need a talent for it, because these boys aren't up to more than a bit of a glide on their own. He flapped his wings demonstratively. But that's what the fly spell is for. When I get the castin' down. It's tier 6 anyway, so that's a bit off. Vala took over from William, waving him to silence. Yes, talents are important, and are usually chosen before a class is taken. Then she raised a finger to emphasize her next point. But they can be a bit tricky to pick up. A lot of the known ones you can get if somebody tutors you, but the general practice is the same. Think hard about what you want to do, think about how it would happen, and try to do it. That's the insight. But don't expect to get something for nothing. She spread her hands, as if laying out the reality of the situation. Most of the good talents spend or manipulate a class resource, though there are exceptions. But you gotta be careful with talents. Some of them you can drop if you change your mind, but others are permanent, especially the ones that change something about your body or class. Those tend to be pretty strong and hard to get, but not being able to take them back can be a problem. Does your magic resistance talent say permanent? Nathan took a moment to check his status, grimacing before he responded. Yeah, it does. He sat for a moment, thinking and sulking about being essentially locked out from casting magic. He looked up from the fire. I have a lot to think about. How can you get multiple classes? Vala sucked a breath between her teeth. It's supposed to be possible, but nobody really knows how. If it's an insight, it's the most valuable kind there is. Somebody I know with 2 classes, the same lady with 13 utility skills, says that the second class is very personal. None of us have 2 classes, unless you folks have been holding out on me. There were a few chuckles, and after a bit of thought, Nathan asked again, what does developing a skill or talent do? What happens when you develop a high-tier skill? Everybody looked around for a moment, and then Artha spoke up. Going from low to mid to high tier has straightforward results, if not always a straightforward path. First, you need an appropriate insight for use in the development. Then the skill or talent becomes more powerful and often loses restrictions. Developing beyond high tier is complicated and tied to the insight used to develop it. Often you will gain a new application or some significant restriction will be removed. There are many different developed versions of the same high-tier talents and skills. It is often harder to develop talents than skills. Phew, okay. A lot to digest there. I needed to know all of that. Nathan bowed his head in appreciation. Thanks for all the answers. I'm sure I'll have more questions later, but for now, I need to think. The group broke up to their respective tasks. Emerald continued cooking, Vala did weapon and gear maintenance, and Artha set up a large tent. They seemed surprisingly incurious about Nathan and his world. Or maybe they were just giving him space? After watching them for a moment, Nathan stood up and looked around the campsite. He noticed that Vala was keeping an eye on him, which was fine. She wasn't trying to hide it, which Nathan appreciated. In general, this group seemed to treat him as a person, in a way that Tail hadn't. Nathan found a good spot on the edge of camp and sat down cross-legged on a bed of needles, his back against a tree. He had some thoughts and plans, but was feeling pretty frazzled and really needed some focused mind time. He closed his eyes, felt his lungs move, and spent a while drifting in physical sensation. A lot of it was spent feeling for the left arm that should be there, but wasn't. By the end of his meditation, Nathan felt calmer and more centered. It's hard to get used to missing an arm if I know I can get it back. And I'm not going to be much of a brawler with only one arm. There is a way to restore the arm with healing magic, but I would need to earn or borrow money for it. And I would need to evolve the talent so that I can choose to be affected by some magic. Maybe I can figure out how to do that. I have no idea how that works. How to develop his rank 10 magic resistance definitely deserved some thought. Just because there was an obvious solution, changing magic resistance to allow friendly magic to affect him, didn't mean it was the best solution. In large part, it depended on his goals here. Now that he was out of immediate danger, what were his priorities? Nathan was cold, so he walked back over to the campfire and sat, staring into the flames. What did he want here in this world? On Earth, he'd had it mostly figured out. Contribute to scientific knowledge. Do things nobody had ever done before, and be a small shoulder for the next generation to stand on. Along the way, try to live a comfortable life with loved ones, friends, and good books. But in this world? From what he'd seen, they had medieval technology, magic, and constant conflict. Nathan could try to introduce ideas from his world to improve people's lives. It would be a way to make a difference that he'd never been offered on Earth. But Nathan had taken a minor in history. Technology improved lives, but the road to get there was long and fraught with pitfalls. Assuming he could even succeed, and Davrar didn't prevent technology in some way, he would be responsible for what he unleashed. Beyond the simple efficiency of slaughter that technological weapons allowed, technology inherently concentrated power in the hands of those with the power and money to build it. The average quality of life during the Industrial Revolution had been pretty awful. You couldn't keep broad technological developments secret, and inventions tended to expand beyond the control of their creators. Before Nathan introduced anything, he'd want to trust the people he worked with. And he needed to ensure some level of information control, since who would be able to build steam engines and guns? Giant's Rest, the big empire proficient in magic? Or Jamor, which sounded like a scrappy kingdom of adventurers and runaway slaves? Nathan had made gunpowder in college for fun. It wasn't easy, even with the ability to order pure sulfur and potassium nitrate off the internet. And if Nathan did try to introduce technology to Jamor, that seemed like a great way to get assassinated. With Tael's escape, it wasn't as if he could hide his involvement in any sudden appearances of new technology that looked remotely Earth-like. Tael has seen Earth through his spells, after all. Maybe that was a reason to do it anyway. They knew what was in his head, and would probably try to recapture him regardless. There was just so much he didn't know about the situation. He trusted the giant traders, but were they representative of Jamor as a whole? Struck by a sudden thought, Nathan looked up at Emerald, who was now stirring the pot over the fire. Does Giant's Rest have spies in Jamor? Emerald didn't turn their head, but simply answered, Yes, and if what you are saying is true, they will be looking for you. Archmages are downright draconic about what they think is theirs, and they hate to be reminded their magic has limits. Emerald's pale lips twisted into a sneer, and they reached a hand up to stroke the ever-present helmet, as if reminding themselves it was still there. It all came back to Giant's Rest and the Ascendant Academy.
Tail had damned them in Nathan's eyes with his words and actions. Nothing the giant raiders had said did anything to contradict that opinion. They would come after Nathan again, and probably co-opt any technology he tried to introduce. Nathan would need to fight them. It appealed to him on a primal level, an outlet for the simmering anger that Tail's words and actions had provoked. Giant's Rest had tried to mind control Nathan, break his mind, and put him in a golem. Tail's actions had declared a complete lack of respect for Nathan's being, his personhood. For no other reason than that, Nathan wanted to see him and everything he stood for destroyed. And I find the very thought of a slave empire built on those principles viscerally disgusting. Something like that shouldn't exist. If Giant's Rest's might rested on its magic, then Nathan could build himself to counter that strength. He could fight to win instead of fighting to survive. When in desperate ground, fight. He would level up, cast down the Giant's Rest dominion, and maybe then start the Industrial Revolution. Low-tier focused mind rank 6 achieved. Chapter 8. A Time to Rest. Emerald's dinner was a stew. The broth hadn't had time to thicken substantially, but some green vegetables, the same as what Tail had given him, lent the dish a nice spice. It was awkward balancing the bowl on his knees to eat with one hand, but Nathan devoured 3 bowls. Luckily, there was plenty, and after the meal, Emerald filled up a wide-mouthed canteen and handed it to Nathan. For tomorrow. Nathan thanked the enigmatic armored fighter for the food, then checked his status again.
Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent talent. 1. High-tier magic resistance 10. Talent 2. None. Talent 3. None. Class: Anti-Magic Brawler. Level 15. Stamina: 250 over 250. Brawler's Indifference. Anti-Magic Blows. Utility Skills: Low-tier Focused Mind 6. Low-tier Earnestness 4. Low-tier Sprinting 2. Arms 1 over 2. A bit of food and rest had completely refilled his stamina, which was good to know. The giant raiders settled into the big tent, except for William, who took first watch. They left a large blanket for Nathan, but he was too excited for sleep. Nobody was holding him prisoner, and he had some ideas about talents, so he wrapped himself in the blanket and huddled close to the fire, closing his eyes to activate focused mind. First, he considered his high-tier magic resistance talent. It felt locked up, constrained by chains that he couldn't figure out how to unlock. That unlocking was clearly the insight that Davra and the giant traders had spoken of. But they'd also said that what insight he used would change how the talent developed. He had some ideas related to how he'd used the talent to neutralize magic, and if Nathan could get William to cast some beneficial and harmful spells on him, he might be able to remove the blockage of beneficial magic. Alternatively, he could try to remove the restrictions on casting magic himself. Based on what he'd been told, doing so would prevent him from allowing beneficial magic. He didn't have any ideas about how to do that, but being immune to magic while being able to cast it sounded great. But that option means I won't get my arm back anytime soon, and I already took my class, which is not a mage class. It's sort of as far away as you can get. And even if I succeed at allowing beneficial magic to affect me, I'll still need to earn, or borrow, a lot of money for a high-level healer. Maybe Nathan was thinking about this the wrong way. His ultimate goal was to be as good at resisting magic as possible to help him fight Giant's Rest. If he used this development to make his talent more flexible, then he wasn't using it to make the talent better at its intended purpose. Besides,
There's a good chance I know more about human physiology than almost anybody here. I took that class on anatomy when I was thinking about pre-med. And I know more about stem cells than almost everybody on Earth, much less here. Nathan concentrated on his right arm, the whole one. What was the structure? Bones, filled with marrow. Then muscles, interspersed with veins, arteries, and nerves. He couldn't visualize all of the details. Nathan remembered Vala's advice, "You don't get something for nothing." The best talents use a class resource. He felt for his stamina and pushed it at the stump of his arm. He visualized the arm, the details he could remember, and tried to push his stamina into that shape. His stump jerked and felt cold. Nathan opened his eyes and saw no changes, no blue boxes. The stump was covered with bloody bandages. Nothing had happened. Okay, hypothesis 1 down. Let's go for number 2. Nathan closed his eyes and focused on the stump again, searching for the potential he knew was there. Inside your bones was marrow, and marrow had one of the highest concentrations of stem cells in adult humans. They were mostly hematopoietic stem cells, the type that divided into the various cell types in the blood. They weren't the right kind of stem cells to differentiate into tissue, but maybe Devrar would help him bridge that gap. All it took was 4 transcription factors, the Yamanaka factors, to reprogram basically any cell into a pluripotent stem cell. Nathan had done it, watched the change happen. On Earth, it took a few days, up to a week for that to happen. Here? Nathan concentrated on his stamina, pushing it inside the bone of the stump, where the marrow should be. He felt stamina drain away and a feeling of heat in his severed appendage. But when he opened his eyes, nothing had happened. His stump was uncomfortable, but there were no blue boxes and no growth. He pushed the image of the arm at the heat in the bone of the stump. The cells know what to do. They all have the necessary developmental instructions in their DNA to grow an entire body. If they're prompted correctly, they can reprogram back to pluripotency, then differentiate into any cell in the body. Normally, that requires such a specific environment it's impossible. But with Devrar and the bodily magic of stamina, it might be possible. I just need stamina to enhance my body in this one very specific way. At that thought, the bandage fell off his stump. Nathan could feel flesh growing. It wasn't growing from the entire stump, but there was a soft tendril of new flesh growing from the end of the bone in his left arm. It lengthened and thickened, and Nathan redoubled his focus on the image of the arm. This is the gross structure. The cells know the details. It was an indescribable sensation, and not at all pleasant. Like peeling off a scab and touching raw flesh below, but far more widespread. The new growth extended, but only about 1/3 of the distance to his elbow. Nathan tried not to think about how he was creating mass from nothing but stamina, or how impossible it was for cells to double that quickly. As he banished the wayward thought, the growth stopped. He tried to push it farther, and nothing happened. He opened his eyes, exhausted from the brief effort. Low-tier focused mind rank 7 achieved. Stamina, 0/250. Yeah, that would do it. Pending talent, mid-tier regeneration. You have recovered from a permanent injury using stamina to fuel regrowth of undamaged flesh. This talent will turn a difficult and costly effort into a natural process, allowing you to recover from almost any injury. You can spend stamina to rapidly heal wounds. Larger wounds and replacing greater amounts of missing flesh will take longer and cost more stamina. Regeneration will not prevent you from dying of grievous wounds and will not protect against poison. That looks pretty good. Nathan leaned back, wiping sweat from his brow.
That effort had been tiring and spent all of his stamina. He should probably think this whole idea over a little more before he just accepted the talent.
I just want my arm back, goddamn. And that sounds pretty useful in combat. Congratulations, you have accepted the mid-tier regeneration talent. It will become a permanent part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your talent's functions to aid in talent development at rank 10. Oh, it was a permanent talent. Well, that made sense. Maybe that wasn't a bad thing. Vala had mentioned that permanent talents tended to be stronger and harder to get. Being able to heal himself while being immune to magic sounded like a very useful way to survive this world. And Nathan could still use his magic resistance development to get better at resisting magic. Important if I want to take down Giant's Rest. But that was something to think about later. Nathan was tired, and he was hungry again. He grabbed the canteen of soup that Emerald had handed him earlier and sat next to the fire for a while, drinking his soup. The soup wasn't as good when it was only lukewarm, but the fire made up for that. It was gratifying to feel his stamina refill. Energy suffused Nathan's body, and channeling it made him feel like he could run a marathon or climb a mountain. He funneled it all to his arm. With the talent, his regeneration didn't require much focus and was more efficient. Nathan sort of vaguely directed the talent at his arm, and it regrew. If he stopped, then the healing would slow down significantly, but he wouldn't start bleeding. It didn't seem to be something he could completely turn off, but operated tenfold faster if he directed the talent.
As the growth extended past his elbow, soft cartilage solidified into bone. It was a gross process, with skin lagging behind the growth of muscle. It didn't take long for Nathan to empty his soup, as William finished a wide circuit of the camp and came up behind him.
Mid-tier regeneration rank 2 achieved! You know that soup is supposed to be for tomorrow, yeah? The Birdman said as he eyed Nathan tipping the canteen all the way back. Then William came around Nathan's side, saw the regrowing arm, and jumped in surprise, squawking. It was a pretty impressive wing-assisted jump, and William landed nearly a dozen feet away, muting his surprised outburst to not wake the sleeping giant traders. How you doing that? You can't cast magic, and is 6th tier. Nathan nodded. I just picked up a talent that lets me heal wounds with stamina, but I don't have enough soup left to finish healing my arm. Can I have yours? He gestured to another canteen, strapped to William's pack. William's eyes were glued to Nathan's still regenerating arm. Just picked up? I gotta see this. Sure. He handed over his canteen and spent the next 20 minutes watching Nathan's arm completely regrow as he drained a second and then a third canteen of the peppery soup. All told, it had cost almost 1,000 stamina to entirely regrow the arm. Not bad. As the talent ranks up, it'll hopefully get faster and more efficient. I'm not a certain Canadian superhero yet, but goals. Mid-tier regeneration rank 3 achieved! Nathan leaned back, his worries suddenly feeling small in comparison to the relief that swept through him as he flexed his tender but whole left arm. There was still a lot to think about, but he had 2 arms again. And he was exhausted. He bid an amazed William good night and took his blanket to the tent, where he was out in an instant. Nathan woke to sudden light in his eyes. The sun was directly overhead, in the same spot it had been all day yesterday. The giant traders were rapidly taking down the camp around Nathan, and Artha had just yanked the tent fabric to the side and was folding it up in quick movements. Nathan looked around bleary-eyed and rubbed his eyes with his hands. Both hands. He clenched his left fist and stared at it, profoundly satisfied at having regrown an entire arm from scratch.
If only I could show that to my dissertation affairs committee, I'd be done. Vala stomped up to him, gesturing for Nathan to get up, and handed him a set of thick clothes. We don't have anything that'll fit you, but Artha was able to cobble something together last night during his watch out of some spares. William told me you picked up a talent to regrow your arm. Very impressive and all that, but we gotta get moving. We'll fill your head as we move. Nathan stumbled up, realizing he felt pretty good. He'd slept well, even if the ground had been hard and he had used his arms as a pillow. He looked around for something to help with, but the giant traders were nearly finished taking down their camp. Nathan retreated behind an especially short pine and changed out of his burnt gray robe into the mostly brown clothes that Vala had given him. They were made of mismatched thick fabric, homespun and sturdy. He kept the Giant's Rest underwear, though. They were much softer than any of the new clothes he'd been given. When he came out, everybody was packed and ready. Most of the gear had been packed into a series of large cloth panniers that hung over Artha's elk half, though they didn't look big enough to hold everything. The others clearly had gear, but it looked more like supplies for the day, not to mention weapons. It was surreal to Nathan to see 4 people armed to the teeth like that. William had at least 6 daggers strapped in various places, and an enormous crossbow slung across his back. They'd been waiting for him, and Nathan rushed to join them. Sorry for holding you up.
After Riam cast a spell to erase the remnants of the camp, they started off into the woods, following Vala. They moved at a fast walk, and Nathan could barely keep up without spending stamina. William sidled up next to him. Don't you worry about when you opened your eyes. You got up with the sun, and we figured you could use a rest after all the arm regrowing. That's incredible as it goes. How'd you do that? Nathan noticed that everybody was listening attentively and started to explain. He did his best to describe how he channeled his stamina to cause his arm to regrow. When Nathan mentioned focusing on stem cells that could regrow into other types of cells, William bounced on his claws like a kid who wanted to ask a question. Nathan looked at him inquisitively. He tilted his head in a very bird-like fashion. It's real odd hearing you talk about things we've never heard of. But basically, you know things about your body, how it's put together, and that lets you make a good talent. Nathan shrugged. I think so. I spent many years understanding how these specific cells work, and was taught how my body was put together a long time ago. But a lot of that knowledge wasn't directly applicable to what I did last night. Artha butted in, stepping closer. These are insights you have. They are valuable, and you should not give them away freely. And they would not be of much use to us, for we all have our own talents and classes. Artha glared at William. Our only use for such things would be to trade them away, and likely do a bad job at it, devaluing what Nathan has. Sharing a degraded insight is no favor to any. Oh, they use insights to gain and develop specific talents as a sort of meta-currency. If I were to guess from what Artha said, it applies to how to get classes and utility skills too. What do you use as normal currency? Nathan asked. To buy food and such. William seemed apologetic over his probing about Nathan's insights, so he explained Jamor's coinage system. They used a standard system of copper, silver, and gold coins of increasing value. The coins were minted by the Jamor Crafting Guild and came standard with a hole in the middle to be strung on a cord. The cord was either looped around the belt or the neck, depending on how much money one had and how worried one was about pickpockets. William was describing how some standard magical items were sometimes used as larger units of currency when he froze, then turned and spoke to Vala with urgency. Message for us. Slaving raid 3 days ago hit Pill-ridden and took all of the villagers. Weren't headed our way, so nobody thought to tell us. But they'd laid a false trail and are headed straight to Halsmet. And the Giant's Rest garrison there. Vala's face was tight, clearly thinking through options. She spoke quietly.
That puts us right near their path. How many?
William shook his head sadly.
Big raid. Says 3 enslavement mages, about 20 slave soldiers, and 2 slave masters. Too much for us.
Emerald hissed through their teeth and checked their weapons.
You know my choice,
they said quietly. William spoke up.
3 mages, though. That's beyond our distance. I want to kick Giant's Rest's nuts as much as y'all, but we can't take that fight. I'm sorry, Emerald, but I don't think we can make a difference beyond adding 4 to their lines.
He glanced at Nathan.
5.
Arthur pursed his lips. It is a risk, to be sure. But would you wish that people would try to save you, if you were in their bindings at this moment? And I think we have another asset. Nathan. He turned to address Nathan directly, looking into his eyes and speaking formally, almost ritualistically. Would you help us free our people from the thrall of Giant's Rest? It will involve fighting, and maybe dying. But I will ask you all the same, for there is no cause worthier.
We wait for your word to go save 100 from a life of torture and pain. If you wish to enter Jamor as a hero, this is how you do it. A hunk like this asking me to ride into battle at his side? How could I say no? Nathan looked into Arthur's green eyes and nodded.
Yes, I'll help you fight.
Chapter 9. A Time to Fight. Vala let out a long breath and leaned back against a tree. Then I vote yes. We're doing this. William, send a back to the guild, letting them know we're taking on the rescue. Davrar, guide us. Arthur, Emerald, you know the drill. She turned to Nathan. Okay, we'll need to get you up to speed quickly. We've done this fight before, but never against so many. The key is the mages. They're the power, the backbone and leaders of Giant's Rest's slave raids. We kill them, and we win. The slave masters can keep the slaves in line and get them moving in the right direction, but it's the enslavement mages and their magic who will win or lose this fight. The slave soldiers aren't a big threat. They're immune to pain, but these ones won't be too independent or capable. They'll be ordered to try to pin us down so the mages can hit us with something like dominate, slumber, or just chains of restraint so they can capture us. And they will try to capture us. Giant's Rest takes pride in capturing Jamor adventurers, and they have bounties on all of us specifically. She quirked a grin. Time to push them a bit higher. While she talked, Arthur and Emerald set their gear neatly on the forest floor, stripping themselves of anything not important for imminent combat. Then, Emerald helped Arthur withdraw a complex belting system and strap heavy armor plates over his body. The bags had to be enchanted to hold that much metal. There was no way it would fit otherwise. They were done remarkably quickly, and Arthur's muscled form was replaced by a 9-foot behemoth of roughly engraved steel.
They all rejoined Nathan and Vala as she explained Nathan's role in the fight.
We know how they'll react, and we can keep them distracted and get you close. But mages are tricky to finish off. Usually enslavement mages don't know any spells beyond Tier 5 mind magic, so no fly or teleport or disintegrate. But they'll all be mage armored in hostile territory, and they'll be quick with wind blasts and other spells to keep anybody from getting in close. If you can close the distance in spite of all that to crack their mage armor and knock one off, we can hopefully take this fight. Better if you get more, of course. I'm about to fight for my life. Not just mine, but 100 people I've never met before. Nathan tried to speak, but found his throat suddenly parched. He swallowed, then asked, "How long do we have? Do I have time to try to develop my magic resistance talent? I've got a few ideas."
The giant traders stared at him like he'd grown another head. Vala finally answered, "We probably have a few hours, but we should use that time to set up the ambush. If you think you can develop your talent in a reasonable way after we're there, I'd tell you to go for it. But usually, people take a few days to prepare and have their insight very clearly thought out." Then she nodded, politely dismissing the topic, without making it particularly obvious that Nathan had just asked a stupid question. "Regardless, I think I know where they'll pass. Let's hurry to get there before they do. We will need to set up our ambush carefully." The next hour was a frantic run through the forest. Nathan had to sprint in bursts to keep up with giant traders, spending stamina to save himself from falling behind on multiple occasions. His compatriots were fast and knew the terrain. For a third of the trip, they ran along a wide, ruined road studded with cracked and broken paving stones.
Eventually, they broke from their path before a long bridge, in much better repair than the rest of the road. In the center of the bridge was a ruined gatehouse, worn but surprisingly intact, with a 100-foot drop to the river below it. Nathan wanted to ask about the weird ruin, but he was running to keep up with the giant traders, who ignored the strangely intact bridge. Thanks to the road and Vala's ability to find clear routes through the difficult terrain, they reached her chosen ambush site before their enemies. "Low-tier sprinting, rank 3 achieved!" It was a shallow ford in a fast-running stream, where the water was no more than a foot or two deep across a 40-foot width. Both sides of the ford were lightly dusted with tall shrubs and had moderately sloped banks down to the stream. Vala rapidly distributed them, telling Arthur to hide some distance away on the opposite side of the stream and charge into the slaving party from behind when they were about to finish crossing the ford. William would be positioned in a tree about 70 yards away to sow confusion with his spells and take shots with his crossbow. Meanwhile, Vala was hidden in the trees on the side of the ford that Giant's Rest would be crossing towards. Emerald and Nathan were placed in the bushes to either side of the ford on the same side as Vala, to spring out when the soldiers were drawn away and target the mages. Before they dispersed to their positions, everybody got together in a quick huddle. Vala spoke softly. "These scum owe us a debt of blood and life and death. Today, we collect some of that debt. We stand against their evil, so there will be fewer like us. Death to the giant!" The others all echoed her softly. "Death to the giant!" The group broke up. Arthur put his armored hand on Nathan's shoulder, and Nathan felt his heart thudding in his ears. Arthur's voice was deeper and rougher than it had been before. "I will gift you insight. In this battle, feel your burning rage against your foes. Stoke it, and feed your stamina into the flame as fuel. It will make you stronger, and should unlock some new classes. Fight well, my friend." He trotted off across the stream. William gestured Nathan into his chosen bush and cast hunting blind on it, warning him to move as little as possible to avoid disrupting the spell. He repeated the process for Emerald in a bush nearly 20 yards away, then scampered off to climb his tree. It was time to wait. Nathan took another drink of soup to top off his stamina before closing his eyes to clear his mind. He tried to think about his magic resistance. He needed to develop it for this fight. They were about to go up against mages who specialized in slavery. They'd be good at all of that mind-fuckery magic that terrified him so much. His magic resistance needed to be stronger so he didn't die or end up a mind slave. Suddenly, Nathan found himself breathing faster, a sudden twisting in his gut and terror in his heart. What am I doing here? There are 25 people who are going to try to kill me, and only 5 of us. This is insane. Why am I here?
Somebody hot asks me to fight, and now I'm willing to dive into the middle of battle? The Elcaf is a deal-breaker anyway, and now he's manipulating me into fighting for him. I can't kill somebody I've just met. No, he was committed. Nathan stilled his mind, dissolving the thoughts of killing and death. He breathed slowly, listening to the sounds of the stream. After a little while, he revisited the thought of killing. These people were evil in a way that Nathan had never thought he'd meet back on Earth. You heard about rapists, traffickers, and slavers, but you never thought you'd meet one and know them for what they were. But if you believed in free will, in autonomy, then you had to oppose those people when you knew them. Time to put your money where your mouth is. Or rather, your fist where their mouth is. Nathan heard the sound of many people stumbling through the forest beyond the stream, and his jaw set with determination. His entire body trembled with anger. These scum took people, denied all of their desires, their dreams, and any hope of choosing their own life. The slavers wanted, so they took. In so taking, they declared their disregard for concepts like natural rights and voided their own personhood. Nathan wasn't killing people. He was killing slavers. Low-tier focused mind rank 8 achieved. The right phrase for this is retributive justice. Nathan felt strength flow through his limbs as he started to feed stamina to his anger. He wasn't moving yet, and he felt his stamina tick down as he watched the slaving party begin fording the stream. The rage felt good. He felt strong enough to rip a man in half. But he waited for the plan. The slaving party was centered around 6 lines of slaves, each with about 20 people bound together with metal chains. Leading the slaves were 10 or so armored soldiers, marching in perfect sync with large square shields and spears. At the very back were 10 more soldiers walking in step, guarding 5 unique individuals. 3 of them were obviously mages, wearing robes like what Tail had worn, but in green instead of orange. The other 2 were the slave masters, wearing an assortment of brightly colored clothes. They yelled and brandished whips at the slowly moving mass of captives. As the leading soldiers started to climb the bank on Nathan's side of the stream, Artha appeared over the crest behind the slaving party with a bone-chilling roar. He charged down into the soldiers, ignoring their spears and scattering them while drawing every eye. The mages turned to study the rampaging elk man. They reacted with excitement, one of them saying, "More captives! What great fortune!" Another looked around, frowning and beginning to weave her hands together to cast some sort of spell.
She faltered as a heavy bolt from Wiam's crossbow shattered an invisible force in front of her chest. One of the slave masters took an arrow from Vala's recurve through the back of the head and dropped into the edge of the stream. The mages all stared at him for a second before looking back, seeing Vala standing atop the nearest bank. She fired another arrow, but a mage waved his hand. The arrow deflected, and the slave soldiers turned and began ascending towards Vala. The female mage looked around again, frowning. "There are always more. I'll flush them out." Nathan didn't catch the spell, but a ping of energy spread from her, highlighting everybody it touched in soft white light. Emerald's bush glowed white, and the mages turned and faced it as Emerald charged out, leading with a red glowing rapier. Hidden patterns on Emerald's helmet lit up, and they ignored the first spell, but had to frantically dodge and swipe with the rapier to avoid the sticky strands of web that lashed out. Then, the ground under Emerald turned slick for a moment, until a conjured rain of dirt from Wiam covered up the patch. One of the mages cried out, "That's Archmage Dinar's escaped slave! He's promised private tutoring to the ones who capture him!" Emerald's snarl was audible over the clashing of metal. It was time for Nathan to stop hiding. He sprinted from his bush, aiming straight for the nearest mage. His rage burned through him like a cleansing fire, and Nathan roared his hate at the mages. One of the men turned toward him and smirked to see an unarmed young man charging them. Nathan didn't even pause as the familiar magic sank into him, subsumed in his wrath. The mage's brow furrowed, but he didn't seem worried. At least, until Nathan drove stiffened fingers into his and cracked it open. The mage stumbled back and opened his mouth to cast another spell, but Nathan was right behind him, pounding a fist with all of his weight behind it, right underneath the man's sternum. The mage fell hard, gasping for air. "Halt!" A bellow from Nathan's left caused him to freeze, straining. The slave master had some kind of non-magical control skill, and his barbed whip wrapped around Nathan's neck. "You'll stay still, boy, or else I'll tear out your throat." One of the mages blew Emerald into the stream with a gust of wind, and the other made Vala stagger with repeated slumber spells. Nathan was frozen in place for a second, terror blazing through his mind. The man merely had to yank on the whip, and it would tear out Nathan's throat. There was a split second of indecision. Then Nathan committed himself. He fed stamina to rage like dumping gasoline on a fire. "It will not end this way." His fury redoubled, and the terrifying paralysis vaporized. Nathan dug his fingers under the whip, tearing skin with his fingernails. The slave master snarled and yanked the whip back, ripping the skin from Nathan's neck, mangling his fingers and opening his windpipe. Blood spurted, and Nathan hurriedly directed his regeneration to his neck, setting it to seal the artery first of all. Even as life drained from him, Nathan's face set in a rictus grin. He had never felt more alive. The slave master opened his mouth to command Nathan again, but his chest imploded as one of Wiam's broadhead bolts hit his sternum. The mage that had been targeting Vala spared a glance at Wiam's tree and threw a lightning bolt, causing the top of the tree to shatter. But Nathan was free. Bleeding, but free. He slammed into the mage that had thrown the lightning bolt, not so much with a direct attack as a hammering assault from every limb. Her force armor lasted for a second before splintering away, though it was long enough for the mage to flick a fort Nathan that knocked one leg out from under him. He grabbed the mage's robe and dragged her down to the ground with him, then rolled on top of her and started slamming his fists into her face. He twisted his shoulders and dropped his weight with each blow, feeling the crunch of bone from knuckles and the face beneath them. After 3 or 6 punches, Nathan was knocked off by a ball of conjured earth. The third mage had turned to focus on him and was not playing around. He set afort Nathan hundreds of spikes that shallowly penetrated Nathan's skin. When Nathan got close, the mage hit him with a win, but Nathan leaned into it and pushed forward, snarling. His vision tinged red. Nathan was going to end this man. He leaped forward and speared his mangled fingers into the which shattered. But the mage retreated and conjured more, firing them like cannonballs. Nathan managed to slap a few aside, but he was hit in the hip, the shoulder, and then the arm. He felt bones breaking and could not close the distance against the barrage. Luckily, he didn't have to. Emerald's rapier suddenly protruded from the man's chest, and the mage gasped like a beached fish before a cleaver chopped into his neck, spraying blood. Nathan knew the fight wasn't done yet, so he stumbled over to the man he'd first punched in the solar plexus, leaving a trail of blood and feeling something grating in his hip. Nathan stood over the man, wheezing on the ground, and looked down into his eyes. They were terrified and pleading. And Nathan's rage bled away.
He didn't think he could kill a helpless man. He didn't have to. Emerald was there, cleaver chopping. They quickly moved to the third mage.
Nathan didn't know if she was alive, with her face pulped like that. But she definitely wasn't, after Emerald stuck their rapier through an eye socket and stirred. Nathan's victorious thrill turned to nausea, and he fell to his knees and threw up. Bloody bile came out, and Nathan's neck stung in a new way. Right. Torn windpipe. How's my stamina? Stamina, 23 over 250. Nathan's cough had an edge of laughter. That had been close. It still could be close. He glanced at the soldiers. They were advancing slowly and methodically on a staggered Vala, but Emerald was picking them apart from the rear. If they needed help, Nathan couldn't help them. He needed to not die first. He catalogued his injuries, thanking Davrar for Brawler's indifference and absolute torrents of adrenaline. His neck wasn't gushing blood, and he didn't seem to have immediately fatal internal bleeding from the earthball hits. His upper left arm was definitely broken, possibly shattered. His hip was either cracked or bruised, same with his right shoulder and a few ribs, and he'd definitely cracked a few metacarpals in his hands. He was covered with superficial cuts and bruises from various spells. Nathan wanted to breathe normally, so he directed his remaining stamina to his neck, sealing off the most obvious bleeding and closing his windpipe. Then he collapsed onto the ground, feeling woozy. Oh, bad. Blood loss shock or one hell of a lot of violence and gore. Probably both. Mid-tier regeneration rank 4 achieved. He rolled onto his back and saw Artha pound across the stream. The big centaur's armor was dented in places, and one leg was bloodied, but he looked otherwise fine. Artha looked down at Nathan, assessing if he needed help. Nathan gave him a jaunty little wave from the ground. Artha charged off, probably to handle stuff. Nathan just wanted to lie there. He wasn't dying. He was pretty sure he wasn't dying. But he felt more exhausted than he'd ever been in his life. A few moments or minutes later, Vala appeared over him, said something, and offered him a hand up. Grudgingly, Nathan took the hand, wincing at the dull pain. She hauled him to his feet and pointed up the bank to where Artha was. Vala then turned to free and calm the slaves. Ex-slaves. Nice. Nathan looked up the bank of the stream and started slowly trudging up it. Blue boxes appeared in front of him as he walked. You have leveled up to level 23. Congratulations! You have defeated multiple deadly foes many levels above you. Low-tier sprinting, rank 4 achieved. An hour of sprinting through difficult terrain had leveled that skill once, and 30 seconds of frantic running around in combat had leveled it once. Using a skill in a life-or-death situation probably caused it to level faster. Neat. And his stamina seemed to go up by 10 per level, plus a base of 100. It was probably similar for other resources? Nathan stumbled over the top of the bank and saw Artha and Emerald forcing a vial into a blackened Wyam's beak a few dozen yards away. Nathan staggered closer to see if the irreverent bird mage was still alive and if there was anything he could do to help. Emerald looked up and held up a hand for him to halt, then tossed him a bag of jerky and a water skin. Nathan looked dumbly at the items where they'd landed next to his feet, then crumpled down and devoured the jerky. He hadn't been hungry at all, but as soon as he saw the food, it felt like a bottomless pit opened up inside him. Nathan spent a few more minutes resting on the ground, just staring up at the sky. He finished the bag of jerky and continued regenerating his wounds, focusing on the broken bones first. He sighed with relief when his arm bone reformed,
and he was confident there wasn't any internal bleeding going on. The rest of the wounds were just superficial bleeding, so he used his remaining stamina to fix his fingers. Hand wounds made Nathan shiver.
He was still bleeding slightly, but the biggest problem was shock caused by blood loss.
Hold on a second. Blood loss should be easy to fix with regeneration. Hematopoietic stem cells are some of the most common stem cells in the body at my age. He sat up and looked over to Artha and Emerald, who were coaxing along a coughing Wyam. Good. He wasn't dead. Nathan liked the flighty birdman. Flighty. Nathan croaked something, and they looked his way. He swallowed and repeated himself. Can I have some more food and water? Out of stamina. Artha snorted, then pushed himself up from his knees, trotting over and dropping a canteen of soup into Nathan's hands. He promptly fumbled it to the ground. Then Artha turned around and went back to Wyam, casting another minor curing into him. Nathan busied himself with his newly acquired calories, chugging down the soup between deep breaths. He fought down a few bouts of nausea and used his rapidly replenishing stamina to close the rest of the bleeding wounds. Then he funneled his small but growing pool of stamina into his bones again, aiming for the bone marrow. The stem cells there were supposed to replenish his blood cells, so they should replace his lost blood fairly easily. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeding stamina into the core of his bones and hoping like hell he wasn't giving himself a blood cancer. Mid-tier regeneration rank 5 achieved. Man, that talent is ranking up quickly. At least he wasn't suffering from blood loss anymore, since he wasn't nauseous and everything definitely seemed sharper. The regeneration talent had almost certainly saved his life, bringing him from near death to fully functional. All it took was a few minutes, a bag of jerky, and a canteen of soup. In fact, the talent seemed to be able to replace flesh without anything near the right amount of food. As he ranked his regeneration talent up, it was getting noticeably faster and more efficient.
I'm glad I'm immune to just mana-based magic, and not all the other cool stuff Davrar can offer. Stamina definitely seems able to break the rules of reality. It might not be magic, but it seems a lot like magic to me. Nathan pushed himself to his feet and looked around again with new focus. Artha and Emerald appeared to have Wyam well in hand, so he turned and looked to Vala. She was busy unchaining the lines of slaves and directing them up the stream bank, away from the bloodied stream. It was definitely something wrong with them. The ex-captive's eyes were stupefied, and they were dreamily wandering as if unsure where they were or where they should go. Nathan kept any from wandering off into the woods, directing them to sit down in a clearing on the edge of the stream. After a few minutes, Artha started helping him, and soon enough they had nearly 120 people seated in a disorganized mess. Nathan checked on the slave soldiers, wondering if any of them could be freed as well. But they were all dead. Some of them appeared to not have any wounds and had keeled over at the end of the fight without being touched. Nathan made a note to ask somebody about that later. But there were more important things to deal with right now. According to Vala, the prisoners were under the effect of a mass daze spell that made them unfocused and easy to guide. The giant raiders had rescued slaves from raids before, and Vala showed Nathan how to snap people out of it with a mix of light slaps, strong-smelling spices, and loud yells. In short order, they'd freed the villagers and left them to organize themselves on the riverbank. After he helped Vala break the captured villages free, he went to check in on Wyam. The birdman was mostly fine, though one of his wings had healed badly. Artha hadn't set it properly before giving him the healing that had probably saved Wyam's life. With his scorched feathers, he looked less like a hawk to Nathan and more like a bedraggled crow. But Wyam seemed in high spirits regardless, In his own words, "After all this, the coin for a proper heal won't be a problem. Heck, I bet half the healers will give me a discount. Besides, ladies love a tiercel with a few scars and a story to go with them." Nathan looked around, seeing if there was anything else he could help with. Emerald hadn't spent much time with the rescued. Instead, the faceless fighter had gone down to loot all of the bodies. They emptied the pockets and pouches of the slave masters and completely stripped the mages, bunching up their robes around whatever loot they gathered. After that, and with Artha's help, they stripped the armor from the slave soldiers and cast all of the bodies into the stream. Nathan wasn't sure why, and added it to the list of things to ask about. There's just so much I don't know about Davrar, and the practicalities of life here. A bedraggled elderly couple stood out among the rescued, organizing the cluster of scared people before making the rounds to check in on everybody. They introduced themselves to Nathan as Sora and Dwo, and were apparently the leaders of Pillridden, the hamlet which had been attacked. They effusively thanked Nathan for helping to rescue them, and subtly inquired if he could spare any healing or beneficial skills for people who were tired or hurt. They were still nice when they found that Nathan couldn't help, but moved on quickly to organize the rest of the farmers. Eventually, they were ready to move out. Vala told Nathan that there was a group coming with supplies and extra protection, but they'd be best served by heading back to meet them as soon as possible. Without much preamble, they started back towards Jamur. Chapter 10. Davrar Revealed. The giant traders hadn't had much to say to Nathan with so many shell-shocked captives to take care of.
That was honestly fine with Nathan. He was feeling a little shell-shocked himself. The violence had been so explosive, and he'd been a part of it, rampaging through the mages like a bull in a china shop. They'd been experienced fighters, but Nathan had resisted their best shots, and that had been enough. Emerald approached Nathan as he ruminated. The ex-slaves gave the slim, armored fighter a wide berth, and Nathan understood why. They'd been a vicious presence on the battlefield, and shown no qualms about dealing with the dead afterwards. But Emerald had saved Nathan's life at least once, and from what he'd heard during the battle, they had good reason to hate slavers. "Thanks. You did a lot better than I did. And sorry, I took your kills." Emerald's stutter seemed worse than usual, and Nathan could tell they weren't comfortable with the number of stares coming their way. Nathan relaxed. "No, it's okay. You saved my ass from the last guy, and well, I've never killed anybody before. And thanks to you, I still haven't. I don't view that as a problem. Even if they were slavers, I can't help but be grateful I didn't have to look into anybody's eyes before I killed them. Is stealing somebody's kills a problem?" Emerald tilted their head. "A kill levels you more. And that last mage was over level 81. I leveled a lot from that. You could have leveled more if you had killed him." Nathan paused for a moment. That sounded a lot more like a game mechanic than something he was comfortable with, especially when it incentivized murder. But then he shrugged. It was another useful data point on Davrar, and something to keep in mind for the future. Nathan worried about what it meant for society on Davrar if you got extra levels for killing people. He eventually responded to Emerald. "I leveled plenty, don't worry about it. I'm glad nobody was seriously hurt except Wiam. That seems miraculous given what we went up against. Also, I wanted to ask earlier, but why did the slave soldiers all die? Can they not be freed?"
No. They die if they think they're about to be captured. It's possible to dispel, but hard to do in a fight. You learn to deal. They're already dead. And I'm glad you're okay. That talent is good."
That made sense,
and made Nathan curl his lip. Why did Giant's Rest do that? Spite? Preventing any captured soldiers from turning on them, most likely. Looking at Emerald, Nathan realized they probably had a point. Then he realized something else that had been bugging him. Why didn't they have any golems? They seemed like they would make excellent soldiers. Emerald shook their head. Not good in chaotic situations. Also expensive, and get lost easily in rough terrain. Too easy to trick. Better as guards with simple instructions, or shock to troops with a construct mage. Slave soldiers still think. Nathan swallowed. The thought that the slave soldiers were conscious disturbed him. There'd been more death than he'd ever experienced, and he wasn't done processing it yet. It still felt unreal. Emerald seemed done talking, so Nathan thanked them and walked on, reflecting. How do I feel about the giant raiders? A bit shocked at the amount of violence they demonstrated. But I was an active participant. Do I want to do that again? If I want to take on Giant's Rest, I'll need to get used to it. Now that I've had one near-death experience, I'm not sure I want to actively pursue more. Regardless, there's a mountain of things I need to learn about this world before I make any final decisions. The rest of the day was spent journeying back towards Jamor. Nathan didn't talk much with the rest of the giant raiders, instead walking to the side of the large group of subdued ex-captives. He tried to distract himself from dwelling on the violence by making a list of utility skills he wanted. He had 3 so far, and they all seemed useful. Had been immeasurably useful in helping Nathan deal with the unexpected. And it helped him more easily gain new skills and talents. A multiplier on top of whatever blessing Davrar had given him for being disadvantaged sounded like a good thing. Sprinting was also pretty useful. Being able to move fast was great for a lot of reasons. Sure, being able to fly would be better, but that likely wasn't on the table. Unless his last talent slot could make that happen? Nathan shook his head. Wiam had mentioned that he could get a flying talent because he had wings, but it probably wasn't that simple for Nathan. Unless he could make a shape-shifting talent? Nathan shuddered a bit this time. He hated body horror. Earnestness was a little bit confusing. It seemed like a great skill for a lot of reasons. Useful for certain kinds of lying, useful for being serious. It didn't directly help him fight people, but it helped avoid fights and improve social situations. Maybe Nathan could scope out other socially oriented skills and try to pick up something worthwhile. So, what other utility skills would be useful? A few things jumped out to Nathan. Something from memory, or something to give him local knowledge. He had no idea if either were possible, but he had some ideas for the memory skill. A utility skill to help him remember things from Earth seemed like a great idea, but it maybe wasn't the most pressing issue. A skill that helped him know more about the world might prevent him from accidentally offering somebody a deadly insult. What else would be useful? Utility skills couldn't help him do things he couldn't do otherwise. So what did he wish he was better at? That question made Nathan remember something. His plans to develop magic resistance. He hadn't developed it before the fight, and it seemed to require serious effort. He remembered his first fumbling resistance of magic, when Tael had tried to charm him. Nathan had needed to pull apart each spell, feel what it was doing, and work to counter the effect. When the talent had hit max rank up and he'd gotten anti-magic blows, it had required a lot less attention, at least when he was hitting things. But he didn't want to lose sight of how he'd interacted with the magic to counter it the first few times. It could be the key to developing the talent in a useful direction.
The sun was far from dimming when the group settled in a wide glade for the night. They were in the middle of the cold wilderness, and the villagers needed some time to eat and rest to stay healthy. The ex-slaves were ravenous since they'd been fed nothing but starvation rations after being captured. They would probably eat through most of the food, both the giant trader's stockpile and that acquired from the slavers. According to Vala, the backup squad was going to travel through the night and should arrive sometime mid-morning. Nathan staked out a spot near Wyam, who had propped himself up against a tree. They would be sleeping rough tonight, the tent and heavy blankets going to some of the elderly who had struggled with the overland march. But there was a fire nearby, so it wasn't too bad. Wyam seemed to be doing better, but not great. He would need that session with the healer, and Nathan hoped he got it. But he had some questions for the Hawkman first. Questions about magic. "Hey, Wyam. Hope you're feeling better." Wyam lifted one hand and made a fist, which he bounced side to side. Nathan continued. "I've got some questions about magic, if you've got time. I want to know how you cast spells. If somebody had mana shaping and was trying to cast their first spell, what would you tell them?" Wyam coughed out a bit of a laugh, then shrugged. "A bit of a funny question coming from you, but I'll tell you what I got told when I was a chick. When you can shape the mana, you sorta tie it in knots of specific shapes."
Basic spells like this, a ball of light manifested in his palm, are real simple. Just take some basic mana, throw it around like this, and there you go. He looked at Nathan a moment, then seemed to realize something. "But you can't sense the mana, so it's not going to work great. Mana shaping would let you sense the mana I'm throwing around for this spell. Try it yourself." Wyam withdrew his hand, leaving the ball of light floating in midair. Nathan studied the orb of light, both with his eyes and with the elusive sense he'd felt while resisting Tail's spells. Nothing. He reached out and touched the ball. Right before it flickered out, he felt it. Like an insubstantial, uneven ball or a knot of fuzzy string. Nathan's brows furrowed. "I think I can sense the mana, but only when I touch it. I could feel the shape of that a bit. Are there different kinds of mana other than basic mana?" Wyam clattered his beak a bit. "Weird. I heard of some other talents that let you sense mana, but they're mostly bad versions of mana shapin'. Funny that magic resistance would do it. But yeah, bunch of kinds of mana for different spells. One of the big parts to being a mage is learning to change the type of mana you put in a spell. They're all different, and a lot of mages get class skills for new types of mana, but you can learn to use other mana types even if you ain't got the skill. I do a lot with shadow mana, and I got a skill for that one. But I also do some earth stuff, and that's just an insight and some practice, and easy to get to from shadow. But I'd need fire and force for a fireball, and I can't do neither." That was fascinating. Themed mana. Can you sense what kind of mana is which? And how do you learn to swap the types? Yep, all the types have a different feel about them. Basic is fuzzy and soft, while shadow is dark and brittle. Earth is heavy and moist, but none of those are great explanations. You kinda gotta just feel the mana and figure out what's what. And for the swappin', well, that's an insight right there, and not mine to give. But it's one of the keys to magery. That and being shown what weaves make what spells. And practice to get skills and stuff to make the mana go into a spell faster. A new mage'll take a hot minute to put together a simple light spell, never mind or whatever. Nathan had an idea. His magic resistance seemed to give him the ability to sense mana when it was in contact with him. When he'd been ranking up his magic resistance talent the first time, he'd needed to feel out Tail's different spells and work to neutralize them differently. What if the same was true for all magic? Did he need to understand the spell work? Or at least understand how to pick it apart
in order to properly neutralize it? It felt like a good way to go about the talent evolution to Nathan. So he asked Wiam for a favor. "Hey, Wiam, feel free to turn me down if you're not up to it. But do you think you could cast some spells on me? Nothing harmful. I just want to focus on what it feels like to resist magic. I think it'll be helpful for developing my talent." Wiam's eyes bore into Nathan, and he cocked his head to the side. "You know what? Sure. Usually this sort of thing had come for a cost, but with all that's happened, I owe you a bit, even if you're the vote that got me blown out of a tree. But hey, if you make it big, remember the little folks?" Nathan was confused by that last bit, but Wiam immediately moved on to casting a variety of spells on Nathan. They started with various stealth spells and worked their way up to some basic attack and inconvenience spells. Using focused mind, Nathan learned to pick out some of the shapes of the various spells and how to pull them apart faster or slower. He also started getting a sense of what different kinds of mana felt like.
Wiam's explanations had been spot on, with basic, unaspected mana being soft and fluffy, shadow mana being dark and brittle feeling, while earth was dense and wet. It was almost as if the density was more a sensation of weight than of actual mass. It was hard to put into words. After a plain but filling meal, Nathan settled in to meditate. He wasn't frantic or panicking, but it seemed like a good idea to keep up the habit. The absence of his smartphone and its app was annoying, but focused mind more than made up for it. It really was a useful skill for his own sanity, if nothing else. Nathan drifted, focusing on his breathing. In and out. In and out. How did he feel? A bit scared. Guilty for killing people, even if he hadn't delivered any final blows. He heard the refugees moving in the camp around him and relaxed. The fight had been for a purpose, and that purpose had been worthwhile. In hindsight, he'd been quick to agree, but knowing the outcome, he didn't regret the decision. The violence had come easier than he'd expected. Nathan remembered the sensation of the mage's face crunching under his fist, and then remembered what the mage had done. He called up a bit of the visceral hate that had sparked his fury, and Nathan found he didn't even regret the violence, just the risk of his own death. With that thought, he let his feelings of the fight go and cleared his mind for proper meditation. Low-tier focused mind, rank 9 achieved. After a time, a more centered Nathan opened his eyes to the darkness of night. Once again, he was shocked at the rapid transition from a bright day with the sun directly overhead to full night. But unlike last night, the sky wasn't cloudy, and he could see what the clouds had hidden. The entire sky glowed with white, blue, and green. It took Nathan a moment to parse the swirls of faraway clouds, the blue of oceans, and the yellow-green of continents. It was like looking at the surface of Earth from the moon, but covering the whole sky, and dimmer. The total light was only slightly more than that of a full moon, but Nathan could see a whole world laid out in the sky above him, glowing with reflected light. He was starstruck, or world-struck. After a few minutes of just looking up, Nathan organized his thoughts. He didn't recognize any of the continents, and couldn't make things out in great detail. Assuming Earth-sized continents, the distance was probably about half the distance from the moon to Earth. Big error bars on that. But there was definitely a lot more real estate up there than what existed on Earth, and Nathan gave up after counting over a dozen continents. There were also enormous scattered patches of black and white, looking like infections on the world above. Each patch was about half the size of a major continent, and either completely white or completely black. Bizarre. Is there a giant mirror way up there? Or is this world 2 discs stuck face to face? Nathan turned towards Wiam, who was watching him.
Nathan had no experience reading bird-person expressions, but William's eyes looked amused. "Did your sky look different where you came from?" Nathan looked back up. Yeah, it did. What is it? Has anybody ever been there?" William poked at the fire as he responded. "It's all Davrar. We got some tales about people who make it to the other side, see home. It's a thing in some of our stories. If you see home like that, above your head, it usually means you ain't never going back. All sorts of ways to get over there in those stories. Sometimes mages fly it, but apparently it's harder than just go up and keep going. But the stories don't tell why, and not many are strong enough or brave enough to try. Usually it's just poking something you shouldn't. Get teleported up there by some artifact. But it's all Davrar." Nathan nodded, pondering. This world did not work like Earth did. There wasn't an obvious solar system, and the sun couldn't work on the same principles as Sol if it was in between this layer and the one visible up in the sky. Maybe there was a giant sphere of one-way mirrors around the planet, which reflected the world back down at them while allowing sunlight through? It could be a construct, like a Dyson sphere or a ring world, but neither of those explanations fit with his observations. Though Nathan had never been inside a Dyson sphere before, he assumed the other side would be so far away he wouldn't be able to make out any continents. Like Mars far away. I wouldn't be able to see any details at all. Regardless, those possibilities ignored what might be possible with magic. Something was going on with how this world worked, and it was something he could investigate. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. At various times, he'd wondered what it would have felt like to be one of the early scientists during the Enlightenment, where so much was unknown but ripe for discovery. And now, maybe he would find out. Chapter 11. Adventurers and Adventurers. They didn't move on the next morning, instead staying in place and caring for the ex-captives who needed a break. Nathan was sent to collect dead wood for fires and help dig holes for makeshift latrines. He didn't mind. It was a way to help out that didn't demand much of him. And these people needed help. Nathan wasn't sure how he'd feel to be kidnapped from his home and barely escape being enslaved by mental magic. Well, that's exactly what happened to me. But these people are pretty helpless to prevent it happening again. But there was another critical difference between Nathan and these refugees. His terror and horror had been tempered by wonder. Wonder at a world with magic, talents, and an entire world above your head. Nathan looked up from his digging to the clear sky. If you looked past the blue sky, you could still see the surface opposite. It was hard to notice unless you looked closely, appearing like faint, wispy clouds, until you saw the spiral of a storm the size of a small moon, or the faint, deep blue glint of the ocean. Nathan finished digging the new latrine. It wasn't all that bad to use. One of the refugees had a talent or skill that could somehow process normal leaves into a passable imitation of toilet paper. It required careful hand placement, but Nathan had been on camping trips with worse accommodations. Nathan went to find William again. He wanted to practice sensing magic again. It was so cool to feel magic, to tug apart component strands of mana. Walking through the camp, he noted how the ex-captives treated the giant traders with a sort of hands-off awe. It struck Nathan like a cross between hero worship and keeping your distance from a snarling dog. The only villagers he'd talked with this morning were Sora and Dwo, who acted as liaisons with the adventurers. He found Vala first, sitting on a stump and stitching up a hole in her armor with a huge needle. Nathan asked her directly, "The people we rescued seem pretty wary of us. What's up with that?" Vala looked around.
Yeah, pretty normal with adventurers. We live with violence, and they hope it stays far away from them. Sure, we save them from stuff, but they pay for it, and we're still associated with whatever the problem was. And for every story of adventurers saving a town, there's one where some idiots piss off a local monster or open up an old ruin and unleash some horror. She paused for a moment and pointed at him with her needle. That reminds me. Got a few rules. If you enroll as an adventurer, you'll learn these in more detail, but I should tell you now. 1. Run from fights you can't win. 2. Don't touch things you don't understand. That means ruins, like the ones you'll find all over the countryside. There's scary shit in a lot of them that'll kill more than just you. 3. Don't chase levels or loot.
Your job is to stay alive and keep other people alive. That's it. Just didn't want you wandering into any crypts of Quoz because you don't know any better. Nathan swallowed. He wasn't sure how to take that advice. But Vala didn't expect a response from him and turned back to her mending. He turned and continued looking for Wiam, eventually finding him lying down and picking at his blackened feathers. Nathan waved a hand through his line of sight. Hey, Wiam. Hope you're feeling good. Yeah, I'll be good. Want more magic practice? Closer to practice for me, ain't it? It's great. I can toss some real murder your way and it just... He made a gesture like jazz hands, indicating something poofing away into nothing. Nathan grinned. Yup, I guess we both get something out of it. Go ahead. Give me your best shot. Wiam's best shot turned out pretty effective, turning the soft dirt under Nathan's feet into slimy, sucking mud that pulled him under. He was only able to break the spell by diving into the mud, leaving him covered in dry dirt once the spell fell apart. During the more relaxed session that followed, Nathan felt like he was getting the hang of feeling Wiam's different kinds of mana and how they wove together. He still needed physical contact with spells to break them apart, which was pretty limiting. They finished with a round of Nathan trying to guess what spell was cast on him, with his eyes closed and ears covered. Low tier Focused Mind 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to mid-tier. Pending utility skill, Low tier Spell Sense. You have used a rudimentary mana sense to identify mana types and how they go together to make spells. This skill will help you identify mana types and spell weaves more easily. Does not grant understanding of how a spell works or how to weave mana together for specific spells. Ooh, yeah. That was cool.
Magic! Congratulations, you have accepted the Low-Tier Spell Sense utility skill. It will become part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Opening his eyes, Nathan heard a commotion from across the camp. The rest of the giant traders were gathered to the side of the clearing, the refugees clustering around to watch. Emerald and Artha came from where they'd been butchering some sort of enormous six-legged creature that had tried to sneak up on the camp. Any other day, Nathan would have been fascinated by its weird biology, but he wasn't feeling the blood and gore today. The relief group had arrived. Leading the way into the clearing was a large human man in plate armor, bald head gleaming and arms spread wide. Behind him was a large group of armed adventurers, 9 heavily armed and armored fighters loaded with packs and boxes. The man walked forward to meet Vala and clapped his gauntleted palm on her shoulder. Hard. Aha! The redoubtable Giants Raiders, claiming glory and acclaim with yet another daring exploit. He withdrew his hand and waggled his finger in front of Vala's face. But I hear it was a near thing for you. If only we of the Vanguard had been there,
the fight would not have been close at all." He gestured to his fighters, beaming. "But the vanguard will save the day in another way, at least. We could not have these fine folks starve, and now they will not. Come, come, let us distribute the rations we've carried so far, and be on our way." The rest of the vanguard filed past the man, happy to unload their packs of food and other supplies for the refugees. One of them eyed Nathan briefly, then shrugged and handed him a small knapsack before moving on. Nathan peeked inside, finding a rough blanket and a collection of traveling food, bags of nuts, hard cheeses, and tough biscuits.
A side pocket contained a small steel knife in a sheath and a piece of flint. A water skin was looped around the whole thing. Nathan blinked at the well-thought-out kit and looked over to William as the Birdman slowly got to his feet.
"Where did all of this come from?"
William looked down at the kit with a jerky shrug.
"Adventurers Guild keeps him as backup. This sort of thing happens often enough that it's worth the salt to keep him ready. Another thing, though."
William gestured and cast a spell, muffling the sound from the camp. "That there's Eldred. Eldred Vanguard, he calls himself." William pointed his beak at the bald man who led the vanguard and greeted Vala. "He's good in a fight and all. Cares mountains about his reputation. But he keeps his eyes on his own coin string, you get me?" William waited until Nathan nodded, then continued. "You might want to keep quiet about what's up with you. He'd try to see what you're worth and maybe recruit you without much of a polite way to say no. And I betcha he'd at least think about earning some cash on the side from Giant's Rest. Though the guild mistress would gut him if she found out." William cocked his head, and the noises of the camp rushed back in as he dismissed the sound-dampening spell. Then William marched off to go greet a friend from the vanguard, loudly cackling about the giant traders killing 3 enslavement mages. The vanguard took over, leading the group of refugees, relieving the worn-out giant traders. Nathan got the sense that Vala could have challenged Eldred and remained in command of the group, but she was happy enough to turn over responsibility for the refugees to Eldred and the vanguard. After a break to eat their newly acquired rations and finish butchering Artha's kill, the group set out from the camp at a sedate pace. They followed steadily improving trails through the rocky hills, and Nathan noticed more and more ruins.
They ranged from remarkably well preserved, like a fortress carved into a mountain in the shape of a face, to simple piles of rubble. The group steered away from all of them, and Nathan noticed both the vanguard and the giant traders relaxing as they left each ruin behind.
"These ruins are just everywhere. I must have seen a few dozen by this point, and everybody's treating them like they're all dangerous. Given Vala's warning, I'm guessing that's pretty true. But how are they dangerous?" Eldred's assumption of command freed Vala from her duties, and in the afternoon she approached Nathan again. After ushering him off the trail, she turned to him and spoke. "We've had time for a bit of a chat about what we owe you for the fight. The reward from the guild will go 5 ways, all right, but we owe you a chunk more than that. You swore no oaths to fight slavers, and Arthur didn't have a right to ask you for it." Vala paused to look Nathan directly in the eyes. "So, to pay that off, and since you're new, we've agreed to each give you an insight we think would suit you. This offer's got more heft than you might think. Insights are usually only gifted to boon companions and children, or traded for other insights." She raised her hands placatingly. "If you'd prefer, we'll give you the entire monetary reward for the rescue instead. But I think you should take the insights." On the face of it, this seemed like an easy question. The giant traders were experienced adventurers and probably knew what skills Nathan needed better than he did. But it sounded like he'd be turning down a pile of money for it. Money that would help Nathan stabilize,
get his feet under him, maybe leave town for somewhere less dangerous. If he wanted to do anything other than fight, taking the money was probably a better choice. But he wanted to end Giant's Rest, and so did all of the people around him.
What could Nathan do that people born to this world, this war, couldn't? Well, there's an expert on that right here. Nathan looked at Vala. Do you think I should be an adventurer? I want to fight Giant's Rest, but can I make a difference? Vala blew out a long breath, considering her words carefully. Then her dark eyes looked into Nathan's again, and her voice was deadly serious. You're underestimating what one person with the right talents can make happen. Your talents. She trailed off, then shook her head. Jamor is kept safe not by many adventurers, but by a few. It's an open secret that a few high-level adventurers, good at killing mages, are what really keeps some archmage from dropping an earthquake on us from a mile up. Our elites can't kill the whole Giant Rest Senate, but they could kill a warmonger or 10 in revenge. It's also the sort of thing that the questers would join in on, and then things would get messy. Vala's eyes locked back onto Nathan's. You have the potential to become one of the adventurers that Giant's Rest fears. Your talents are better for fighting mages than absolutely anybody I've ever seen. She scoffed. A blanket magic resistance talent? And you developed that giant's damned healing talent in one night. If you don't die in the next 5 years, you'll be a terror to mages. One we need. And if it's metal jangle you're after, there's more to be had exploring ruins than anything else. It's too dangerous for most people, because there's so much ancient magic floating around. But, Vala gestured to Nathan as if answering a question. So, with the talents you already have, you'd be wasted as anything but an adventurer, and I will personally sponsor you to the guild. Spend a few years doing basic shit, learn what's what, and level up. Then come back to me. Vala's wide face turned up into a vicious grin. And we'll kill some slavers. Chapter 12. System Questions. Nathan considered Vala's words. She'd just told him he could be the best and earn fame and fortune on a righteous cause. To his millennial self, it struck a bit of a nerve and triggered a sense of suspicion. It sounded like it was too good to be true, and therefore it probably was. On the other hand, Vala seemed entirely sincere. And she was right that the talents Nathan had acquired were pretty absurd. It seemed like magic stood at the pinnacle of might in this world, and it wasn't hard to understand why. Nathan's current talent made him mostly immune to it. After he developed it, it would presumably get even better, and given some levels and a smart build to provide him with plenty of stamina, Nathan could recover from almost any blow that didn't immediately kill him. And that was the difference between Davrar and Earth. Nathan didn't have great power in either place, but he could acquire great power here. And there were great wrongs to right with that power, if he could resist the temptation of power for its own sake. Nathan closed his eyes and released a deep breath. He wasn't committing himself here, but this was definitely a step toward becoming a person who could bring down Giant's Rest. A killer. There's a lot I haven't considered about what it means to take on Giant's Rest. But it definitely means I'm going to have to kill people. Not something I've seriously considered before. Then he turned back to Vala, who had been watching him patiently. Thank you for that. I needed to decide what I am doing here.
but I think you're right. Adventuring sounds good. I will accept your insights." Vala looked relieved. "That's gladdening. To give you expectations, Artha said he'd continue talking to you about rage. His clan specializes in the path of rage, and he's definitely got some class skills about it, so hear him out. Wiam is already working with you on something to do with magic. Not sure what you can get out of it, but he thinks it's worthwhile, and if you agree, that's between you."
I'm not sure about Emerald. They said they've got a few ideas, but you'll have to talk to them to figure it out. As for me, I want to give you a choice. She looked around at the forest and hills they were passing through. The first option would be to teach you about ranging the wild, finding paths, food, tracks, hiding camps, hiding yourself. I can help you guide your next class development in a more ranger-focused direction. And if you don't want that, we can get you a utility skill or two that'll help out. Are you interested in that? Nathan considered for a minute and shook his head. It sounds useful, but I don't want to specialize in operating in the wilderness too much, especially with what you've said about where my potential lies. Vala nodded, dreadlocks bouncing on her back. The other one is something I learned from my ma, and a bit of a personal secret. I'd ask you to swear to not sharing the insight for this one around. It's a specific utility skill focused on perception, called notice, though I've got it developed past that. Means important things stand out to you more. Sounds like something you're interested in? Nathan nodded along, and as soon as she gave him the chance, voiced his agreement. That sounds useful in almost all situations. Is there a catch? Vala's dark lips quirked. Not everybody agrees. It isn't a craft. It doesn't make you stronger, help you run faster, or hit harder. Lots of people would rather learn, or the like. But no, it just helps you see and hear more than you would without it, and figure what's important from all that. Do you want it? Hell yeah! Perception is the best skill in D&D. It lets you avoid ambushes, find secret treasure, and notice important details. It might not win a fight, but it lets you choose fights you can win. Nathan thought about it for a second more, but this skill sounded priceless. Yes, and I swear on my honor not to tell anybody else the insight without your permission. Vala paused, amused at Nathan's oath. The basics of it are to accept that you don't notice everything that you see. She gestured around them, to the forested mountains. There's a lot of detail here. Different rocks, slopes, trees, the wind, small movements. But you don't notice it, because not much stands out. If I were to ask you where the tallest mountain we passed was, could you answer? Nathan shook his head. He'd heard something like this before, about how unreliable eyewitness testimony was. I also couldn't tell you what color clothes Duo and Sora were wearing. Vala nodded, enthused. Right, and those details aren't a big deal, but if you train at it, Davra can help you see more and figure out what's important without thinking about it. It's a hard skill to pick up, but what you got to do is realize how much of the world you're missing and try to pick up more. Not just limited to sight either, and if you only work on sight, you'll get a worse version of the skill. Make sure you think about smell, touch, sound, even temperature. There's some tricks to it I can share later, but everybody does it a bit different, and I don't want to send you off in the wrong direction. They walked in silence for a bit, while Nathan appreciated the natural world around them. It was a severe but beautiful landscape, with slopes of evergreens punctuated by sheer walls of gray rock. The occasional ruin or enormous carving gave a sense of weight to the landscape, as if grand events had once happened in this valley. Nathan struggled to notice as many details as he could. The shape of the rocks on the trail they walked, the pattern of new growth from a wildfire on the opposite hill. After a time, Vala interrupted.
Seems you're on the right path. Keep trying, but keep thinking about how you notice details and why specific things stand out to you. It's not just practice, it's an insight that I'm building you up to.
I'd be pretty surprised if you got the skill before we got to Jamor tomorrow. But the giant traders will be sticking around town for a bit, so we'll keep working until you get the skill. Vala turned and walked away, looking over her shoulder as she departed. It's easier to get skills and talents in dangerous situations. The more dangerous, the better. If you can spare a moment during a fight, focus on an insight you're working on. Just don't get killed. Anyway, I'll send Emerald over. They wanted to figure out what you were interested in. The refugees are taking a break, so you have some time. A few minutes later, Emerald approached Nathan, raising a hand in greeting. They spoke quickly, if with a stronger stutter than usual.
There's a few things I could teach you. Do you know what kind of thing you're interested in? You probably can't get my C class, and the special talent I have might not be useful to you.
They trailed off, uncertain. Nathan had a reply ready. You've seen me fight. I want to be better at it. I know it's not common for utility skills to help you fight better, but I saw how well you were able to dodge earlier. Are there any skills that you can teach me for that? Emerald was silent for a moment, then spoke.
Yes, but you'll need to take it seriously. What I have doesn't sound like a fighting skill. It's...
Their shoulders hunched and they kicked a rock.
It's a dancing skill, called dancer's footwork. If you'd rather, I have a talent that makes my armor lighter.
Nathan answered. No, the dodging skill sounds interesting. I bet it helps keep your feet steady and dodge around like I saw during the fight. Emerald's awkward hunch froze.
Yeah, it does. But it doesn't sound like a skill for fighters. If you learn it, don't tell anybody you have it. They will mock you and won't want to work with you.
Sounds like macho idiocy to me. There's a reason boxers learn to dance. He considered the armor talent, but it just didn't seem to stack up to his other talents. Instead, Nathan asked Emerald to teach him dancer's footwork, and they started running through footwork drills on a relatively smooth piece of bare rock as they watched the villagers rest below. The drills emphasized agility by keeping weight on the balls of the feet and practicing how to change direction quickly while maintaining balance.
Emerald, can I use stamina during the workout? Will it prevent me from getting anything out of it?
Emerald shook their head.
No, you should use stamina on this, if you can. People with stamina can exercise longer and harder than other people, so in addition to stamina, they tend to be stronger than other people. Just be careful. It won't save you from being sore, and we still have a ways to walk.
They kept up the drills for a bit longer, and Nathan started to get the hang of it. The movements were smooth, and he was expecting the skill to pop up any second. Unfortunately, Artha came to get them since the group had started moving again. They had to run to catch up.
With all these exercises and running, my legs should be killing me. But they're fine. Probably regeneration.
I'm a little worried that I won't gain muscle from exercise, but I set up regeneration to focus on cell growth, so it probably just means I can make new muscle at superhuman rates. Cool. That evening, they made early camp in the lee of an ancient roadbed. Nathan kept away from the center of attention, trying to stay away from Eldred and his vanguard after Wiam's warning. They'd broken out some sort of liquor and were toasting a successful mission. After helping with the camp setup, Nathan figured it was a good time to sit down and try something. Specifically, he wanted to try to develop his focused mind skill. It was capped, and he had the lessons of multiple traditions of meditation to draw on to figure out the appropriate insight.
Nathan settled down, cross-legged, and started to meditate. He dedicated his attention to the practice. First, calming the breath and quieting internal dialogue. Then, finding the spotlight of his attention and diffusing it to fill his entire mind. He wasn't observing his mind from some point within the mind. He was his mind, and his consciousness was spread throughout. Nathan opened his eyes, but did not let go of his meditative state. The world swam into focus before his eyes, an image made of color and light. He gazed broadly at the scene in front of him. The sun was gone, the landscape softly illuminated by the world above. He kept his gaze wide, aware of the world beyond himself. His consciousness pushed out beyond his body, filling the world, or rather, filling the model of the world that was contained inside his brain. The world that Nathan saw around himself wasn't true physical reality. It was a model of the world constructed by the fallible sensors at the end of his nerves. It wasn't always accurate, and it was a representation of the real thing, not the real world itself. Even now, looking out at the world, Nathan was stuck in his own head. But that meant what he saw was inside his consciousness, and he could change how he perceived it. Everything I experience exists within my conscious mind, and I can control how I think about it. With the thought and the feeling of certainty, a blue box blossomed. Congratulations! You have developed the low-tier focused mind utility skill into mid-tier focused mind. It will start at rank 1 and become more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Utility skill. Mid-tier focused mind. This skill will help you attain a focused and undistracted state under most conditions. Requires you to be unmoving to use. Sweet. Good to know that. But Nathan wasn't done yet. He'd reminded himself of what Vala had said about notice, and he used his newly focused mind to study the world around him. He tried to refine his mental model, sharpening it with details of his surroundings. The hum of conversation. How many people were speaking? The crackle and glow of the fire. How many logs were in it? The feeling of the breeze. Was it getting colder or warmer? He continued like this for a little while. William approached, opening his beak to speak, then stopped. Nathan studied him. He saw the impatience in a subtle shift of his feet, the excitement at continuing their training in the fluttering of his good wing. Pending utility skill. Low-tier notice. You have been able to deeply notice the details of your surroundings. This skill will help you notice details in the future. The text on that was vague, but promising. Nathan nodded, satisfied, and accepted the skill. Congratulations, you have accepted the Low-Tier Notice utility skill. It will become a part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your skill to aid in skill development at rank 10. Nathan considered his gains as he stood to greet William. Focused mind had lost its requirement that he have his eyes closed and gotten more general. And notice also seemed like a great skill, generally useful and probably synergistic with his other skills. As he practiced his spell sense with William, his prediction was borne out. Notice helped him sense details of difficult spells, and William was reaching the end of his spell repertoire. He was getting comfortable using more dangerous spells, and Nathan's struggles against them showed in his rank-ups. Low-tier spell sense, rank 2 achieved. Low-tier notice, rank 2 achieved.
Low-tier spell sense, rank 3, achieved. After they finished, William invited Nathan back to volley some words with the giant raiders.
The atmosphere was relaxed, and while Nathan wanted to learn more about the world, he didn't want to interrogate the others. So, he watched as the giant traders played a rhyming game where different people jumped in to complete a story. Their topic was the fight at the river ford, and with all of the embellishments and poetic license, Nathan didn't recognize the fight at all. It was hilarious to hear William's departure from the tree described as a majestic flight escaping lightning's smite. Towards the end, Nathan jumped in with a few of his own verses. Later, he learned more of the adventuring team whose company he shared. He might have been unlucky with his company on first entry to Davrar, but he couldn't complain about meeting the giant traders. He was a bit upset at Artha for asking Nathan to help in the way he had. It would have been hard for me to say no, and he knows it. But it was harder to be mad after Nathan learned that the big centaur's last name was Footspeak. Artha Footspeak. That was hilarious. His clan was a big deal on the neighboring plains and led large trading caravans across dangerous territory. Vala's last name was Bow, and her family had a legacy in Gamor, respected for martial prowess. William's last name was Airbool. He was a traveler from far away and spoke of escaping a crowded home for adventure. Emerald didn't share many details, beyond that they'd chosen the last name Free, having been born into slavery. In return, Nathan spoke haltingly of his world and what his life was like before he ended up here. It was complicated, since the closest analog to Academia Gamor knew was the Ascendant Academy at Giant's Rest. Overall, they were shocked at how safe Earth sounded. Many deaths on Davrar were violent ones, and everybody had as many dead friends and family as living. Monsters, magic, and the remnants of the ancients made Davrar dangerous. Skill text comparison. Low tier. Focused mind. This skill will help you attain a focused and undistracted state when you need it more easily. Requires you to be seated, unmoving, and with eyes closed to use. Mid-tier. Focused mind. This skill will help you attain a focused and undistracted state under most conditions. Requires you to be unmoving to use. Chapter 13. A grave threat. Nathan didn't sleep well. Davrar was full of wonder, and ruins they'd passed filled him with a sense of adventure. On Earth, history was known. If you found a ruin, you could find out who had built it and why. The horizons were charted, and the only mysteries left were in science. On Davrar, ruins outnumbered cities by 100 to 1, and each one promised adventure and, more likely than not, death. With that in mind, Nathan couldn't help but wait for something to jump out of the dark. Now was the time, right? He paced around the camp, seeing a pair of the vanguard on a desultory watch. They beckoned him over, but he shook his head and went back to his blanket. Eventually, he slept. The next morning, Nathan woke bleary-eyed to quick movement and the clash of metal. His eyes snapped open, and he jumped to his feet, frantically looking around to find the fight. It wasn't a fight, but a fully armored spar between Artha and Eldred. It didn't look like a friendly fight, but everybody stood around and watched as Eldred defended himself from Artha's furiously twisting staff. The heavily armored human spun and wove, catching blows with the haft of his two-handed mace. After a breath, he went on the offensive himself, swinging the mace deceptively quickly. Artha backstepped and deflected with his staff.
One of the swings connected with the ground, and rock shattered, sending shards zinging around the clearing. Artha snapped forward to take advantage of the grounded mace, but Eldred slid under Artha's strike and shoulder-checked him.
Amazingly, the enormous centaur went down, toppling with a tremendous clatter. Eldred raised his mace over Arthur, and the crowd tensed. Nathan started forward, but then Eldred relaxed as Arthur spoke. "I yield. You have the better of me." He was tense, looking up at the human clad in heavy plate. Eldred just spread his arms wide, holding his enormous mace negligently in one hand. He beamed around at the crowd, savoring his victory. Vala and Emerald emerged from the crowd and helped Arthur up, Vala shooting Eldred a dirty look as they did so. They helped Arthur up and moved to the side, leaving Eldred to a round of back-slapping congratulations from the vanguard. Nathan came up to them as Arthur gingerly flexed his legs. "So, what was that about?" Vala turned to him with a grimace. "A bit of adventurer politics. He was pushing, and Emerald insulted him to distract him. He issued a bout challenge in response, and Arthur answered. Emerald spoke next, quietly. Thanks, Arthur. You didn't have to do that." They were helping Arthur remove his heavy armor, storing it carefully in the bag of holding Nathan had seen earlier. Arthur snorted, still breathing heavily. "You fight to kill. That bout would have only ended with heavy wounds, especially as he doesn't hold you in the same respect he does me. This gave him more status, and it should end here." Nathan was flabbergasted. That sounds really dumb. That fight was over pecking order. Or do I not understand what status means? Vala shook her head. "No, you've got the right of it. Status, honor, bravado. To some adventurers," she nodded towards Eldred, "it is their lifeblood. And he was pushing for information on you. Beware. With this loss, we cannot challenge him any more on this trip." She frowned, then called out loudly. "Eldred, congratulations on your victory. Should we depart? These people need to get to Jamor." The bald man wiped his brow with a rag and looked up at Vala's call. "Yes, we should go. Come, one and all, to Jamor and freedom." He raised his mace high, the picture of a heroic fighter. He looked disappointed at the raggedness of the responding cheer. Nathan spoke under his breath to the giant traders. "I'm really not a fan of that guy." They all nodded in response, then left to finish packing the camp. Nathan made himself scarce, checking in with Sora and Duo and carrying a couple of extra bags for the weaker refugees. He tried to talk to them, but only got scattered responses. The villagers seemed wary of him and the adventurers in general. Nathan understood why, but it disheartened him that these people's protectors weren't held in higher esteem. Soon after, Artha approached. Nathan opened his mouth to welcome him, but the elk centaur held up a hand. "I must apologize for my request earlier. I am glad you chose to fight with us, but I should not have posed a demand phrased as a question, to which there could be no refusal." He inclined his head, resolute and grave. "The picture of a muscular silver fox. He's pretty hot. At least the human half is. I'm really not sure how to deal with the elk half. This crush is weird. And not just because he's admitted to manipulating me into a lethal combat situation. I don't really blame him for that. It's hard to look around at ex-slaves and not feel proud of my role in that." While Nathan was distracted, Artha continued. "I think my debt to you is larger than an insight freely given in the moment before a fight. I will continue to teach you the use of anger in combat, but I would also guide you in the ways of Davrar and Jamor. If you will accept it, at least." He arched an eyebrow. Nathan swallowed. "Yeah, that sounds good. I don't know what to ask, but I'll take you up on that later. Thanks. Do you have anything else to tell me now? About anger or something else? Arthur nodded deeply again. If you decide to follow this path, you should know how it will influence your style. Using rage while fighting is powerful, granting you strength, speed, and the ability to ignore wounds and some magic. A full berserker will rampage above their level and will not stop before death. And many rage classes contain valuable class skills to surpass defenses or overcome restrictions. But there are drawbacks. The rage and many of the class abilities that stem from it consume your class resource quickly, and when you run out, you will be vulnerable. It is also harder to think strategy while enraged, and baiting somebody with a class on the path of rage is common among those with experience. These weaknesses can be corrected with preparation. A skill or talent for calmness or strategic thinking, which can be used in combat, will aid with the tempering of rage. The rapid draining of your class resource is a harder problem. You can learn to manage it well, or shape your training to encourage class skills which expand your pool. Another solution is to pick talents that will replenish your class resource. These are difficult to gain and situational. You would not be able to use the one I know of, so I will not teach it to you. He paused. These words are between us now. Do you want to walk this path? Nathan considered. It felt like the decision had already been made. He'd decided to fight, and this style suited him. During the battle, the anger felt natural. Right. He'd managed his anger all of his life, learning restraint and calm. Cutting loose had felt freeing. The surge of adrenaline had been more than every extreme sport he'd ever done. No whitewater rafting or skydiving could compare to a life-or-death fight. If that's what the path of rage was, then that's what Nathan wanted. He spoke as much, formally to match Arthur's speech. Yes, I will learn of rage. How will you teach me? Arthur smiled. It can be hard to learn, for the only true practice is mortal combat. But the first requirement is to always summon your fury against those you fight. Once you gain a rage class skill, you will be less restricted, but you must keep the anger stoked, for every true fight in which you use it will improve your class. There are no true exercises I can give you, for the nature of these classes is a decision to remove restraint. He was about to continue when a clanking stomp heralded Eldred's approach, head shining under the sun. He swaggered up, armor brilliant. Up close, Nathan noticed that the plate was heavily decorated, engraved with delicate lines of red, silver, and gold metals. There were also tiny gems inset around the joints, though Nathan had no idea why. Probably magical shenanigans. Looks expensive as hell. He addressed Arthur. I think Valor was looking for you. He turned to Nathan, clearly dismissing Arthur. Hello. I hope you're holding up under the travel well. Arthur snorted, then opened his mouth. Eldred raised a hand. Come on, who smacked who around in that little spa earlier, eh? Go on. He gestured away, towards the main group of refugees. Arthur grimaced, then turned and left. Okay, that was weird. Eldred won a duel, so he can order Arthur around now. Eldred turned back to Nathan and stepped closer to him, working his shoulders. Nathan thought that Eldred was trying to loom over him, but it didn't work very well. Eldred was probably about 6 feet tall, muscled and bulky in his armor, but Nathan wasn't an inch under 6'5", and definitely broader in the shoulders than the bald man, if not as heavily muscled. He looked down at Eldred from a foot away and refused to step back. The armored man looked up at him and furrowed his eyebrows. So, what's the tale with you, eh? You're not a villager, and you haven't been a slave. Some of my boys asked the villagers, and they said you fought with the giant traders. but didn't have a wick of gear on you. It's a bit of a puzzle, and I like to solve puzzles.
What's your name and where you from, boy?
Nathan answered easily. I'm Nathan. I'm from a land far away. You've probably never heard of it. I got waylaid by Giant's Rest, escaped, and the giant raiders found me. Eldred's eyes sharpened. This land, it got a name? It's a republic called the United States of America, Nathan answered. For all he knew, Eldred had a skill to detect lies. Eldred frowned. United States? Sounds big. Must be far away if I haven't heard of it. Got a big army? The biggest in our region. It's pretty safe there. Are you a member of that army, Nathan? Nathan shook his head. Eldred's hand rose to stroke his chin. So what's your profession? And what are you doing all the way out here? This was an interrogation, and any pauses would be taken as indications of lies or misdirection. So Nathan responded immediately, earnestly. I do fine work with my hands, very delicate. And the trip wasn't really my idea. I've got no idea what direction leads home. How'd you help in the fight then? One of my talents lets me interact with magic. I messed with the magic of the Giant's Rest mages, helped the raiders put them down. Same way I escaped from Giant's Rest in the first place. Low-tier earnestness, rank 5 achieved. One of Eldred's eyebrows raised artfully. What you thinking about doing when you get to Jamor? Artisan? Adventurer? Nathan was opening his mouth to form a response when he heard a yell from the back of the caravan. He turned and looked to see William freaking out, waving his arms and shouting. After a moment, he must have cast a spell, for his voice boomed out, loudly audible to everybody. That's a surge of necromancy behind us. Everybody, get moving forward. We gotta get some distance. Adventurers, get here! Eldred swore. Harpy tits. He turned and booked it towards the back of the convoy, where the giant raiders and vanguard were assembling.
Not having anything else to do, and wanting to know what the hell was going on, Nathan followed. He arrived to hear William frantically explaining. No, ain't an idea what's up. There's necromancy that-a-way. He pointed, roughly behind them. If it was 100 feet away, it'd be enough to raise a body. If it was a few miles away, it'd be enough to raise an Ending's damned army. Everybody turned in the direction of William's pointing claw, seeing nothing but a sparsely treed slope leading down to a shallow stream at the bottom of a valley. On the far side, a steeper scree slope ascended to a tall hill. Nothing looked out of the ordinary. That's probably not a good sign. If we can't see the necromancy, that means it's farther away and bigger. Vala spoke first. William, message Gamor headquarters. They probably noticed already, but they might have forgotten where we are. We're all on rear guard until we're back at Gamor. The members of the vanguard looked to Eldred, who waved. Theo, you're leading the column. The rest of us, arms up. He reached back and unlimbered his enormous mace. The rest of the vanguard followed suit, readying their weapons. One figure, presumably Theo, exhibited an impressive burst of speed to reach the front of the group of refugees and exhort them to move faster. The next few minutes were tense, Nathan jogging up the slope while occasionally glancing back at the bare landscape. He was starting to relax, wondering if it could be a false alarm, when an extended roar sounded. It was a sound like a landslide, combining shattering rock with a deep basso exhalation that resonated in Nathan's chest. He squinted back and made out rocks flying through the air. The airborne rocks were beyond the hill across the valley and arced slowly over the next mountain back. Nathan swallowed. Given the distance, those rocks were the size of 6-story buildings. He turned and kept hustling up the mountain,
followed by the adventurers.
The path had progressed to switchbacks, and the refugees filled it from side to side. Nathan kept running, occasionally checking over his shoulder at more enormous sounds, their source blocked by the hill on the other side of the valley. They'd made good progress up the mountain when a multi-tonal bestial roar sounded, and Nathan turned and stopped. A mountain of gray flesh had summited the hill behind them, nearly doubling its height. It was a single mass, but wasn't made of a single creature. A multitude of enormous skeletal snake heads emerged from the right side, while the left side was covered in long, tentacle-like protrusions. The main body was a giant pile of exposed flesh and bone. Some of the parts were enormous, rib cages and vertebrae visible from more than a mile away. Some were smaller, jumbled, and about the size of human bones. A wave of dark miasma billowed out from it, fast approaching. It was clearly magic, strong enough that the effects were visible to the naked eye. Before anybody had a chance to do much more than brace themselves, it hit. To Nathan, it felt like a slimy, wet fog, weighing down his limbs and draining energy from him. It was one of the most simple spells he'd ever felt. But there was so much that it blotted out the sun for a moment. The necromancy, or whatever, was clearly debilitating to everybody else, and they sagged, dropping weapons and struggling to stay upright. The two exceptions were Eldred, who planted his feet and set his jaw, and Artha, who started a low chant that limbed his body in a faint white glow. Wyam had vanished, and both Emerald and Vala were staggered, barely staying on their feet better than the rest of the vanguard. Nathan spoke, awed and terrified. "What the fuck is that?" Eldred answered him through gritted teeth. "That's a fucking grave tangle. It's going to Jamor, and we're in the way. Of all the hell's stupid ways to go." The grave tangle advanced, sliding down the opposite hill with all the grace of an avalanche. Its heads reared back, and a cavern opened in the center of its bulk, emitting another resonating roar from multiple orifices. A second wave of smoky energy approached, and Eldred groaned and lowered his stance to brace himself for this attack. It washed over them, and Nathan felt strength draining from his muscles. He checked his stamina and found it was down to 302 over 330. Eldred toppled, and Artha's chant faltered before he joined Eldred on the ground. Nathan was the only one standing. He turned his back to the monster and took off, straight up the slope, ignoring the switchbacks. The mana he sensed didn't even seem like a spell, or at least not a complicated one. There was just so much of it, and it seemed to inherently drain energy from people. Low-tier Spell Sense 4 achieved. Nathan spent stamina like it was going out of style, leaping up the slope in bounds. His awareness focused on finding footholds, using his notice skill for all it was worth. He pushed his muscles past their limits, feeding them stamina and regeneration to push himself up the slope in incredible bounds. Low-tier sprinting rank 5 achieved. Goddamn stupid. Just a random monster pops out of nowhere. Whatever the fuck that is, it shouldn't exist. And why here and now? Nathan was pissed at the whole situation, and he fed stamina to his anger once more, feeling as if the anger was pushing him onwards. I should have picked somebody up before I ran, but then I'd be too slow. I'll still be too slow. His fury coursed through him, but instead of the thrill of battle, he felt sick anxiety. He tried to push his strides longer, to get somewhere safe. An angled foot slammed badly into a rock, and Nathan heard something in his ankle pop. He tumbled and cursed, grabbing at his foot and slamming stamina through it to heal as fast as possible. Nathan's skin grew red, inflamed by the aura of the creature. After what felt like minutes, but couldn't have been more than seconds, Nathan's ankle felt stable, and he resumed his run. While holding his ankle, Nathan confirmed that the grave tangle had crossed the valley floor and started climbing the slope. It was as wide as multiple football fields and moved deceptively quickly, its enormous size disguising the rapid movement. Low-tier sprinting, rank 6 achieved. As Nathan approached the peak of the hill, he felt his attention pulled to a set of bright white specks streaking across the sky towards him. They advanced quickly, growing into humanoid figures in moments. One of them never slowed down, losing their glow but not the speed. Nathan caught a glimpse of a silver-armored figure carrying a golden glowing greatsword as it flashed over his head. The other figures slowed to a halt, two alighting atop the hill in front of Nathan, while the other two remained in the air. The flyers were clearly mages. One was surrounded by a halo of fire and lightning, while the other carried a staff capped with a brightly glowing crystal. One of the grounded figures drew an enormous bow, and a projectile cracked over Nathan, sounding like a supersonic high-caliber bullet. The other grabbed a rock from the ground and threw it. As soon as the rock left their hand, it began to grow, a fist-sized rock enlarging to the size of a person, then a car, and finally into a boulder the size of a small house. Nathan's jaw was slack, his head turning to follow the boulder as it sped into the grave tangle, rocking it backwards. The silver-armored warrior had pierced into the creature's bulk and was barely visible from the surface, furiously chopping. Then the mages started casting, and the battle became hard to follow. Blue fire and white lightning struck the creature as more rocks pummeled it in a steady stream. More cracks sounded, and with each sound, a snake head disintegrated. Nathan slipped into focused mind, throwing his eyes wide to catch all the details of the battle. A barely visible blue barrier had appeared over the fallen adventurers and refugees, shielding them from the debris of the fight. Low-tier Notice 3 achieved. The grave tangle struck back, the remaining snakeheads vomiting fizzing liquids to strike at the new arrivals. They defended themselves with planes of force that deflected the spray to the side. The tentacles engaged the fighter, who dodged by kicking off thin air and slicing tentacles apart as the glow on their sword expanded to increase its length to something out of a ridiculous anime. Or just a weapon suited to fighting something the size of a hill. The tentacles shattered stone upon impact, and several snapped out like mile-long whips to attack the other arrivals. Nathan couldn't track them, but the cracks of their movement could be felt from hundreds of feet away. The sound was deafening. Nathan sent a dribble of stamina to his ears to keep them functional. Mid-tier Focused Mind 2 achieved! The ranged fighters seemed to have survived, the rock thrower hiding behind a now shattered boulder, while the mages flew in erratic patterns, slivers of force dancing around them. Nathan couldn't see the archer, but he could faintly hear their continued barrage. A deep inhalation drew Nathan's attention back to the grave tangle, and he saw it rearing back, blackened mouths open in preparation for another roar. Nathan could vaguely feel magic whipping past him towards the monster. This burst of miasma would be more powerful than those before. Low-tier Notice 4 achieved! Both mages stopped dodging. A triple layer of shielding blossomed between the tangle and the fallen convoy, as the crystal atop the staff of one of the mages started shining brightly. The other mage cupped their hands, a bright light shining from the enclosed space. The beast exhaled with a mighty sound, less a beast's roar, and more the sound of a waterfall or a crashing wave. It was muffled behind the shielding, but the tide of darkness that swept out was abyss black.
The silver-armored warrior floating in front of the beast thrust their sword to the sky with a shout that somehow pierced the thunderous roar. Golden light shone from the armored figure and their sword, pushing back against the wave of darkness. Wisps of darkness swept around the light, which flickered. The wisps impacted the barriers, and the first of the three bowed back, looking like it would break any second.
I feel like I'm in the middle of a Godzilla movie. A bad place to be.
Nathan looked around for cover, trying to stay calm in the face of the incredible power being thrown around. There was nothing he could do to influence this fight. His options were to run away, hide, or stay where he was. If he ran away from the fight, he'd go directly past the rock thrower and underneath the mages, and that was begging to get collateraled. If he hid, he wouldn't get to watch the fight, or run if the grave tangle kept advancing. Nathan settled for crouching next to a small boulder, ready to duck behind it at any moment. He reactivated focused mind, sharpening his attention on what his defenders were doing. It looked like there was a brief pause in the fight. There was no trace of the first barrier, and only shards of the second, but the third had held. The silver-armored fighter was backpedaling as the grave tangle drew itself up, more tentacles sliding out from all sides. More skeletal heads emerged from the central bulk, mostly amalgams of smaller bones instead of enormous snake skulls. Portions of the monster were blackened, and chunks were pulverized by house-sized rocks, but it remained the size of a geographical feature. I don't think of monsters in similar dimensions you would use to describe skyscrapers. No. Nathan noticed that the tentacles were of two types, some thicker and plated with bone, others thinner and enormously long. As it prepared to rejoin the battle, Nathan heard a high-pitched howl from behind him. The mage with cupped hands had never stopped charging their spell, and now they were obscured by a purple-tinted blinding light. Tentacles snapped out, but the entire group had shifted to defense, and the attacks were blocked by barriers or intercepted by sword, rock, and arrow. That pattern held for a moment, and Nathan struggled to perceive the attacks. They came like raindrops, spattering against the united defense of 4 impossibly powerful people. Low tier Notice 5 achieved. The light grew brighter still, and Nathan had to look away, blinking against a blind patch of his vision. The screaming howl grew in pitch and volume, and Nathan clapped his hands over his ears. He looked back towards the grave tangle, which was quickly advancing up the hill, purple light reflecting off its front. Nathan hoped these new arrivals would get on with it, since the grave tangle was approaching the fallen convoy that contained Nathan's only friends in this world. A blue barrier sprung up above Nathan, protecting him from overhead. Nathan didn't get distracted, keeping his eyes on the monster even as his ears started bleeding and the light of the charging spell outshone the sun, casting the whole valley in harsh shadows. He wasn't going to miss this. The grave tangle abandoned offense and shielded itself behind armored tentacles, layering them in between it and the charging spell. A moment later, the entire world flashed. Nathan squinted, trying to make out details with his damaged vision. A beam of blinding light connected to the grave tangle, punching through the defending tentacles and stabbing deeply into the pile of flesh. Then the beam spiraled outward, moving quickly and smoothly as steam and viscera jetted out in its wake.
The grave tangle shuddered and attempted to shield itself, but anything in the way of the beam was annihilated. It's not reflecting, and it has significant momentum. That's not light, that's plasma. That spell probably compressed air and contained energy until it converted the air to plasma. Maybe all the way to starting a tiny fusion reaction. Pending utility skill. Low tier, identify. You have used external knowledge to accurately identify exotic effects. This skill will help you understand complex cues to understand strange objects and effects. Will not reveal curses without obvious clues, and will not help you identify types of mana or spellcraft. Pending talent, mid-tier, blinding resistance. You have gazed into a blinding light and kept some of your vision. This talent will turn this decision into a personal talent. Your vision will no longer be affected by intense light, and you will be able to discern details of bright objects regardless of their brightness. Will provide some protection from magical dazzling and blinding effects. Will not restore your damaged vision. Nathan pushed the notifications aside, careful to not accept or deny them as he channeled stamina into his eyes. He still had a reserve at 135 over 330. He focused on the top layers of the retina at the back of his eye, where the intense light would have damaged fragile optical receptors. Mid-tier, regeneration. Rank 6 achieved. Mid-tier, focused mind 3 achieved. The plasma beam petered out, and Nathan stared down at the blurry image of the charred, collapsing pile of flesh that had been the grave tangle. Then it started moving again, pulling itself together, visibly struggling, despite being barely half of its original mass. Now it was only the size of a 10-story building. It's not dead? How do you kill it? Low tier, notice 6 achieved. The high-level party was not idle, and the grave tangle was bombarded with arrows and rocks as the fighter and the mages approached.
The ranged fighters focused on any newly appearing tentacles or heads, blasting them away as soon as they appeared. The tangle could only offer token resistance, as it was torn apart piecemeal. Large chunks were cut away by the glowing greatsword and enormous blades of scissoring force. Then jets of blue fire were fired into the holes, cooking it from the inside. Quickly enough, the grave tangle was reduced to a pile of smoking flesh. Sweeping walls of force collected the offal into an enormous pyre, into which the mages directed a constant stream of flame until it was fully alight. The fire was enormous and sent curtains of dark smoke into the sky. One of them gestured, and a light breeze blew the smoke away from Nathan and the villagers. Nathan watched the whole proceeding, moving down the slope and back towards the comrades he'd abandoned. The flames were intense, and the corrupted flesh steadily crumbled to ash. You have leveled up to level 25. Congratulations! You have survived a fight between entities an extraordinary number of levels above you. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent. Talent 1, High-Tier Magic Resistance 10. Permanent Talent 2, Mid-Tier Regeneration 6. Talent 3, Pending Class, Anti-Magic Brawler. Level 25, Stamina, 130 over 350. Brawler's Indifference. Anti-Magic Blows, Utility Skills, Mid-Tier. Focused Mind 3. Low tier. Earnestness 5, low tier. Sprinting 6, low tier. Spell Sense 4, low tier. Notice 6. Chapter 14. Paragons of Adventure. While Nathan walked down the slope, he considered his new levels. 27 was the breakpoint where he'd develop his class and get more class skills, and Nathan was a little disappointed that he hadn't hit it despite the disadvantaged buff. However, more levels meant more stamina and more powerful class skills, so Nathan certainly wasn't complaining. He looked over the pending options from Devrar. Pending Utility Skill, Low Tier, Identify. You have used external knowledge to accurately identify exotic effects. This skill will help you interpret complex cues to understand strange objects and effects. Will not reveal curses without obvious clues, and will not help you identify types of mana or spellcraft. Pending Talent, Mid-Tier. Blinding Resistance. You have gazed into a blinding light and kept some of your vision. This talent will turn this decision into a personal talent. Your vision will no longer be affected by intense light, and you will be able to discern details of bright objects, regardless of their brightness. Will provide some protection from magical dazzling and blinding effects. Will not restore your damaged vision. The blinding talent seemed like shit, and there was a good chance it would be permanent as well. He declined it. Watch, being immune to being blinded, is going to end up being really important. The identify skill, though, that seemed incredibly general. Nathan hadn't been going for a skill like that, but Vala had told him that it was easier to acquire skills and talents in a dangerous fight. Nathan hadn't been a true combatant, but apparently being in the blast radius counted. And it had directly followed him identifying the decisive spell as plasma-based, likely with a fusion component. Regardless, Nathan guessed identify would synergize well with notice. Congratulations, you have accepted the low-tier identify utility skill. Nathan was picking his way down to the switchbacks when a voice called out from behind him. You there! Are you an adventurer? Nathan turned to see a tall, rangy man with light brown skin and shoulder-length, shining black hair. He wore an elegantly cut green shirt and tight black leggings. His cheekbones were sharp, with a delicate jaw. His clothes were peppered with rips and small bloodstains, though Nathan could see no existing wounds. He had wide pouches on both hips and was just finishing pushing a strung bow that absolutely should not have fit into the one on his left. Obviously, he was the archer whose shots had shattered skeletal snakeheads as large as cars. Nathan turned to give the man a respectful nod. Not an adventurer yet, but I'm headed that way. The man smiled, seeming to dance over the rocks to approach Nathan. I'm impressed you were able to stay on your feet during all that, and your nerves are adamant. Here, drink this, and come help me check on the others. He pulled a vial out of a bag and tossed it to Nathan. Nathan identified it as a healing potion, having seen bottles after they'd been used on Wiam. Nathan glanced down at himself, noting his slight limp and reddened skin, inflamed from exposure to the grave tangle's miasma. Do I try to impress? Yeah, probably. They went out of their way to protect us while fighting, and people able to beat that are good contacts to have. He sent stamina to his ankle, repairing the skin and soft tissue. His skin color returned to normal in moments, and he leaped down to the path, using stamina to easily make the landing. I'm good, but I can use it on anybody who's in a bad way. He tucked the potion into his satchel, remembering the part of magic resistance that said, weaker magical items degrade when in prolonged contact with you. The man's eyebrows rose as he examined Nathan again, giving him a closer look. I'm Leska Bola. He seemed to glide casually down the rough slope, landing in front of Nathan, arm extended. Nathan shook it, feeling hard, ridged calluses and dexterous fingers. I'm Nathan Lark. Nice to meet you. Let's go help my friends. They set off down the road, quickly arriving at the head of the convoy, where some of the villagers were shakily getting to their feet. Everybody seemed weakened and agitated, with raw, inflamed skin, but only a few were truly in danger. Those were spiderwebbed with weeping cracks across their skin. Nathan followed Leska's lead, feeding small quantities of healing potion to those unable to stand on their own. He grabbed Sora and Dwo and brought them with him, intending to introduce them to Leska. They worked their way down the convoy, arriving to find Eldred and Vala conversing with a new figure. The new person was very short, maybe just breaking 4 feet tall. Nathan immediately noticed the dusky orange skin, long, pointed ears, and sharp nose. Gray hair was worked into a complex braid that reached to the nape of the neck. She, was dressed in tight-fitting clothes made of a black, supple leather, decorated sparsely with snowy lace and looping orange embroidery that matched her skin. The outfit was spotless, completely unmarked by the fight, and very tight, emphasizing certain features in ways that were usually reserved for superhero movies. The white lace set off the colors nicely, contrasting in tone with the armored plates and knife sheaths strewn across the outfit. As Nathan and Leska approached, the orange-skinned woman turned away from her conversation to smirk at Leska.
I see you couldn't manage to keep your outfit intact. I cannot guarantee my aunt will grant the same discount twice. Is everything in order? For such a short frame, her voice was surprisingly gravelly. Her eyes flicked briefly to Nathan, as if to ask why he accompanied Leska. Without his notice, Nathan would never have seen and interpreted that interaction. Leska grinned and gave a hand gesture, like an okay sign, but with all of his fingers bunched together. Given the context, Nathan assumed it had a similar meaning. Yep, all good. The refugees are mostly stable, but we should let Kia at them, and then get to Demore as soon as we can. In fact, we should probably head back as soon as these fine fellows are all moving. We don't want to be short if another team sets something off. He paused, looking back at Nathan. Let me introduce you. Zarian, this is Nathan Lark. He's the one who shrugged off the grave tangle aura. Nathan, this is Zarian Dolna. She throws rocks and looks good.
And her aunt makes the best clothes in Jamor. Leska fingered a rip in his tunic mournfully. Zarian lifted her chin as if offended, but the slight upturn of her lips betrayed that she enjoyed the banter. I will inscribe our meeting, Nathan Lark, she said formally, before turning to Sora and Dwo. The couple were goggling at the shattered valley-cum-battlefield surrounding the enormous pyre. Are the good villagers of Pilridden ready to move to shelter? We must abandon you to return to our duties, but you are close and escorted by fine company. Dwo spoke hesitantly. We thank you, great adventurers. We appreciate your defense of us, and can move whenever you say. He bowed deeply. Zarian frowned and looked back over the gaggle of villagers, many sprawled on the ground or holding each other. Do you speak truth? Or do you speak that which I wish to hear? Dwo rose from his bow and looked back at the villagers. He stammered, noticing all of the adventurers with their eyes on him. Sora cut in. I think what my husband means to say is that we're not in the best shape, but folk will push to get to safety. Any healing you have would be helpful. There are wounds aplenty, and those of us who can cast minor curing are out of mana. Leska cut in. Kia's headed over, so get everybody on their feet and ready to move out. She'll fix you up quick. Nathan turned to see the silver-armored warrior bounding toward them, jumping off thin air to ascend the rocky slope at an insane speed. Having just run the distance, Nathan estimated it as closer to car speed than running speed. The metal-clad figure landed surprisingly lightly beside the party. They were about 6 feet tall, and the bare golden greatsword on their back was nearly the same length. They reached up to take off the shining Dark Souls-style full helmet. Underneath was a pale woman, long, reddish-blonde hair braided and tied around her head like a multi-layered crown.
She looked like she'd just emerged from a 2-hour session with a makeup artist, instead of a battle against a monstrosity the size of a skyscraper. There were scars on her face, but they enhanced the strong-jawed profile instead of marring it. Her eyes were a bright blue and faintly glowing. When she spoke, the voice was low, clipped but not urgent. Status? Leska replied quickly. No deaths, no serious wounds, no hidden threats. One possible anomaly outside our purview. He tilted his head faintly, almost imperceptibly towards Nathan. Hit him with an area heal, and they can make their own way back. The woman, Kia, nodded, then looked around, taking an instant to focus on the faces of each person in the immediate group.
She reached Nathan and paused, narrowing her eyes. "You, no aura. Can anybody vouch for you?" Nathan looked to Leska, but it was Vala who answered. "Yes, the giant traders vouch for him. Do you require a full accounting?" Kia was already turning away and putting her helmet back on, slipping it over the braid with no issues. "No. If you think it's worthwhile, I'll hear it later over a drink. We've got work to do." She leaped up, the great sword springing into her hand. She floated 20 feet in the air, raising the great sword to the sky. Nathan heard a quick but emphatic prayer, growing in volume from barely audible to a shout that cut through the sound of the roiling flames from the pyre. "By the goodness of these people, let them be healed. By my power, banish their weakness. By the holy light, no taint shall survive." The sword's golden glint intensified, as if it reflected the sun directly into Nathan's eyes. He saw a similar light shine on everybody around him. Nothing happened to him, but everybody else perked up. The villagers collapsed on the ground, rose again. Nathan saw previously inflamed skin return to a healthy pink before his eyes. Nathan felt the light on his own skin, but it didn't heal any of his scrapes or bruises. According to Nathan's, it was just another kind of mana. It was different than any Nathan had sensed before, like a prickling of warm needles. There was also a righteous anger in the mana as it washed over him, as if the mana was made of emotion. It was different from any of the spells he'd felt before, and was rather unsettling. Damn. Okay. Gods are real? Do I need to find religion? More importantly, they're making a point of healing everybody here. If that was really a fusion reaction, it would have sent off a bunch of ionizing radiation. Should I watch out for radiation sickness? From what Nathan remembered, radiation was dangerous in both the short and long term. In the short term, it could shred cells, causing organ failure. In the long term, mutations would increase cancer risk. Maybe regeneration could properly fix those? Well, there wasn't much else to do. Nathan swept a wave of regeneration through his entire body, focusing on his brain and organs. He lost a surprising amount of stamina. Then he did it twice more, losing less stamina each time. He made a note to do it again later. You don't fuck around with radiation. The two mages seemed to decide that the grave tangle was well roasted and flew toward the group of adventurers, leaving the enormous pile to smolder. Nathan's inner Smokey the Bear worried about forest fires, but it appeared the wind was too calm for the fire to spread. A lot of trees had been torched in the fight, but the scattered fires seemed to be dying out instead of growing. As Nathan came to that conclusion, Leska and Zarian were surrounded by a nimbus of white light and floated into the sky, Leska giving a jaunty wave. They joined the mages floating maybe 30 feet up. From there, Nathan could examine the mages in more detail. They wore robes of a similar cut to one another, looking more like Jedi robes than anything too loose or draping. One, the one without a staff, who'd cast the plasma lance spell, looked like a flame, with layered blue, white, and red fabric. He was a tanned human man in late middle age, with thin white hair and a wispy beard. The other mage with the staff wasn't human, and had a snout and upturned ears. They were some sort of humanoid cat or fox person. Their clothes were an enveloping wrapping of blue and green, covering brown fur streaked with gray. Nathan saw the flame-garbed man do a double-take as he scanned the group, focusing on Nathan. He swallowed as he met the man's shining eyes. It was like looking at an arc welder. But then Leska said something and gestured up the hill, and the entire group flashed away, accelerating rapidly back over the hill and toward Jamor. Everybody watched them go. Nathan looked around and then asked, "Who the hell was that?" Vala answered him, a thoughtful look in her eye. Those were the Guardians of Jamor. I've always heard they were ridiculous, but I'd never seen them in action. It must be a delve day. That explains the grave tangle, too. Nathan was confused. Delve day? This time, Eldred answered, turning to start hiking up the slope. Everybody followed his lead. Every month or 3, or when a quester shows up, the council declares a delve day. The guild mistress approves a few groups to go into dungeons or tombs or whatever. There's an application process. Well, except for the questers, he harumphed. And it's a day of readiness for everybody else. They put some real powerhouses on standby, in case something like that happens. He waved in the direction of the charred grave tangle. Nathan swallowed. So somebody woke that up? Over there? He pointed towards the valley where the grave tangle had emerged. Eldred looked back. Must have. I think there is a monastery of Quas over there. Well, there was. It looks like it got scattered all over the place. He narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. I bet they'll issue a scouting job so they can check it off the threat map. Might try to get that one. The rest of the vanguard moaned, complaining about looking forward to a rest and a bath after days tromping through the forest. Eldred only laughed and mocked their lack of an adventurous spirit. Then he proceeded to question their love of coin. Nathan was busy chewing on some jerky to replenish his stamina, but he quickly swallowed it and opened his mouth to ask what a monastery of Quas was. Vala caught his eye and shook her head. It must have been common knowledge, or maybe she just didn't want Nathan's ignorance to stick in Eldred's head. Nathan's frustration was short-lived. It wasn't long before they crested the hill and looked down upon Jamor. It wasn't what Nathan expected. He'd been expecting a heavily fortified town. What lay in front of him was a colossal city, stretching across a huge basin in the middle of a mountain range. It was like looking down upon Los Angeles or Tokyo from a landing airplane, a metropolis that could hold uncountable millions that faded into the distance. Taller buildings stood here and there, some blocky and imposing, others smooth and graceful. But all of it was ruins. 6 layers of enormous curtain walls lay tumbled and crushed, regularly spaced over many miles. The spaces between were packed with partially and fully collapsed multi-story buildings. Patches of greenery sprouted from various places, especially surrounding a river in the distance that meandered through city blocks and pooled in old city squares. Then Nathan saw the heart of the city, barely visible at this distance. The 7th and final layer of walls were unbroken, cradled around one side of a steep hill, almost a mountain. The walls were tall and imposing even from here, surrounded by a wide, clear zone. A killing field. Jamor itself was built up one side of the tall hill, many miles away. The city ascended up to a ridge of overhanging rock that arched forward, threatening to fall onto intact buildings. The other side of the hill was a steep cliff of bare rock, terminating in the river that pooled on the other side of the hill. It was like looking at a town nestled under a stone wave, just about to crash. Chapter 15. Jamor at last. It was after midday, and Nathan had joined everybody else in eating travel rations as they walked. The group seemed unwilling to stop and take a break when safety was near, implying they just had to push a little further and they'd reach safety. He'd been told that they'd arrive at Jamor later today, but that confused him. They would definitely arrive at the ruined city in the next half hour or so, but the central hill with standing walls had to be at least 20 miles away. Unless they were willing to push far into the night, Nathan couldn't see this group making it today. Also, it would have been faster to go straight down the shallow hill towards the enormous breaches in the outermost curtain wall. But instead,
they descended the hill diagonally towards a massive and ruined gatehouse. Nobody had discussed it. They'd just set out, following Eldred and the vanguard. There hadn't been much conversation in general. Even the adventurers seemed beaten down and on their last legs. So Nathan kept his mouth shut and observed. Hard to ask a dumb question if you stay quiet. His questions were answered as soon as they reached the road in front of the gatehouse. It was intact and in good condition, a broad stretch of wide paving stones. The group quickly strung out as they stepped onto the road, and as he followed suit, Nathan understood why. Each step on the road carried you farther than it should. It was bizarre. Nathan did a few quick experiments, watching the ground nearby as he stepped forward. Each step covered a normal distance on the road, but the terrain beyond the road blurred by.
He picked up a rock and tossed it off the road diagonally. It didn't speed up or slow down as it left the road, but the angle of the throw changed. It seems like there's some sort of lensing effect on the edges for objects, but not for light. The space on the road is compressed, yet things off the road look normal, and the road isn't blindingly bright? That's either magical fiat or a truly impressive feat of magical engineering. I hope I don't break this thing by walking on it. Low tier identified 2 achieved. If I only rank that up when I'm correct, there are some metaphysical implications to the skill. Can I speculate on the deep truths of Davrar and learn the truth by what causes an identify rank up? Something to keep in mind. The road seemed unharmed by Nathan's passing, and he resisted the temptation to feel out the magic beneath his feet. The party sped through the dilapidated gatehouse and into the city beyond. The road remained clear, though Nathan saw places where ruins had fallen onto the road and been cleared away. The rubble hadn't gone far, piled on either side of the passage. At these tight spaces, the vanguard and giant traders tensed, and Nathan noticed they'd grouped themselves to either side of the villagers, as if to protect them from flanking attacks. Upon noticing that, Nathan began paying careful attention to their surroundings. They'd already passed another curtain wall, and the state of the ruins varied greatly. Some areas were barely distinguishable from wilderness, mounds of broken stone overgrown with squat trees and vines, while others looked like they'd merely been abandoned for a few decades. The stonework was amazing, tight-fitting blocks carved with detailed patterns and reliefs that now served mostly as purchase for vines and dirt. Here and there, traces of paint clung to stone in contrast with the greenery. Farther along, Nathan saw why the adventurers were on edge. A group of 6-legged, scaled creatures lurked in the half-tumbled ruins of a building a few dozen yards off the road, watching them. They were the size of small ponies, with long triangular snouts and forward-facing beady eyes. A third eye was embedded in the middle of their foreheads, glowing with a subdued brown light. The creatures faded in and out of the shadows enough that Nathan couldn't tell how many there were. He guessed between 5 and 10. Looking around, nobody else seemed to have noticed. The creatures weren't obvious, but they weren't exactly invisible. He looked again, squinting at the creatures, and felt something tingling against his eyes. It was subtle, like the feeling of brushing through barely felt cobwebs. Nathan's told him that this was some kind of soft, quiet magic. Nathan pointed and called out, "Hey, what are those things in that building?" Low-tier spell sense 5 achieved. Low-tier notice 7 achieved. One of the vanguard standing near Nathan followed his finger and then looked back at him quizzically. But William was just a few steps further ahead. He paused and cast a spell, causing the shadows in the building to ripple and then shred in a flurry of motion. The birdfolk cursed. "Harpy's tits! We got Earthstalkers!"
The Earthstalkers prowled out of the building, 6 limbs moving with a smooth, low-slung grace. The vanguard and the giant traders reacted just as quickly, drawing weapons and forming up to face the approaching creatures. Vala stayed a pace back as she unlimbered her recurved bow, nocking an arrow. The Earthstalkers paused, evaluating the gathered adventurers and the villagers behind them. Vala raised her bow, aiming at the lead stalker. It tracked the gesture, then bounded off behind another building, followed closely by the other 7 members of the pack. Everybody stayed tense for a moment before carefully resuming their journey. Eldred swore. Waking giants, that was a near thing.
They shouldn't be back, but... He turned to Nathan, eyeing him appreciatively. Keep an eye out. Good job. He clapped a hand on Nathan's shoulder, not gently. They continued walking, and Vala stepped close to Nathan, speaking quietly. Stalkers use magic to hide. They're hard to spot, even for me. Did you pick up notice? Nathan nodded. Before the Grave Tangle fight. Ranked it up a bit. Vala let out an appreciative whistle and shook her head. And your magic resistance helped you see through the look-away magic. She paused, choosing her words. If you ever bargain with that insight, be sure to mention that. I've half a mind to drop one of mine and bargain with you for it. Are you interested in another trade? My family would drop some valuable insights for this one. Nathan took a moment to consider. Was there any reason to keep the insights behind his magic resistance secret? Yes, there definitely were. He was worse at dealing with conjured projectiles than other magical attacks, and if other people understood his talent, they could know how to best attack him. On the other hand, it was a valuable chip, and he could potentially gain a lot by bargaining with it. On the other hand, can I even teach it? Duplicating the lack of magic in my body and the magic-resistant alchemical ingredients is probably beyond most people. I'd love to understand how all that works, though. Eventually. Vala watched Nathan think, and by her pursed lips and slow nod, seemed to know his answer even as he opened his mouth to speak it. Sorry, Vala. I'm both unsure if I should share it, and if I can. There was some weird stuff going on around me acquiring the talent, and I don't know how we'd even start duplicating it. Vala waved her hand at him to dismiss his apology. Yeah, that's the way with some of the more powerful ones, to be sure. But you might be surprised what we can accomplish for a powerful talent. So keep thinking on it. I'm going to introduce you to the guildmaster when I sponsor you to the guild, and tell her about the magic-resistant stuff. Vala shrugged, justifying herself. She needs to know. Nathan didn't have much of a response to that, and following Eldred's instruction, he kept an eye out. They soon passed another curtain wall without a reappearance of the Earthstalkers. At this point, unless the Earthstalkers traveled on the road, they wouldn't catch up. There was also less cover, and based on the notable lack of whole stone blocks, Nathan guessed that Gamor had been mining the ruined city near the road for cut stone. Before too long, they reached the gates of Gamor proper. The city had been visible from many miles away, and Nathan hadn't quite appreciated the scale. The entire interior behind the 6th curtain wall had been cleared into a treacherous killing field, broken into a low rubble that threatened to foul footing and provided no cover. The walls surrounding Gamor were tall, over 100 feet. The bottom 60 feet were a single smooth surface engraved with enormous symbols. But the wall had been built even taller, and the top portion was built from mismatched blocks clearly taken from different buildings in the ruined city. They'd also had faintly glowing symbols carved onto them, tying the whole structure together. Despite its patchwork nature, the wall looked very solid. Not like I'm an architect, but it certainly looks like it's not going to fall over. Unless something like that grave tangle tested it.
In that light, it's not tall enough. But you don't build walls to keep out Godzilla. Unless you're in Pacific Rim. Never understood the wall in those movies. It never did anything. The magical road of space compression carried them quickly to an open area where the effect faded. 6 other similar roads approached from other directions, all ending in front of the only gate into Gamor. And that gate was a doozy. Big, metal, magical.
It looked less like a gate than a pair of movable walls, which were currently standing open, thankfully. There was a portcullis that looked like it could be quickly dropped, and a set of guards standing outside waiting for them. The guards were dressed in matching breastplates and chainmail, armed with halberds, swords, crossbows, and signal horns. They split up and guided the villagers into lines, proceeding to inspect each and ask a few questions before allowing them to proceed through the gate. The adventurers stood at the back, and while they were clearly looking forward to safety and rest, Vala and Eldred had each reminded their groups that relaxing too early led to tragedy. They were on guard, eyes peeled. Nathan followed suit. Damn, this world seems scary, if you really needed to watch for an attack on your own doorstep. Then it was their turn to go into the gate, and there he hit a snag. The guard's helmet had a monocle held over one eye, and as soon as the guard examined Nathan, she jumped back with a yell, hand going to her sword hilt. Vala was standing close by and stepped forward, raising her hand in a placating gesture. It's okay. There's a full explanation for his absence of an aura. I, as leader of the giant traitors, vouch that he's as human as he appears, and not a threat to Jamor. The guards all took a moment to process that. The one in front of Nathan looked from him to Vala, then spoke. All right, Vala. On your head be it if you let a soul eater into the city. We'll make sure this goes on the record. With that, they were through. The gate was more of a tunnel since the wall was nearly 100 feet across. Nathan noted the murder holes and more portcullises. At this point, any competent foe would just find a way to go around instead of trying to take the gate. The city beyond was quite urban. Wide, well-planned streets and buildings 4 to 8 stories tall, mostly made of stone, with the top few floors sometimes made of wood.
Past a wide plaza fronted by warehouses and inns, all of the roads went up. The overreaching ridge of stone didn't reach this far out, but the curling crest of the hill was still visible from here. It loomed high above the city, which carpeted the steep slope beneath it. Jamor was a city, Nathan's earlier misconception caused by distance. People flocked the streets, all with places to be. Some sort of city officials were ready to take the villagers in hand, and the adventurers had fully relaxed on their home turf. They ambled up a road, past a few obvious inns, taverns, and shops, and turned onto another street that ran parallel to the slope. On the uphill side of this street was a large complex of buildings that was obviously their destination. There was a wide wooden arch with a sign on it leading into a small stone courtyard. Around the courtyard wrapped several tall buildings of pale stone, but Nathan's attention was arrested by the sign on the arch. More specifically, the writing on the sign. Most specifically, the fact that the symbols were completely foreign to him. Shit. He caught up to Artha. Is the writing on that sign the same as the language we're speaking? Artha looked at him, realization dawning. Yes. You can't read it? He pursed his lips. You will need to learn. It's something to mention to the Master-at-Arms. This is the Adventurers Guild, and where we will be staying. Yeah, no duh, I need to learn to read. Hi, is this Teal Spellcasting Customer Support? I have a complaint to lodge about a glaring feature missing from your translation spell. Nathan stayed next to Artha as they went straight across the courtyard, where Eldred threw open a wide pair of double doors. They opened onto a huge hall, 40 feet tall, well decorated with colorful murals on the walls,
and banners hanging overhead.
The space seemed to serve several purposes at once, with a long, polished desk against the right wall manned by one clerk, with space for many more. The central space was mostly clear, though there was a ring sketched out on the floor in chalk and some benches around it. Various doors and staircases led deeper into the building. The left side of the space looked like a hangout spot, with scattered tables and couches served by a bar and kitchen on the far wall. The other notable feature of the room was the people. Maybe 40 adventurers stood or sat around the room, and they were all applauding, cheering, and stamping their feet. Eldred raised a hand in acknowledgement, but it was obvious that most of the praise was directed towards the giant traders. Vala and Artha stood with heads raised high, accepting the praise with poise, while Wiam hopped from one foot to another, cackling and waving his arms. Emerald looked uncomfortable, but stood a bit straighter, hands on their weapons. Nathan was busy examining the adventurers. They were a riot of color, in many shapes and even more different styles of armor and armaments. Nathan counted at least 6 species. Humans were the most common, at a bit more than a third of those present. There were half as many of the short, orange-skinned folk like Zarian, with skin colors ranging from peach to rusty brown. The rest were split between small numbers of other species. Some were centaur-like peoples like Artha, though there was variety in the species of the hooved half. Others were bipedal human-animal hybrids. All apex predators, Nathan noticed. Mostly wolf or large cat adjacent, though there was one other bird of prey like Wiam. Finally, there was a scattering of unique individuals. A hulking man with khaki green skin, bulging eyes, and teeth that protruded from beyond thin lips, almost an archetypal orc. A figure in a corner looked to be made entirely of dark ice, standing near another person of pale stone. Eldred had already sauntered over to the desk, talking to the clerk while a few people from the crowd came up to congratulate the giant traders. A gaunt man with sparse white hair that looked like Vala's father came up and gave her a hug, while a few other centaur people congratulated Artha with small bows and serious words. Emerald exchanged quiet words with the orc, while Wiam was mobbed by a small crowd of young mages of every species. Vala beckoned Nathan over.
"Uncle, this is Nathan Lark. We found him escaping from the new Archmage's tower, and he helped us take the fight with the slavers. Nathan, this is my uncle Khadid. He's retired now, but he was the sneakiest ranger in Gamor in his day. Taught me half of what I know."
The man, whose skin was a shade darker than Vala, reached out a bony hand to shake Nathan's. "I'll take the compliment, but we both know my sister taught you most of it. Speak her memory." He looked Nathan in the eyes. "You have my thanks for helping Vala out. I'd hear that story if one of you would tell it." Nathan got in a "nice to meet you" before Vala spoke again.
"I'm sponsoring Nathan to the guild today. Hope to get him in this cycle. Uncle, I want you to look out for him while we're ranging. He's important, and earlier in his path than he looks."
The old man didn't look surprised, but did look over Nathan again, not commenting on anything in particular. He nodded. "I will, if Nathan will have me. Do you need help getting him settled?" Vala shook her head.
"No, I'm going to try to get a meeting with the guild mistress, explain things. Has it been a busy delve day?"
Khadid answered with a wry turn of his mouth. "Not after the grave tangle. Kia said they weren't up for another significant fight, so a halt was called." He shrugged. "At least for the people who could receive and obey the signal. The backup team is the 7 Fools, and they don't have the weight for a fight like that." Apparently Sudrael doesn't want to take chances this close to the solstice. He gestured around to all of the adventurers gathered in the hall. So far, the only losses are presumed, but we're pretty sure the Grey Moon Order isn't coming back. They went into the monastery of Quaz, the grave tangle came out of it. And the wrecking crew hasn't come out of the Fortress of the Face they went into early this morning, so we're worried about them. But that's the adventurer's life. If they're gone, we'll remember until the ending. Vala mirrored his statement, and it sounded formulaic.
Remember till ending,
Khadeed continued. Anyway, there's a break now between the rush of the recall and the day's accounting. You might be able to get a meeting with Sudriel if it's important. He gestured with his chin toward the desks. And it looks like Eldred's done. The man was stepping back from the counter holding a set of looped strings threaded with coins. He went back to the vanguard, who cheered as he passed out the strings. Vala caught Nathan's eye and jerked her head towards the desk, so Nathan followed her. The clerk watched them both approach, looking unconcerned. He spoke.
Hello, Vala. I am ready to receive your report, but it appears there might be some complexities to it. Do you want to bump this upstairs?
Vala nodded at him.
Thanks, Velek. Yeah, this is something that needs the guild mistress's attention. I know it's Delve Day, and this can wait if it needs to.
Velek was already taking something from under the desk as Vala spoke. It was a small yellow gemstone, glowing with a faint inner light. He brought it up to his mouth, and his face blurred while his voice was distorted into nonsense. A few moments passed before another voice sounded, also blurred, but with a noticeably different intonation. Velek nodded and put the stone under the desk, withdrawing something else as he stood.
Follow me.
He slid out from behind the desk and headed toward a small door in the corner of the room. Vala walked after him, and Nathan hastened to follow. He cast a look over his shoulder, and though most of the room was drifting back toward the bar, there were several sets of thoughtful eyes on him. Velek used the key he'd grabbed from under the desk to open the door, which led to a narrow stairwell. They passed several sturdy doors on their way up, but Velek led them to the very top of the building. Nathan counted out 9 floors in total. On Earth, Nathan would have been out of breath from climbing 9 flights of stairs. Here, his stamina barely dipped. At the top, Velek unlocked another door and led them into a tall chamber with several comfortable-looking couches and cushioned tables scattered around. One side of the room opened to a broad, gently sloped staircase that led down. The other wall held a sturdy door. And this was a door. It was bound in dark metal and covered with burnt runes, while being large enough for Artha to comfortably walk through. The wooden surface was dented and scorched, but unbroken, as if somebody had taken a burning battering ram to it, and the ram had lost. And exploded. A small desk, neatly organized with reports and documents, sat next to the door, overshadowed by the door's bulk. Sitting behind the desk, just visible behind the stacks of paperwork, was a 3-foot-tall man whose skin was a shockingly bright orange. It matched the abstract patterns embroidered on his voluminous purple robe. His beard and hair were a bright, pure white, tied in an elaborate braid of plaits that dangled in a regular pattern from ear to ear. White irised eyes studied Nathan intently as he approached, but the man made no comment. The enormous door swung silently open, and Velek stepped aside, waving them into the room before he turned to leave.
Chapter 16. Adventurer Administration. Nathan and Vala entered the room beyond, walking past the short, orange-skinned secretary. The space was broad and tall, with a ceiling that slanted down on either side to match the roof above. There were large windows on the 3 walls that didn't house a door, overlooking the entrance courtyard and various training yards. The rest of the room was simple, decorated sparsely with objects that had the sense of being placed just so. On a wall to the left hung a pair of crossed, wavy swords, which had to be nearly 8 feet long. Facing the swords on the opposite wall was a multi-string compound bow made of bone. A huge rug in muted colors was spread across the floor, almost fractal in its complexity. 6 chairs stood on the rug. Those chairs faced a desk which commanded the room. It was made of a wood a shade darker than that which made up the building, and held several stacks of yellowed paper, along with a crystal ball and a magnifying glass on a flexible arm. A glowing, 3-dimensional illusory map occupied the center of the desk, though it dissolved before Nathan's eyes, giving way to delicately carved wood. The haft of a spear, made of carved and varnished wood, leaned against the left side of the desk. It was placed in such a way to be easily grabbed by the woman behind the desk. The woman in question looked up, and the door swung shut behind them with a thud that Nathan felt through his feet. She put down a piece of paper and studied them for a moment. Her pink skin looked unhealthily blotchy. She had a threadbare cap on her bony head, and no hair was visible underneath it. Her hands were so thin as to be nearly skeletal. However, the gray eyes were bright and focused, banishing any sense of fragility. Something told Nathan that this was a woman who expected respect, and usually got it. A bony hand gestured to the chairs, and Nathan followed Vala's lead in sitting down politely.
The voice that followed was rougher than Nathan had expected from such a thin woman.
So, I had some time and expected to hear a story of how pragmatic, experienced adventurers who should have known better embraced a stupid risk and somehow triumphed regardless. But it seems introductions are in order instead? Vala was more nervous than Nathan had ever seen her, which